Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Nika Luffy becomes Red Hair Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Dragon leaned heavily against the round, wooden table, a weight on his back that seemed to dig deep into his shoulders as he stared at his father. Across from him, Garp sat with his sleeping son, a tense air around him even if he could see the undercurrents of joy in the Vice Admiral's eyes. His name is Luffy. Dragon's voice was rough and low, barely louder than the crackle of the candle that illuminated the tiny, wooden room. Garp let out a gruff laugh, uncaring if he woke the child in his arms. His dark eyes never left Luffy, searching for something in the boy that Dragon didn't understand. Monkey D. Luffy? Garp nodded to himself, a smile firmly in place. I have a feeling about this one, son. He spoke as he used a large finger to caress the sleeping child's cheek, a tiny smile forming on Luffy's mouth. Dragon felt a pull in his chest and he stilled, his mouth tilting down at the edges as he stared at the child in his father's grasp. Garp's eyes rose and settled on him, heavy and searching. There's something you're not telling me. He always hated how his father always seemed to know. He looked away from the unwavering gaze, unwilling to speak while he looked the man in the eye. He was silent for a while, listening to the soft rain against the roof and the far-off thunder of the passing storm. Garp took note of his silence and tensed, leaning forward carefully as his eyes boring into him. Dragon opened his mouth, hesitance shrouding him and making his father hold his breath. The last time Dragon had hesitated, he was contemplating desertion. D's didn't hesitate, and anything that could make them weary was something to be cautious of. They both knew this. The words came out slowly, as if he was unwilling to believe them himself, even if he had been present for the event. I made a vow with the sea as my witness. Garp's eyes seemed to darken, passing thoughts nearly visible on his face. Dragon looked down at his bandaged left hand, still healing even after a week. Garp noticed and trailed his gaze down, his eyes growing razor-sharp. A pact of blood with the sea. He could still remember the night, how the violent waves had almost frozen their movement even as the wind continued to howl. The air was still in the room, yet the light of the candle flickered and dimmed, as if an unseen force was making it wane. Dragon swallowed, raising his gaze to meet his father's eyes before trailing them down to the baby in his arms. His hair rose on end as he relived the memory, a dryness coating his throat and making his voice come out choked. A wave came and cleared the blood that I spilled. And in the next, the sea gave me this child. Dragon's lips pressed into a hard line as he saw his father freeze before slowly moving his eyes down to the baby in his arms. Garp jolted and Dragon looked down to see the baby wide awake, looking at his father with a soul-searching gaze. Like it knew. Dragon's breath caught in his throat when those eyes moved onto him. And it was ridiculous really, to be so wound up and almost afraid of a baby. But the sea could be calm and loving before it reared her viciousness in the blink of an eye, and this was her child. In the silence of the room, he could hear his father take in a shuddering breath, his gaze entirely focused on the baby who blinked and smiled up at him. The flame of the candle stilled its movements and the room grew brighter once more as Luffy closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Dragon swallowed hard, moving his gaze back up to his father and watching the color slowly return to his face. Tell me exactly what you felt, heard, saw. Garp's voice held a no-nonsense tone, like he was aware of what Dragon had done and was simply trying to confirm his suspicions. His father's eyes never left Luffy's sleeping face, as he began to speak. It was dark, the moon on the horizon and the wind was loud. I made my vow, offered my blood, and turned away. He had done as many before him, offering their dreams to the sea. What did you hear? It wasn't a question and Dragon wasn't sure how his father knew. He narrowed his eyes, searching his father's face looking down at the baby bundled in his arms, eerily still. Drums. Garp raised a hand to his face, leaning heavily on it even as he shook his head, an empty laugh escaping from his throat. He's going to be a riot, you know. Garp sat straight and began rocking the child in his arms, his shoulders losing their tension. A child of the sea and AD. Garp threw his head back and laughed, full-bodied and uncaring of anything in world. Dragon didn't share his enjoyment, still lost on what his father knew that he didn't. When the older man's laughter died down his smile remained, looking at Dragon with an excitement that made him weary. Many men have made vows to the sea, it has been a long, long time since she has taken any up on the offer. His heart seemed to beat harder in his chest, stuttering even as he kept his gaze perfectly level at his father's words. Luffy is yours. Bound by blood. He may not have been the answer you were expecting, but the sea will fulfill your dream, because it's hers too. And that was putting it lightly. Dragon could not take care of a child of all things. He was in the middle of a revolution and a wanted criminal. Any child of his would be hunted and used against him, and that had always been why he so adamantly never wanted one. Yet here he was, small with a puff of black hair and eyes that made his heart skip. Dragon paused and furrowed his brows, catching Garp's last words. What's her dream? What could something as powerful as the sea wish for that it didn't have? Or what was it that it wanted to keep? His father's gaze was unimpressed, and he answered like it was a fact known since the beginning of man. The thunder boomed in the distance and the winds howled against the cabin they were in. Dragon tried to ignore the fact that the storm should have long since passed as he waited for the answer with a bated breath. Isn't it obvious? Garp ruffled the tuft of black hair on Luffy's head and a sleepy smile met his gesture. To be free. Over the years Makino had grown used to the way Luffy could see into her soul. At first she had wondered if it had been something all kids could do, use their instincts to determine a person's worth. Because that's what it had felt like the first time Luffy had opened his eyes. She could still remember how her breath had caught and the knowing look Garp had sent her, like he was waiting for some signal that she was deemed unworthy. But Luffy had smiled and reached out to her, and it was only when she looked away that she saw the relief in Garp's eyes. That memory had kept her up at night for weeks on end, and even now she awoke in the middle of the night, gasping and wondering at the power in that tiny gaze. Tonight was such a night, and she found herself at the beach, the soft sand under her feet buffering any sharp shells she may run across. The waves lapped against the shore in a soft melody, the moon low on the sky and wind soft on her face. Something else she had grown used to was seeing Luffy out at sea. The first time she had panicked because he was so young, and she couldn't understand how he managed to get to the beach, how he could swim in the waves and never be pulled far from the bay. No matter what she did, how much she tried, Luffy always found his way out and to the ocean, more comfortable in the waters than in his own bed. Eventually she gave up and took his tiny hand in her own, leading him out hesitantly and unsure. He was only 4, and she couldn't help but worry as she watched him stumble into the water, a wide smile on his face, never afraid of the dark water cradling him. She stayed up for a few nights, keeping an eye on him and making sure he really didn't get pulled out. At first, she had stayed in the water with him, afraid he would be taken away and drowned, but really all she did was make herself cold and tired. After all, how long had Luffy been sneaking away without her knowing to sleep in the sea? Now she was content to watch from the shore, more confident in the cradle of water that held him afloat as he slept. And sometimes, she swore she saw gentle fingers on his cheek. When she had finally asked Luffy why he preferred to sleep in the sea, he had looked at her with a grin and a simple answer, one that put all the impossible pieces into place. Because now as she sat on the sand, watching Luffy in the shallow waters of the beach, being cradled as he slept, his words rang clear in her head. Mom likes to rock me to sleep. And honestly, Makino didn't have an answer for that, not when she could see the action done so clearly by the waves. Luffy never dipped below, never strayed far, and his skin never pruned or dried out from the salty waters, even hours after being in. Time passed and Makino saw the first rays of light breach the horizon, the sunlight striking through clouds and lighting the sea up in a blaze of gold. Slowly she stood and waded in, used to the chill of the sea as she carefully lifted Luffy into her arms. Water dripped off him slowly, as if unwilling to let go, and he opened his eyes with a yawn. He shot Makino a blinding smile and snuggled into her chest, a muffled good morning causing a smile to tug at her mouth. As she stepped out, the sea began to churn more violently, but never hindering her, before it eased back into the calmness it held moments before. Luffy shifted in her arms and looked at the retreating water longingly, his tiny hand reaching out for the final sea spray that crashes against her side. I will. Luffy's voice was soft and high, tinged with the longing his eyes held. Makino looked at him and was suddenly unsure. Luffy? She watched as his gaze returned to her and he wiggled in her arms once more, a smile on his face as she walked them home. Grandpa is coming. She didn't ask how he knew, simply smiled and nodded, pinching a cheek and ruffling his dark hair. Then we better get ready. XXX. Luffy had been right, of course, and now Makino sat on a stool in her bar with tired eyes and a hand holding her head. Luffy was outside, playing with the bugs he found, and she could hear his occasional squeal as something surprised him or made him laugh. Garp saw next to her heavily, his shoulders hunched forward and his weight supported by the counter of the bar. He turned to her, eyes unsurprised at the news she had given him. Makino almost felt cheated, like maybe he should have told her more about Luffy. But then again, what would have changed? I figured something like that would happen one day. Garp's voice was low and his eyes were squeezed shut as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Makino frowned at his words, a part of her still upset that there was more to Luffy that she didn't know. Garp straightened and took a swing of sake, eyes forward and refusing to look at her as he continued. After all, he was born from the sea. The words confirmed what Makino had figured out months ago, but she still found them impossible to believe. How? She couldn't keep the disbelief out of her voice, her eyes trailing to the door of the bar as if she could see past it to Luffy. Who knows? The sea gave him to my son, for all we know, Luffy could be his own god. Garp took another swing of the sake she had offered him and Makino was tempted to grab one for herself. Don't think too hard about it, I'd say. His mom will protect him, and heavens help anyone who would hurt the child of the sea. Garp bellowed out a laugh, but Makino couldn't quite share his enthusiasm. XXX. Makino watched as the 6-year-old ran towards her at full speed, a wide smile on his face and sea salt in his hair. She had grown used to his constant state of dampness after all these years and never once has she scolded him, even if he did drip water everywhere. After all, who was she to scold a child of the sea for such a thing? Makiki inu! His voice was high and loud, filled with excitement as he nearly ran into her. She laughed at his antics, sweeping his wet hair back and rubbing the dried salt away from under his eyes. His smile never left, instead it grew impossibly wider as he pointed towards the shore. Makino! Adventure is coming! Luffy was practically vibrating where he stood, unable to contain his joy. Oh, is it? She ruffled his hair and allowed herself to be led down to the docks, laughing at the enthusiasm held in Luffy's tiny body. The day was hot and the sun high in the sky as they nearly ran down, Makino unable to hold in her own laugh at the boy's antics. Once there, Luffy stood at the edge and bounced on the ball of his feet, his eyes searching the horizon. Makino smiled and settled herself on a nearby bench under the tree, far enough away to not be chilled by the sea breeze but close enough to see the excited boy as he pointed a ship out on the horizon. Waves crashed heavily against the docks and she stared as Luffy tilted his head and listened to the crash. She never asked what he heard, or how he knew, but in all these years the ocean had never led him astray. Once before, Makino had worried herself sick, thinking the people Luffy met would harm him, but it was all for naught. Garp had been right when he had laughed at any that dared harm the sea child. Now she was content to watch, even as more shady characters landed on their shores. Either they would come to fear Luffy if they came with ill will, or they would laugh at what he represented. She knew he was too young to understand why some people asked for him for safe travels, but one day he would realize what it was, and knew his heart was too pure to give anything but that. So as a ship with a Jolly Roger approached with red stripes down one eye and swords crossed in the same color, she didn't fear. Shanks landed on the dock of the sleepy village with a heavy thud of his boots. He stretched his arms out and adjusted his balance for land rather than sea. He called out towards his men to restock and enjoy their time on the summer island. He knew he didn't have to warn them about being too crazy in such a quiet place such as this. A harsh wave crashed into the dock and sea spray tickled his face as he turned towards the tiny village nestled at the base of a mountain. Cool. He paused and looked down at the child that was vibrating in excitement, his big eyes roving over his ship and then to him. Are you the captain? Are you guys pirates? Did you go on a lot of adventures? The black-haired boy spoke fast and some of his words were smushed together but Shanks laughed and nodded, crouching down and giving the kid a playful glare. He wasn't sure why this kid was here, and he was slightly disappointed that the townspeople would let him anywhere near a pirate ship. After all, not all were as nice as they were. Yeah kid, we are. It could be dangerous for you here, so why don't you go find your family? I'm sure they're worried sick about you. Shanks hoped his words would be enough to scare the kid off but was surprised when the runt just tilted his head in confusion, not at all intimidated. Mom's not worried though, she told me you were coming. Oh. I'm Luffy, it's nice to meet you. Luffy's voice was happy and excited and far too innocent to hold any ulterior motives, but Shanks couldn't let what he said go so easily. After all, they had worked hard to make sure they got here undetected. He hardened his eyes as he stared down at the kid, and Luffy seemed to gain some understanding as he looked up at him with confusion. What do you mean, Mom told you that we were coming? Shanks heard his crew still as they watched the interaction from the ship, all seeming to hold their breath. He almost felt insulted when Luffy looked at him like he was the idiot and pointed to the sea. My mom, Luffy's voice was sure and something made the hair on the back of Shanks' neck stand on end. She tells me when people come and go, and who is okay to meet. Luffy turned his head and kneeled down on the dock, splashing his little hand in the waters that seemed to reach up towards him. And surely that could be the only explanation because the waters would have been too low for him to reach otherwise. By now, the silence of his crew was tangible as they all watched with unbelieving eyes. Mom says you guys aren't all that bad. She says you have adventures to tell me about. Luffy took his hand away from the sea and Shanks blinked his eyes hard, trying to reason how the water seemed to cling to the young boy. He didn't know how to respond, was unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he looked towards his first mate who looked just as baffled as him. A wave crashed harshly against the dock and sprayed water on his face, forcing himself away from his thoughts. He leaned down again and stared at Luffy, meeting his gaze and holding it to see the truth in the kid's words. What he didn't expect was how Luffy seemed to look into his soul, searching him and deeming his worth. He jerked back, surprised, and was about to ask another question when a young woman with green hair grabbed his attention with a greeting. "Hello there, my name is Makino." Her smile was kind and she laid a hand on Luffy's little shoulder, causing him to smile wide as he glanced up at her. "I have a bar not too far from here if you boys would like to rest and chat there." Her voice was a soft melody and the green bangs that framed her kind face were swept in a breeze. She looked from him and down to Luffy with a knowing smile, and Shanks paused before slowly nodding at her offer. He turned his head to his crew, who were all watching with rapt attention and some staring at Luffy like they'd seen a ghost. "Hurry up, you bums. The faster we work the faster we can party." He forced false cheer into his voice, but only those closest to him would be able to tell. He glanced back at the woman, Makino, and tilted his hat in greeting. "The name is Shanks. It's a pleasure to meet someone as lovely as you." He paused and looked down at Luffy, who was giving him a smile so wide it didn't seem to fit on his face. "Nice to meet you too, Luffy." The grin stretched impossibly wider and the child once again began vibrating where he stood in his excitement. "Luffy, let me help these men get settled. You can join us later." Makino knelt down and swept a hand through soft, black hair, smiling even as the boy pouted and complained. "I promise you'll have plenty of time to talk with them. For now, why don't you go visit your mom? I'm sure she can tell you some funny stories about these men." Shanks narrowed his eyes and he felt Ben stiffen next to him at the woman's words. Luffy, however, seemed to perk up and glanced up at Shanks with a mischievous smile. "Oh, Makino is so smart." A carefree laugh escaped the boy, and before Shanks could question the woman more, Luffy turned and jumped into the sea. He froze for a moment before he moved forward, knowing that Luffy was much too young to swim well against the currents this far out. "Wait," Makino raised a hand in front of him as he prepared to leap in, and she shook her head at him. "Luffy will be fine, his mother would never harm him." It had to have been a joke, but the unwavering look she gave him told him otherwise. Makino pointedly looked at the sea and Shanks looked away from her to follow her gaze. Luffy wasn't even treading water, but it seemed he didn't have to. The waves moved in an unnatural pattern, keeping him afloat and cradling the laughing boy. Shanks didn't know he could still be surprised. "I can explain, especially since the sea seems to like you. Follow me, we can talk at my bar." Makino turned her back on him and Shanks found his feet moving, even as his eyes stayed glued to Luffy for as long as they could. He swallowed and glanced to his left where Ben was walking next to him in stride, his brows furrowed and his gaze razor-sharp on the path. Before he knew it, Shanks was downing sake, letting the liquid sting his throat if only to know that he wasn't dreaming. The sound of a crackling hearth could be heard somewhere in the bar, but he only had eyes for the gentle woman behind the bar, waiting for her to speak. Neither he nor Ben had spoken a word to one another, each too focused on trying to figure out the mystery this little town held. "Luffy was given to me to raise when he was a baby." Makino's voice was gentle as she spoke, still setting up drinks for the other men that were soon to come. "He was always odd, even as a baby. But later when we realized he was a child of the sea, it all made sense." Makino laughed to herself as she wiped down the old, wooden counter with a damp rag. "Even as a toddler, he preferred the sea to sleep and then his own crib. Worried me sick." Shanks took another large gulp of his drink because surely this woman couldn't be saying what he was hearing. Even the New World didn't have a story as ridiculous as this. Makino paused in her cleaning and looked between the two of them, watching them with furrowed brows and a small frown. "I don't really share this, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourselves. The village knows, hard not to, but outsiders have to find out on their own." And of course, her smile returned, and it was warm, but her next words rang in warning. "The sea protects what is hers." Shanks raised his pitcher once more but frowned when he found it empty. Makino gestured for him to give it over and he spoke as he watched her refill it. "Then why tell us strangers? Shouldn't we find out on our own?" The tankard was placed in front of him, full and sloshing as he greedily took another drink. "Usually I would agree. But Luffy warned me about you, said his mother trusted the next ship to dock here. I'm not sure why, but it's not really my place to ask." Makino shrugged her delicate shoulders and moved from behind the bar to add another piece of wood to the hearth, stirring something in the pot above. "I'm not particularly worried, whether you're good or bad, Luffy will be safe." It was said with a certainty that felt like a fact, as if the world itself agreed with her words. Before he could ask her more questions, he heard the pounding of feet and the cheering of his men followed by a high, excited voice. The doors burst open and his crew filtered in, sitting themselves at tables that already held drinks and cheered. Shanks let himself relax in the comfort his crew provided even as the mystery child crawled up onto the bar stool next to him. Shanks watched the kid with an amused smile as he kicked his legs and asked for lunch, eager to eat. Large, dark eyes full of wonder turned to him and childish laughter left Luffy's parted lips. Something about Luffy made the knots in his chest loosen in relief, and he found himself smiling back at the boy. Shanks, Shanks. Tell me about the time that a seagull stole your hat? Luffy swung his legs harder in excitement, and Shanks laughed even as Ben choked on his drink next to him. Only a few knew that story, as it was from his early days, and he shouldn't be surprised that the sea was privy to that information. XXX. In the few months that they had stayed on the island, Shanks had become accustomed to Luffy being so, well, Luffy. There wasn't really another way to describe the child that seemed to beam like the sun, or the way he sometimes looked at people, as if their life story was playing before his eyes. He stopped being worried about him, and really, when had he begun to worry, and defaulted to looking at Makino whenever it seemed like Luffy was doing something reckless. She would usually shake her head and smile, but never worried when he did something unexpected. He still remembered when she was closing the bar some time after midnight and asked him if he wanted to see where Luffy slept. His mind had taken him back to his first day on the island, and he nodded vigorously, remembering how the sea cradled her child. It had been dark out and the moon was a crest in the sky, but Makino seemed to know where she was going, like she had traveled the path 1,000 times. The sand was white and pristine under his boots, the crashing waves filling his ears as they approached the edge of the water. Makino had looked at him with a secretive smile before turning to the water and pointing to something in the sea. He followed her finger, squinting his eyes and forcing them to focus in his drunken state. A little cove of water was still compared to the surrounding waves, and Shanks had felt his eyes widen in shock at the sight. Luffy was peacefully asleep, a gentle smile on his face as he let himself be cradled by the currents themselves. Moonlight reflected off his wet hair as he turned and somehow snuggled into the waves. But no matter how he moved, the water never went over his face. Makino had giggled quietly next to him at the look on his face, and they both sat there all night, watching the sea child sleep in the embrace of his mother. Shanks had wanted to deny it for months, thinking that maybe, just maybe, it was blown out of proportion, but really he couldn't deny it any longer. Luffy was the child of the sea, and it was something he had never expected to see. His old captain had a way with the sea, a freedom in his laugh that now sounded painfully empty compared to the one Luffy gave. Still, Shanks was sure Roger had been blessed by the sea, but not in the way the black-haired boy had been. It defied everything he knew about logic in the world, but who was he to care about logic when the impossible was placed in front of him? From that night on, he woke up early every morning and sat on the beach, waiting for the morning rays of sun to waken the child on the sea. Makino had always waded in and lifted him gently from the currents, smiling and talking about breakfast to help the excitable ball of joy. However, Shanks waited by the shore, knowing the sea would give him the child when it was ready to release her charge. The currents would bring him the groggy Luffy, the water parting around his feet when Shanks reached down to lift the wet child into his arms. Today was such a day, his side and shoulder damp from where Luffy clung to him like a little monkey and snuggled into the crook of his neck. Every day he told himself he had to set off, back into the sea. But then he would wait for Luffy to wake up, and he found his feet and heart firmly planted in the little village for another day. Anchor, he murmured, ruffling Luffy's hair with his free hand, and wiped the salt away from his eyes. Luffy gave him a sleepy smile and snuggled further into him, melting his heart and starting the cycle anew. Did you sleep well? Luffy nodded into his neck, and he felt the child smile wide, the sun warming his back as he walked towards the village. Aha, Mama told me more. His voice was sleepy, and Shanks found himself listening with rapt attention. The sea told Luffy many things, some Shanks already knew, but some were unexpected surprises or warnings to heed. She said you're what a dad is like. Shanks felt his body freeze mid-step, his eyes widening. His grip nearly grew slack, but he forced himself to clutch the child tighter instead. They were far enough away from the beach now, but Shanks swore he could still hear the waves. Luffy shifted in his arms and looked up at him with a smile so wide that his eyes closed. His giggles started soft before turning into full-blown laughter. She said your face would be funny like that. Shee-hee-hee. Luffy nearly fell out of his arms in his mirth, and Shanks took the distraction to shove the creeping thoughts to the back of his head. You're such a brat. Shanks maneuvered the child until he was held securely under his arm and against his side, dangling Luffy as he continued to laugh. He made a show of stomping towards Makino's bar with loud steps and an annoyed tone, trying to ignore the fluttering of his heart and the sad pang in his chest. Later that night, Shanks was sitting at the edge of the dock, boots off and pants rolled up. There was no moon in the sky, just the endless expanse of stars and a few drifting clouds. The sea was lapping calmly against the wooden poles that sunk deep into the water, the dark depths calm, almost as if the ocean was holding its breath. His feet dangled, and occasionally a wave would rise higher than others and lap at them, keeping him awake. He wasn't quite sure what he was doing here, didn't know if he would be heard, but it had to be said, no matter how badly he wanted to stay. You know I have to go. His voice fell flat as he spoke into the open air. Only the sea his witness. I can't stay. And it was a painful truth he had to bear. Shanks was a captain, his heart already belonged to the sea. XXX. Heavy footsteps were heard as his men ran around on the ship, his own drowned out in the noise. He looked through cabinets, chests, and even under beds, but the small, unassuming chest was gone as if plucked out of reality. Captain! Lucky Roo shouted from above deck, and Shanks practically threw himself up the stairs. Lucky was near the figurehead of the ship, pointing to something laying on the wood. He moved closer, looking where he was pointing, and felt the blood drain from his face. In the dragon figurehead's mouth was a chest, pried open and swollen with seawater. I didn't move it, just in case. He nodded and climbed up and forwards, wrapping his legs around the wood and heaving himself up to take a better look. The lock of the chest looked rusted and old, as if they hadn't just bought it a few months ago. But more importantly, it was coated with dried salt and stained with water. Inside, the chest was full of seawater and a single sand dollar was inside. He cursed under his breath and flung the chest onto the deck, swinging off the figurehead and following it close behind as seawater sloshed everywhere. His crew stared at him and the empty box, eyes wide and postures tense. By now they all knew their anchor was a sea child, but none thought he would do this. Shanks swallowed and barked out his order to wait as he turned on his heel and ran to where he knew Luffy would be. The foliage was a blur as he sprinted towards the beach. The waves were crashing especially hard that day and the wind seemed harsher than normal. He spotted Luffy sitting on the beach, a small dot in the distance, and hunched over something. The waters surrounded him in a circle, as if trying to hide him from view. Shanks ran faster, ignoring how his balance was off in the sand and the burning of his lungs. The waves crashed higher, and the sun was blocked off by clouds. He heard Luffy's distant voice full of disgust. Bleh! I don't want the rest though, it's so gross. A wave engulfed Luffy and Shanks felt his breath catch. That was the first time he had actually seen Luffy pulled underwater. Urgency made him move faster, his heavy breathing stuttering in his fear. Luffy emerged in the next wave as Shanks' feet hit the water and the young boy scowled as he turned towards the ocean. I didn't want it. You didn't have to shove it in my mouth. Luffy stuck his tongue out and swiped at it, as if to get rid of the taste. Luffy! The child jolted at the sound of his voice and his eyes widened when he spotted Shanks wading in towards him, jumping up and trying to meet him halfway. Shanks? What is it? He wasn't sure what face he had on, but Luffy seemed concerned and for once in his life, listened to what he had to say. Shanks grabbed Luffy from the sea, unsure how the waters would react to him, and shook the young boy. Luffy! What did you eat? Luffy was looking up at him with wide eyes, confusion on his face for a split second before he stuttered out his response. A fruit thing. It was so gross though, but Mom made me finish it. The child made a face and Shanks stilled his movements, suddenly unsure. What did it look like? How did you get it? He spoke as he waded out the water, carefully holding Luffy away from the sea. Swirly and purple. Mom gave it to me. Why? His anchor's voice held genuine confusion and Shanks lost any anger he had managed to gather. There was no way Luffy had done this on purpose. He sat down with a heavy sigh and set Luffy on his lap, looking out towards the ocean and the calming waves. She gave it to you? He repeated, glancing down into Luffy's large, honest eyes. At his nod, he pinched the bridge of his nose and let out another long sigh. What you ate, it's called a devil fruit. To normal people, it makes them unable to swim ever again. They become actual anchors in the water and lose all their strength. He bit his lip, stroking Luffy's wet hair, and carefully didn't look at him as he continued. But you're different, Anchor. I just don't know how yet. I never would have thought that your mother would feed that to you. They both stayed quiet for a while, Shanks lost in thought and Luffy looking towards the waters with furrowed brows and slightly panicked eyes. The red-haired pirate assessed the boy, noting how his eyes began to water as he stared at the crashing waves. Shanks hesitated for a moment before breaking the silence with a soft whisper. Is she saying something? Luffy didn't move for a moment, but eventually he nodded his head and seemed to look like he had too much information given to him at once. Can you tell me what she said? He adjusted Luffy to face him and cupped his tiny head with his hands, making the young boy look up at him. Luffy's face scrunched up, as if trying to get the words out in the right order hurt his head. She said they were stolen from her. She always wanted them back. Luffy frowned and tilted his head to the side, nuzzling into his large, calloused hands. Like anyone else, Shanks had always assumed that the sea hated the fruits, just like everyone else. Now though, he could see why it made sense. After all, devil fruit users were dragged down. Luffy took in a shaky breath and continued, and that she's okay with me having it, 'cause I am her. Luffy blinked open his eyes and grinned, unaware of how his words had made Shanks stiffen and freeze his thoughts. Shihihi, whatever that means. Shanks swallowed hard and let out a shaky breath, mind restarting and whirling with the possibilities. Anchor, let's try this out. Let's head back in the water. Luffy nodded excitedly and bounced up ready to flee, but Shanks grabbed his hand and held him back. Or so he thought. Instead, he watched with wide eyes as Luffy's arm stretched as he ran into the water, his eyes widening further as Luffy waded in with no ill effects. He let the hand go in his surprise and that caught the child's attention. Luffy turned his head back and his eyes wide as he saw his elongated arm snapping back towards him. EHHH! Shanks let out a roaring laugh as he watched Luffy's own hand smack him in the face and he fell fully into the water in his shock. Luffy sat up sputtering and staring at his hand before he tilted his head back and laughed. Shanks shook his head, clearing away his laughter as he observed Luffy enjoying himself in the sea. He was glad the child was okay to still be in the water. After all, what a tragedy it would have been for a sea child to be rejected by his own mother. Though, it did give him more things to think about. XXX. It wasn't the first time Shanks had seen the wrath of the sea, but it was the first time he had seen it single someone out. He stood at the edge of the dock, his teeth bared, and fists clenched as he watched the pirate hold Luffy against his side with a sword to his throat. The little dinghy they were on was swaying violently, the ocean churning in anger underneath them. The only reason Shanks hadn't thrown himself into the water was because Makino held him back, a knowing look in her eye that forced him to wait and see. "Remember what I told you." She spoke even as the man continued to taunt them with Luffy's life. He did remembered how sure she was in her own words, but still, it was hard to just watch as someone he came to care for was in danger. Luffy didn't look scared though. When he had been thrown into the boat he had looked relieved. He tried to trust them, their faith, but as he saw the Sea King Rizzi up behind them, he moved forward, this time held back by his first mate. "Ben!" he shouted, angry and worried all at the same time. Trust in their faith. Ben's grip on his shoulder was tight and Shanks could see the man was just as worried and stressed as he. He let out a curse and turned back to the sea, only to find the small boat shattered and nothing else in sight. "Luffy!" he shouted and jerked forward again, high eyes searching the sea desperately. Bubbles came up from near the dock and the Sea King rose its massive head from the water. On top, Luffy was giggling like mad, his smile bright as he waved at them. "Look! I made a new friend." Shanks sagged in relief as the Sea King nudged Luffy towards the dock and he wasted no time in taking the boy from its head. The beast gave him a long, considering look before slinking back into the ocean, fading away into the dark depths. Shanks smiled at the happy boy in his arms until the moment caught up with him and his brow ticked in anger. "You idiot." He rubbed Luffy's head harshly with his knuckles and scolded the boy, telling him his big mouth would get him in more trouble someday. Luffy cried and clung to him even as his head was viciously rubbed. "Ow ow. I'm sorry Dad." At his shout, everyone on the dock froze before whipping their heads over to Shanks. He felt all their eyes on him but forced down his blush and gritted his teeth as he rubbed his fist into Luffy's head even harder. "You brat." It was a weak distraction. Shanks knew everyone noticed that he didn't deny the claim. XXX. Luffy was sound asleep on the bar, drool coming out of his mouth and arms askew. He was on the edge of the stool and his black hair shined under the waning hearth. Makino was beginning to close the bar and Shanks would wait for her to finish if he could stay with Luffy just a bit longer. His crew was already out on the ship, having stumbled their way over a few minutes ago as quiet as they could. The creaking of the door made him start and he glanced over his shoulder, wondering who would come in at such a late time. Makino seemed to recognize the old man coming in and gave him an exasperated sigh. "You know, he's going to be grumpy when you wake him." Her tone was scolding as she dried another tankard, but didn't stop the stooping man covered in gray. He gave her an apologetic smile, voice hoarse. "My apologies, but I have to leave early in the morning and my day was tied up. Figured I'd rather wake him now while I have a chance." The old man moved his gaze to him and gave a shy nod. Shanks didn't move when the old man went to wake Luffy, figuring it was fine since Makino continued to clean. Luffy grumbled and squeezed his eyes tighter before slowly blinking them open, noticing the old man shaking him awake. Huh? Merchant man?" Luffy mumbled and rubbed his eyes, his head seeming to be too heavy for his body as he tried to stay awake. "I'm sorry Luffy, but I leave very early in the morning. I was wondering, will it be safe?" Shanks raised a brow at the question and briefly glanced out the window, noting the still air and cloudless sky. Luffy sighed heavily and scrunched his face, mumbling under his breath and shook his head. No. There's a storm tomorrow. But you bring my meat, I'll tell Mama to wait." With another yawn Luffy snuggled his head back onto the wooden bar and promptly fell asleep. The old man sighed and ruffled the black locks with a quiet, "Thank you" before he turned, nodded to Makino and left. Shanks glanced at Luffy and then to Makino, brows raised in question. She giggled behind her hand and moved to gather Luffy up, but he beat her to it. Shanks hoisted the tiny boy up in his arms, letting him settle comfortably to sleep on his shoulder. She raised her own brow at him and he completely ignored the look, murmuring out his own question. What was that? His voice was a low timbre, and the green-haired woman gave him an amused smile. Some of the older folk think Luffy is something more. We never tell him that, that's the deal, but it's their way of asking for safe passage in the sea. Can't say I blame them, Luffy has a perfect track record so far. Makino turned off the lights and he walked out, lifting his head in the warm breeze. He glanced down at Luffy, watching as he snuggled deeper into the crook of his neck and felt something warm settle in his chest at the sight. He loves you, you know. Makino's voice was quiet as they began their walk to the beach, both stealing glances at the sleeping child. Shanks didn't respond, just tightened his grip and hated that he had to go. XXX. The call of adventure had been too strong, too much for Shanks to resist. He desperately wanted to go as much as he wanted to stay, but even now his anchor is pulling along the sea floor. Luffy is staring up at him with sad, determined eyes, his fists clenched at his side. It felt like the 100th time he had said the same thing, but Shanks knew how stubborn Luffy could be. I'm sorry, Anchor, but you can't come. He saw the tears being held back and felt the guilt settle in his belly all over again as he watched the child try not to cry. Fine. I'll make my own crew. Luffy glared up at him in determination, eyes piercing in a way that made Shanks freeze. They'll be even better than yours, and I'm going to be the greatest pirate alive. Luffy was panting, white-knuckled, and daring Shanks to challenge him. And when I do, I'll become the king of the pirates. Shanks let out a laugh, ruffling his hair and watching the morning sun ignite his eyes. Luffy shook him off and spread his arms wide, a too large smile stretching across his face as he tilted his head up towards him. Golden sunlight shone on Luffy and his black hair lit up in its rays. I'm gonna be the freest man in the world. The air left his lungs like he had been punched, and for a moment, all Shanks could see was his captain. Smile wide, arms out, declaring his dream to be free. His eyes stung as he looked down at the smiling boy who now seemed larger than life. He swallowed the lump in his throat and smiled, taking off his straw hat and bending on a knee. Promise me then, Luffy, that when you become a great pirate, you'll give me back this hat. It's very precious to me. He was glad his voice was even, knowing Ben and Lucky were boring holes into the back of his head. Luffy blinked up at him and his smile grew even wider, nodding his head with enthusiasm. It was then that Shanks realized that he never got Luffy's full name, not in the whole year that he had been around. It hadn't seemed important at the time, but now he had to know. Give me a verbal promise, Luffy, one in front of the sea. Shanks held his breath even as he placed the straw hat on his anchor's tiny head. It shadowed his bright eyes, but the smile was there all the same. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I will be king of the pirates. The ocean roared in his ears and he let out a bark of laughter when he realized where fate had led him. Another D. I can't wait, Anchor. Ace was ready to tear his hair out. He trudged through the forest, fists clenched as he followed the path up to the mountain with Sabo. The kid that had introduced himself as Luffy was following behind, clumsily tripping over gnarled roots and stray vines. He ran a hand through his hair and glanced at Sabo from the corner of his eye. Their gaze met and they both spun around, glaring daggers as they watched Luffy swipe the dirt from his knees. When he noticed their attention he sent them a beaming smile, eyes nearly closing from it. Oh, thanks for waiting up for me. Luffy tilted his stray hat up above his eyes and set his innocent gaze on them. Ace quickly looked away, hardening his heart from the sight. Just cause the kid was kinda adorable didn't mean he was any less annoying. He focused his attention back at Sabo and cringed when he saw his friend looking back at Luffy with widening, blue eyes. Ace smacked him on the back of the head and grabbed his arm, spinning into a full sprint and leaving Luffy behind. When he was sure they lost him, he slowed and hid them behind a large jungle tree, panting and out of breath. He braced his hands on his knees and glanced back over to an equally tired Sabo, scowling as he spoke. Didn't I tell you he was weird? I warned you not to look at him straight on. Ace straightened and placed his hands on his hips, waiting. Sabo let out an exasperated sigh, fixing his top hat back on his head from where it had fallen and turning his gaze back on him. Well, I didn't expect that. Sabo rolled his eyes and ran a hand down his face before pausing, as if thinking something over. He's got a look to him. But I don't think it's bad. His voice rose at the end in question and Ace didn't find himself convinced. If feeling like all your secrets can be read isn't bad, then I guess I don't know what is. Ace snapped, anger flaring even as Sabo raised his hands in surrender. No wait, Ace, that's not how I meant it. This time Sabo was the one to slap him on the arm and he hissed, ready to fight back. What I was referring to was that he's still just some kid. Ace paused and raised a brow, not sure if he agreed with that. When he had first met him, before Ace knew not to look the kid in the eye, it was like he was looking through Luffy. through him and into something vast, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Maybe it was because it felt like that something was watching him back. He swallowed harshly and shivered, noticing that Sabo was watching him closely. Okay, maybe not just some kid, the blonde muttered under his breath, and Ace found himself speaking before he could comprehend it. You felt that too? He smacked a hand to his mouth and scowled. He didn't want to be told he was seeing things that weren't there. Yeah, Sabo's voice was quiet but still managed to cut through his thoughts. Ace's fears vanished into smoke now that he knew he wasn't imagining it. He leaned forward carefully, meeting blue eyes and staring intently. Even now he didn't get any feelings like that from Sabo, and he wondered if it only applied to the black-haired kid that insisted on following them around. Sabo nodded to him, face pinched in concentration, and spoke as if he read his thoughts. Ace, he looked innocent and carefree and bright. Sabo hesitated at his glare but plowed on. But there's something to him, something bigger. Like his presence was bigger than his body. Sabo cut himself off and looked away from him, cheeks coloring in shame. It scared me, and I don't know why. Ace leaned back against the tree, raising his gaze to the clear sky as he slid down. After a moment, Sabo joined him on the forest floor and twirled his top hat in a nervous gesture. Ace didn't want to admit it, but he had been scared too, and hated it, so he chose to be angry. Still, Sabo shouldn't have to feel that shame by himself, so he let out a sigh and nodded his head. Yeah, I know what you mean. He wasn't going to admit it outright, but he at least wanted Sabo to know he wasn't alone. Not that it mattered either way, it wouldn't change anything, the boy was still annoying. As if one cue, a high-pitched voice sounded nearby and they both groaned in annoyance. Hey! The call echoed from down the path and they stood, preparing to run. Ace debated on whether or not they should head out deeper towards their hideout or gray terminal. He cursed as the voice came closer and jogged away, ignoring the pleading tone following after them. Can I play too? I promise I can be a good friend. He saw Sabo slow slightly and glance back, but he gave him a pointed look and he turned away with a huff. Eventually the younger boy would go away. Even if he had to throw him into another ravine. XXX. He did not go away. In face, Ace was now physically trying to pry his hair from his head in frustration. Sabo gestured for him to hurry and to help move the treasure, but all Ace could think about was how annoyed he was that they had to do this at all. They had managed to lose the wannabe pirates that were hot on their tail, but Luffy had been captured. Normally Ace wouldn't have cared, and he still didn't, but now the loudmouth kid knew where their treasure was. Ugh, this is so stupid. He hissed under his breath even as he grabbed a sack full of their gold and trudged down the mountain path. They decided to put it slightly closer to their hideout this time, but far enough away that the treehouse wouldn't be noticed immediately. After the trek back to their old hiding place, Ace and Sabo settled down near some bushes and waited for the inevitable. Luffy would break and the pirates would come, then they'd have to beat them back before they could get a good night's sleep. Hours passed and they began to get restless, wondering why no one had come. He glanced over at Sabo, who was biting his lip and looking towards the dark forest in trepidation. I think I'm going to go check out what's happening. The blonde's voice was a hushed murmur, but it was still loud in the silent night. The only other thing Ace could hear besides his voice were crashing waves, which was odd since they were far off from the beach. Instead of answering and shattering the thin silence, he nodded, showing he understood, and made a show to settle back against a tree. Sabo tipped his hat and was gone with a rustle of leaves. Now alone, Ace couldn't hide the feeling of something being utterly wrong. He grew up in the forest, so he was used to the sounds of wild animals and loud bugs. What he wasn't used to was the sheer silence that nearly made his ears ring. It seemed like even the trees didn't dare rustle their limbs in fear of making a sound. He was distinctly aware of his own breathing, slow and even, and somehow so loud. Even then, it all seemed to be drowned out by the violently crashing waves that he knew he should not be hearing, and it was slowly beginning to drive him insane. It seemed like each crash grew more and more violent, and he was tempted to see if he was closer to the sea than he thought. Maybe a storm? He took a glance at the sky and saw the stars twinkling brightly against the black void, not a cloud in sight. XXX. Sabo moved quietly through the trees, well, as quietly as he could. Normally the forest was more alive with noise, making it easier for him to use the rustling of leaves to his advantage, but none of that happened now. He heard his own heartbeat in his chest, heard how each grain of dirt shifted under his foot, and it unnerved him to no end. The one thing he could hear, though, was the raging water of the ocean. He didn't bring it up to Ace earlier, but he knew he shouldn't have heard it so clearly from how far inland they were. He swallowed and tried to ignore the crawling sense of fear that clawed at his chest, listening to how the waves came in irregular patters and sharp slaps of water. Light up ahead made him duck lower into the bushes as he approached a worn-down hut. He glanced around, making sure no one else was near, and approached the window, peeking in and feeling his breath catch. Luffy was hung up by rope, blood dripping down his tiny body and onto the shabby wooden floor in a pool. The pirate's knuckles were bloodied, silver spikes peeking out. Sabo turned away and ran back as fast and quiet as he could, ignoring Luffy's cries of pain as he denied knowing where their treasure was. That idiot. XXX. Sabo wiped blood from his eye as he watched Ace hold Luffy and gently run a hand through his hair while lecturing the younger boy. Moron. Why didn't you just say something? Ace's voice was full of anger, and if Sabo didn't know him as well as he did, he would have believed that he truly was angry. Instead, all he heard was worry. Luffy gave a little cough, his body trembling even as Sabo crouched in front of him to treat his wounds the best he could. I didn't want you guys to hate me. His voice was small and Sabo cringed, sharing a fleeting, guilty look with Ace. That's stupid. So what if we hate you? At least you wouldn't be in all this pain. Ace's voice came out in a snarl. The concept of taking pain for strangers was surely something that the black-haired boy found idiotic. After all, he and Ace knew full well that no one could be that selfless. Luffy had to have wanted something from them. Maybe some of their treasure? Blue eyes peered at Luffy's face and his heart twisted as tears gathered in the boy's dark eyes. Somehow, Sabo knew that train of thought was utterly wrong. But I couldn't let you guys hate me. Tears welled over and streamed down Luffy's face as he looked back up at both of them. Being alone is more painful than being hurt. Sabo's heart clenched and he looked away, unable to stare at Luffy any longer. He glanced at Ace and watched as the blood drained from his friend's face, eyes widening as he looked down at Luffy in shock. Sabo knew then that this was fate, because no other declaration could make Ace, who hated everyone, look at Luffy with such love in his eyes. It was like watching dawn break on an island that never had sun, and Sabo smiled as Ace leaned over and gently buried his head into Luffy's hair, pretending not to notice Ace asking Luffy if he wanted him to live. Luffy's weak nod was all Ace needed and he buried his head further into dark locks to hide the tears. Sabo smiled at the scene before jolting, smacking Ace and ushering him away from Luffy. Ace, wait, we can do this later. Luffy is losing a lot of blood. Ace jerked back as if burned, his eyes widening in horror at having forgotten the fact that Luffy was probably in a lot of pain. Carefully, he picked him up bridle style, his freakish strength coming in handy as they turned to rush up the mountain. Wait. Just take me to the sea. Are you an idiot? How's that going to help? Ace yelled as he completely ignored Luffy's request. Sabo gave the boy a quizzical look and echoed Ace's words. Luffy, salt water would be bad for you. And you're a devil fruit user, aren't you? You'll just infect your wounds and then drown. The blonde tried to reason with the boy who began to weakly squirm in Ace's arms, eyes growing wide in alarm the further from the sea he was taken. And no. Please. Trust me. Sabo and Ace slowed to a stop, glancing at each other then back to Luffy. It was a stupid idea to entertain, but Luffy looked so desperate as he glanced in the direction of the sea, his eyes pleading with them. A part of Sabo wondered if this had to do with how otherworldly Luffy always felt, that maybe he did know what he was asking for. Sabo glanced back at Ace and saw the same thoughts reflected in his dark eyes. They slowly nodded to each other and spun back around, now chasing the hill down to the sea where the ocean churned in violent fury. Once sand crunched under their feet, Luffy began to wiggle more, staring at the water with a longing that made Sabo uncomfortable. He swallowed and decided to be the one to voice the question. Luffy, are you sure? There was more that he wanted to ask, but he couldn't ask just yet. The nod of affirmation that he received made him sigh as he and Ace both came closer to the water, watching the dark currents reach further and further towards the shores. Sabo squinted, almost sure he was seeing things until Ace paused beside him and spoke. Luffy, Ace's voice was more subdued than he was used to, immediately catching his attention. Why is the water following us? Sabo snapped his attention back to the water and his eyes widened when he understood what Ace was asking. The waves crashed against the shore oddly close to them, but they were still quite far away from the main shoreline. It was as if this section of the sea had reached out just for them while the other waves maintained their boundary. Mama is worried. Luffy's voice was low, so Sabo was positive he misheard to reason, but you're what? Ace's exclamation made him swallow because yes, Sabo had heard Luffy right. Luffy, who was now squirming more desperately and reaching to the water, face grimacing in pain. Put me in the water, I promise it'll be fine. His voice sounded so sure and Sabo could only watch as Ace nodded numbly and trotted forward again, the waves now lapping at his ankles more gently than the rest of the sea. Sabo hesitantly followed, feeling his shoes get wet, then his shorts, shivering at the chilled water. He saw Ace's throat bob as he swallowed hard and kneeled, gently placing Luffy in the shallow shore. They gasped as a current ripped Luffy from them, both panicking and shouting his name and waiting in until their new friend looked back at them, a reassuring smile on his face even as he was carried further out. Sabo's mind was racing a mile a minute, knowing that as far out as Luffy was, he should be sinking, drowning. He was a fruit user after all, but all that happened was a gentle rocking motion that kept Luffy afloat. This is weird. Ace hissed, his eyes glued on Luffy and his mind likely coming to a similar conclusion as him. All Sabo could do was nod in agreement. A gust of wind nearly tipped his hat off his head and he grabbed at it absently, watching in fascination as Luffy was gently spun around in the water, a happy smile on his face. It was only when another breeze blew past him that Sabo realized that the air wasn't so still anymore. He paused, straining his ears and furrowing his brows at the distant sounds of trees rustling their limbs and forest critters chirping in the night. When had all the noise come back? His breathing wasn't so loud anymore though, and for that he could only be thankful. "Hey Ace," he waited for the boy to turn to him, almost reluctant to look away from Luffy. "I don't know if you noticed it before, but the sounds, they're back." Ace furrowed his brows in confusion before realization dawned on him, his head snapping to the forest in surprise. "It was quiet," he murmured, almost to himself. Sabo nodded in agreement, toeing off his wet shoes and socks, grimacing at all the sand he would have to clean off. "I think it happened just now." Sabo nodded towards the ocean and silently communicated, "When we put Luffy in the sea." Ace followed his gaze back to Luffy, trying to figure out what he was saying. Sabo sighed and shook his head, deciding to tell him later. For some reason, it didn't feel like the best place to talk about how weird Luffy was. "Hey!" Luffy's voice called out, stronger than what it was before. "I usually sleep here, I hope you don't mind." Sabo brought a hand to his face and furiously rubbed, because of course he shouldn't be surprised anymore. "What? Are you stupid, stupid?" Ace's shout was lost in Luffy's laugh and all Sabo could do was smile at his friends. XXX. A few years later. Ace and Sabo were sitting back against the wood of their treehouse watching Luffy sleep. He didn't always sleep there, sometimes preferring the sea, but that was okay with them. Luffy was a mystery, a boy too happy and wild to be kept to one place. Ace took in a deep breath, tearing his eyes away from his youngest brother to look at Sabo, his eyes trailing along the burn mark across his eye and the few that twisted down his neck to disappear behind his collar. Ace would forever be grateful to Luffy for saving their blonde brother, grateful for the mysterious power he held over the sea to bring Sabo back to them from that explosion. "Ace," Sabo's voice was low, his eyes still on Luffy. "Our birthdays are soon." Ace closed his eyes and took in a shuddering breath. It had weighed heavily on their minds, knowing that they had to leave Luffy behind. He clenched his fists on his lap, his shorts scrunching as he crossed his legs. The treehouse was a little too small for them now, but it was home, no matter how uncomfortable it could be sometimes. Luffy murmured in his sleep, a happy smile on his face as he nuzzled his straw hat. "I know," Ace managed to choke out, blinking away tears. He took a stabilizing breath and turned to Sabo, a fire lighting his eyes when he met blue. "But we have to protect him." It was something they could both agree on, but their methods were completely different. Ace wanted Luffy to stay here and get stronger, but Sabo was weak under Luffy's pleading gazes and soft smiles. Hell, Ace was too, but he knew when to look away in time, before his will broke. "He's not going to be any safer here," Sabo tried to reason, gesturing to the scrapes and bruises their baby brother still managed to get. Every time they had this argument, Ace's will slowly eroded away. It was chipped further when they would visit the town and people would stare at Luffy like he was some treasure to be had. It made him so effing mad. He gladly beat anyone who dared to look at his brother like he was something to be owned, to be bought. Sabo must have noticed his mood because he grasped onto it, desperately hissing out his argument to take Luffy with them. "If we aren't here to protect him, then someone could steal him. If those Celestials find out about Luffy dash," Sabo cut himself off, rage evident on his face at the mere thought. The blonde shook his head, his knuckles white and jaw clenched. "Ace, I would never forgive myself." Luffy stirred slightly and rolled over, clutching Ace's leg and smiling into his calf as he used it as a pillow. And God fing damn it, fate was against him. The last of his will shattered and rubbed a hand across his face, eyes defeated. I know. He swallowed and looked towards his brother, sighing when he saw the hopeful expression on Sabo's face. "You're right. No matter what, we gotta protect Luffy." The answering smile he received lifted some of the tension from his shoulders, even as he looked away from it to run a hand through his baby brother's dark hair. Smiling at the trust given to someone like him. Ace glanced back at Sabo, seeing his own thoughts reflected in blue eyes. Luffy was their treasure, their family. They would burn the world down before anyone took their baby brother from them. Ace groaned as he woke up, a sting on his face from where Luffy had smacked him in his sleep. He blinked, forcing his eyes to focus in the dark cabin as he removed the rubbery limb from his head. Luffy was wrapped around him, legs tangled around his waist and drool dribbling from his mouth and onto Ace's arm. He rolled his eyes, gently prying the little monkey off himself to stand and get ready for the day. As quietly as he could, he sneaked out the cabin and shielded his eyes from the blaring sun. He walked further out onto the deck and watched as the waves crashed into the side of the ship gently, the sails fully blown out in the stiff breeze. Their small ship was just large enough to hold 5 people comfortably, and all 3 brothers figured it was fine for now. Ace and Sabo both knew that they would need a larger ship for the Grand Line, but that was a problem for another time. Finally up? Sabo's teasing voice carried over to him and he scoffed before turning to his brother at the helm. Blue eyes were filled with mirth as Sabo gestured towards the sun. "You're lucky one of us gets up on time." His brother laughed at his expense and Ace turned away, an embarrassed flush to his cheeks. "Hey, it's not my fault. Lou is so snuggly, it's hard to get up." He tried to sound angry, but remembering his baby brother's innocent face always made him mellow out. At least Sabo knew better than to laugh at him, after all they were both huge softies for Luffy. "Yeah," Sabo's voice tore him from his musings and Ace tilted his hat down to hide his blush, even as Sabo agreed with him. The ship suddenly jerked violently and Ace stumbled, slamming against the rails and groaning at the pain in his ribs. The F-dash? He whipped his head around to the side and his eyes widened when a sea king breached the waters briefly before jostling their boat again. Ace cursed under his breath just as Sabo yelled out that there was another on the opposite side. Ace loved his baby brother, he really did, but this was the 3rd time in 5 days that sea kings came by to check on Luffy. Without missing a beat he threw himself from the railing and ran back into the cabin, slamming the door open and watching half amused as Luffy fell out of the bed in surprise. Ace laughed full and loud as he watched Luffy try to untangle himself from the sheets even as he went to pick his brother up. "Hey, it's fine Lou, they just want to see you again." Luffy immediately relaxed in his arms and pouted up at him, his dark eyes wide and pleading. "But I was sleeping so well," he complained, extending his limb out to grab his precious hat off the table. Luffy sighed when they stepped outside and he caught sight of the massive Sea King. Ace wasted no time and tossed his brother overboard, blanket and all. He laughed at the shriek of surprise Luffy gave and watched as the 2 deep blue Sea Kings dove down to where Luffy landed in the water. When they didn't surface immediately he shook his head and went over to draw up the sails, knowing this greeting could take a while. As he worked to grab the fabric up, Sabo climbed and joined him, both of them enjoying the pleasant weather. Sabo hummed next to him, the sleeves of his white button-up pushed high on his forearms and his equally blue pants slightly damp from the splashes the giant creatures made. "Any guesses today?" Sabo glanced over at him and sat up, balancing on the high beam of the sail to finish tying a knot. Ace felt his brows furrow, looking over at the sea and biting his lip in quiet contemplation. This was a mini-game between them, trying to figure out what Luffy really was. He always called the ocean his mother, and they both knew firsthand that the ocean did in fact love Luffy like no other, but was it really so simple? He groaned and slumped forward, knocking his head against a pole. "I'll take that as a no," Sabo laughed out and shook his head in amusement. "If it makes you feel any better, I still can't think of anything either." His brother sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "It's been a month since we set sail, I was sure that we would have at least something by now." "Damn it Luffy," Ace cursed out. "How can we keep such a troublemaker like you safe if we can't even come up with a good lie for you?" Ace ran an angry hand through his hair, pushing his orange hat back in frustration. A loud splash grabbed his attention followed by Luffy's cheerful laughter and the roar of a Sea King. Ace glanced over at where Luffy was comfortably sprawled on top of the creature's head, nuzzling it with a smile. "I don't think we could ever come up with a lie good enough to be believable." Sabo chuckled out next to him as he braced himself to jump back down on the deck. Ace had to begrudgingly agree. After all, how did you explain that your brother had a devil fruit, could swim, and had the creatures of the sea as friends? And that was just what was immediately noticeable. Ace's eye twitched involuntarily and his head began to throb the more he thought about it. "Hey Sabo!" Luffy called out from the top of the Sea King's head. The blue serpent-like creature bowed and let Luffy off back onto the ship. Ace huffed and let himself fall down from the mast, landing heavily on the deck and causing the wood to groan. "Mr. Slithers says that the calm belt is really close, but he said he could take our ship through it since it's pretty small." Ace held in his laugh at the name Luffy came up for the creature and disguised any stray sound as a cough. Honestly, his brother was so bad with names he almost felt bad for the nameless things he befriended. Sabo held his chin in his hands, clearly having more self-control than him as he thought about the suggestion. Sabo's slow nod grew more confident, and he smiled down at Luffy, ruffling his black hair. "That's actually perfect Luffy. Thank you." Luffy beamed up at Sabo with a wide smile and gave a cheer, grabbing some rope from nearby and offering it up to the Sea King so their ship could be tugged. Ace had to admit, that was pretty convenient. XXX. Saying Sabo was stressed was an understatement. His grip was tight on the wooden railing of the ship and his teeth were clenched. Water splashed against him in large waves and he let out a shout of fear as he felt his stomach drop. Up ahead, he could hear Luffy's cheer of delight. His voice was still on the higher side and easily discernible from the roaring waves that surrounded them. "Luffy!" he called out, hoping his voice made it through to him. "Why are they taking us to the Grand Line?" That hadn't been the plan, they only needed to cross the calm belt. They were also supposed to get a new ship first, hell they needed a log pose first. Sabo knew his gut was warning him earlier when the Sea Kings insisted on taking their ship upon their backs. "I don't know." Luffy's voice was growing hoarse from his cheering. "They said it'll be okay though. They won't let our ship sink." Another rambunctious round of laughter trailed Luffy and Sabo prayed to whatever god listening that their ship would hold. He squinted past the pouring water and over to Ace who had wrapped himself around the mast, eyes wide in terror and adrenaline as he stared at where Luffy was atop the Sea King's head. Sabo knew it all along, knew that his brothers would be the death of him. He never considered a heart attack for their safety should have been on the list, but now he was seriously debating that possibility. The wood under Sabo's hands groaned in strain and he loosed his hold slightly, not wanting to snap the railing before they even made it to the Grand Line. When his feet started to lose purchase on the ground, Sabo scrambled to wrap his feet around anything that was nearby, his heart beating frantically as his body began to float. F-. Ace's curse was loud and somehow overtook Luffy's screech of laughter. Sabo idly wondered if their grandfather had hit Luffy too much as a child. After all, their baby brother did have to deal with Garp for longer than they did. Air rushing past him brought him back to the present and he found himself slamming into the ground, groaning in pain from where his face made solid contact with the deck. His stomach was no longer flopping around in his body and he heaved a sigh of relief as he realized that they had made it. The ship was jostled slightly and the Sea King that was carrying them, Mr. Slithers if he remembered right, continued forward, seemingly with a destination in mind. Sabo sighed and flopped onto his back on the deck, pushing his wet bangs from his face and grimacing at how his thick, blue pants clung to his legs. "Damn it, Luffy," Ace groaned from somewhere to his left. "Warn us next time." Sabo couldn't help but laugh at that, knowing full well they would be warned during it next time. When he didn't hear Luffy reply, he tilted his head up and saw his baby brother whispering to Mr. Slithers, his eyes darting back and forth while he tried to hide a grin. Whatever it was, Sabo knew he wouldn't like it. Ace must have also seen the look because he untangled himself from the mast and stomped up to the tiny teen and pointed an accusatory finger at him since he couldn't reach Luffy while he was on the Sea King's head. "Luffy, no. Whatever it is, no." Sabo forced himself to stand and laughed at Luffy's pouting face. "But no." Ace cut him off, his eyes blazing. "It's bad enough you can't stay away from fights, but now we're in the Grand Line. You're not supposed to make your pirate debut yet, you're too little." Ace's voice was harsh and Sabo grimaced, knowing what was coming. "We brought you with us to protect you and you promised us you would try not to get a bounty until you were older. You're only 13 and dash. But my birthday is next month, it's not my fault you guys are born in the beginning of the year." Luffy cut Ace off with a huff, but Ace continued on as if he hadn't heard him. "And now you're trying to devise a plan with the Sea King that basically lied to us." Ace's breathing was harsh, but Sabo could see the genuine fear he held in his eyes for their younger brother. He couldn't fault Ace for it. It was already hard enough to keep Luffy hidden while they stole and burned ships in the East Blue. There was no way their little brother could remain hidden for long in the Grand Line now. Luffy deflated and even the Sea King looked cowed, both hunching over themselves with an air of gloom. Sabo saw Ace's eyes melt momentarily before he forced his scowl to remain firmly in place. He was a better man than Sabo. He sighed and wrung out his shirt, gesturing for Ace to come over so they could at least discuss what to do now. XXX. Marco squinted as he looked through the spyglass, trying to see if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He brought the glass down and inspected it, making sure the lens wasn't smudged before bringing it back up to his eye. Yeah, he wasn't seeing things. Off in the distance a small ship was being carried on top of a Sea King. A second Sea King was swimming next to that one, occasionally rising out of the water to tilt the ship back on the first Sea King more firmly when it swayed too much. Next to him, Izo leaned forward against the crow's nest, his sharp eyes focused on the horizon. What the F-? Marco only nodded next to him, still keeping his eyes on the horizon. They were on a mini-mobi gathering some supplies from paradise that were easier to obtain here in bulk than in the New World. They thought they left the weirdness of that sea behind, but apparently it followed them. "Yeah, I thought I was seeing things at first too, that's why I wanted some opinions." The crew member that had asked Marco to come up and check on it was scratching his head in bemusement, as if he still couldn't believe what they were all seeing. Either way, the ship being carried by the Sea King had a Jolly Roger, and that was something they had to prepare themselves for just in case. Even though most people steered clear of them, it never hurt to be cautious. Keep an eye on them, but it looks like they've just entered paradise, Yua. The scruffy man next to him nodded and took back the spyglass, settling back onto a comfortable crook in the wood. Marco spared another glance at the strange sight before he gestured for Izo to follow him back down to the deck. Come on, we still have to go pick up our shipment. Let's just ignore them for now. Izo looked like he wanted to protest but eventually nodded, straightening his kimono in a smooth practiced motion. Too bad, I was hoping for something interesting to happen today. Marco let a lazy smile stretch across his face as he stalked across the deck, hands in his pockets. Don't worry about it, Yua. I have a feeling that we will be seeing them again. Luffy. Sabo bit back a sigh and closed his book, getting up from his seat by the helm to go investigate the nose. Luffy's rambunctious laughter filled the air around the ship and Sabo found himself smiling as he approached a fuming Ace, who had his hair sticking up in random directions, having clearly just woken up. Ace spun to face him, feeling his approach and Sabo burst into laughter, pointing at his brother's marked face. His freckles were connected by black lines and made crude images of animals out of the dots. Sabo didn't even mind getting tackled, it only gave him a better view of his brother and made him laugh louder. He sputtered when he and Ace were sprayed with water from a sea king and Luffy's laughter grew stronger at the look of betrayal he shot his younger brother. The caw of the Nusco cut through the noise and Sabo called for a truce, heaving himself up to pay the bird and take the paper, thoroughly ignoring Ace's pouting. He and Ace already had bounties, a respectable 30 million each. They weren't trying to hide their own actions, but they didn't go out of their way for the attention either. They had already beaten a couple of rival pirate crews out on the East Blue, though now that they wound up in the Grand Line he doubted that the pickings would remain easy. What he really wanted to do was go back to another Blue. They weren't ready for the Grand Line yet, especially when Luffy was still so young. After scolding Luffy for allowing the Sea King to lead them to these more dangerous seas, he and Ace had both sat down to discuss the next possible Blue, the West seeming to be the better option out of them all. Sabo skimmed the cover of the paper and turned the page before freezing, his eyes widening as he caught sight of his brother's wide, smiling face staring back at him. His little brothers. He and Ace had gone out of their way to make sure Luffy remained hidden while they went on their raids and fended off pirates and marines alike, but somehow, his baby brother was now a wanted man. Luffy should have never even been seen. Sabo picked his jaw up from the floor and shoved his face into the paper, trying to ignore the dread welling up in him while carefully reading the article and trying to determine where his brother could have possibly been spotted. It didn't help his anxiety when he got a better look at the photo, one that Luffy was clearly posing for with a peace sign and a wide smile. He clenched his jaw, noting that Luffy had been spotted at some backwater village and island away from Logtown. Still, he was sure his brother had done nothing of notoriety there. He skimmed further down and frowned, Monkey D. Luffy, only alive. Sabo paused, his blonde brows furrowing before his eyes blew open in fear. Luffy! He jerked his attention away from the paper and to his brother. Ace was the first to notice his distress, immediately stopping his tickling session on Luffy and looking up at him with a concerned frown. Sabo? Ace was up in an instant and dragging a protesting Luffy behind him. Sabo ignored his brother's questioning gaze and firmly grabbed Luffy by his shoulders, looking down at his little brother with what he hoped was a collected expression. Luffy, at the last island we visited, did you do anything that would have given you a bounty? Ace's gaze was now sharp and his eyes moved down to the paper in Sabo's hand, his eyes widening when he saw a glimpse of a straw hat. Luffy pouted up at him with innocent eyes and shook his head, tilting it to the side and asking why. Sabo hesitated, knowing his brother was telling the truth because he was a terrible liar, but also flabbergasted at how this could have happened so soon. He swallowed, feeling his throat go dry. Luffy, I believe you, but, here, take a look. He removed his hands from his brother and opened the paper facing out to show them both. I don't know how or why, but you got a bounty. And you posed for it. He was still mad about the last part. Luffy could have at least tried to run. He saw understanding dawn on Luffy's face before he sputtered and reeled back. No. I didn't mean to. I promised I would try not to get one yet. Luffy gripped at his black locks and tugged, his eyes wide in panic. Sabo sighed and drew his brother in for a hug, knowing how seriously he took his promises. Shoo, it's okay. Nothing to be done about it now. I know you tried. His quiet moment was ruined when Ace's fist slammed into Luffy's skull and made him JRK back in surprise, least he be hit too. Idiot. Ace's fist was steaming as he loomed over a crouching Luffy who was holding his head, his eyes wet. Hey! I didn't mean to. Luffy's bottom lip trembled and the glassy look in his eyes intensified. Sabo swallowed when he felt the sea JRK under him and he hesitantly glanced out to the ocean to see the waves become choppy. He ran a hand down his face and pushed Ace away, ignoring the disgruntled look he was given. He leaned down and picked Luffy up easily, his little brother always one for hugs and contact despite being a month away from 14. A part of Sabo relished in it, now old enough to understand how precious their younger brother was and these moments that they could still share as a family. Ace seemed to think along the same lines because his face softened when looking at them. Luffy wrapped his arms around his neck like the little monkey he was and gave him an uncharacteristically somber frown. Really, I didn't know that old man was going to make a bounty poster for me. The pout that followed almost distracted Sabo from the bit of information given. Wait, old man? Luffy, tell me exactly what happened. He hoisted Luffy higher and took a seat on a nearby bench, adjusting his little brother so that he was comfortably sprawled in his lap, Ace flanking his right. Well, I was waiting at the dock like you told me to, and I was talking to Mr. Slithers. Then this old man came out of nowhere and wanted a picture of us together, so I said sure. Beside him, Sabo heard Ace smack his face against the fall and mutter curses under his breath about his innocently oblivious baby brother. He swallowed and tried not to follow the same action, his hand twitching from where it was securely against Luffy's back, keeping him in place. Luffy, he started slowly, trying to make sure he understood. What did we say about talking to the kings out loud? To not. Luffy chirped back, a wide smile on his face as he swung his legs. And what did you do before the man took the photo? Sabo pressed, ignoring the small kicks against his calves from Luffy's kicks. His brother tilted his head to the side and the smile abruptly fell from his face. Ah? Sabo sighed while Luffy had another crisis and picked the wanted poster back up. This time he focused on the background and he could make out the outline of the Sea King. It was safe to say that no one else would know what it was. However, if this wasn't the full picture. His eyes glanced down to the leading, only alive. Dread pooled in his belly and he involuntarily squeezed Luffy closer to him. Ace, he managed through clenched teeth. His brother was scowling, black marker still smudged on his face as he raised a brow. There's a Sea King behind Luffy, they only want him alive. Ace's black brows furrowed before they rose in surprise, his silver eyes opening wide as he stood and paced on the deck, fists clenched. Sabo! It's been a month. He winced, knowing full well that Ace took it especially hard. They were supposed to be protecting Luffy from being exposed, and being on an island so long didn't seem like the best way to stay hidden. However, now he was questioning their judgment in brining their kid brother with them. Ace, Sabo? Luffy's curious voice cut through both of them, and when Sabo looked at him, he couldn't help but notice the baby fat on his cheeks or how small his limbs looked around his more muscular form. He swallowed and tried to keep the scowl off his face at his own incompetence. Luffy, you gotta be extra careful now, okay? He tugged at a rubbery cheek and forced his big black eyes to look at him. We know that you're different than everyone, and that's okay. But some people will want you now that they know you can talk to Sea Kings. You have to be more careful, Luffy. Not everyone will know about it, but if someone calls you out on it specifically, I just want you to run. Sabo was glad his voice remained even and leaned back to let Ace ruffle his hands through Luffy's dark hair. Luffy bit his lip and stared up at them both, his wide eyes searching in a way that used to make him tremble when he was younger. By now, both he and Ace had gotten used to it, realizing a long time ago that no matter what feelings it evoked, Luffy would always be their baby brother. His brother blinked and frowned, nodding his head in agreement. I will. But you guys have to promise to run into the sea if you're ever in danger too. Sabo was distinctly aware of the sudden stillness in the air. He chanced a glance at the ocean and swallowed when he saw still waters. It was like they were out in the calm belt. Ace shifted next to him, slightly uncomfortable, and Sabo didn't blame him. Even after all this time, some things were still unnerving. Though, the older Luffy got, the stranger things became. Eventually, Sabo managed to choke out a few words past the instinctual fear that tried to consume him. Yeah, we promise. Just don't drown us, Luffy. He added the last part in a teasing tone and Luffy let out a bark of laughter. Sabo couldn't ignore the sudden noise of rushing water that came with it and the gusting wind that began to blow again. Of course not, silly. Luffy's voice was full of mirth. Ace and Sabo are my brothers, she'll never hurt you. Luffy spoke with such conviction that Sabo almost believed him. Still, he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling in the back of his head that told him to be weary. XXX. Sengoku sighed and cleared the papers off his desk as he felt Garp's fluctuating hockey storm down the hall. He didn't flinch when his door was thrown off its hinges, but he did raise his brows in surprise. His old friend usually had some restraint when talking to him, and he wondered what could have possibly gotten him so worked up this time. Garp had a fierce scowl on his face, his fists clenched hard and a paper was held tightly in one. Ah, Garp, nice to see you. He tried for diplomacy, but it only seemed to make the Vice Admiral even more angry. Sengoku. Garp slammed his fist on his desk and he felt his brow tick when the wood was split in half. Stray splinters flew past him and dust covered his face in an instant. Damn it, Garp. He stood and was ready to lecture his friend when he caught the look in the man's eye. He paused in surprise, the dust settling as he stared at Garp in shock. Sengoku had seen a lot of emotions on his friend's face throughout their time together, but fear was rare. Garp, he started again, stepping from around his ruined desk and to the furious man. What the hell is this? A paper was moved into his face, and when his eyes adjusted he saw the bounty of a young boy smiling at the camera. Only alive was printed in bold letters first. He furrowed his brows and took a quick glance at Garp's stormy face before reading further. Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku swallowed. Monkey D. He cursed under his breath. He wasn't getting out of this one. XXX. Shanks smiled as he greeted his longtime friend, silently enjoying how annoyed Mihawk looked. His crew was sprawled around the tropical island in a drunken haze, celebrating their latest find. The black-haired man frowned and shoved a stray member off him before nodding to him in greeting. Red Hair, I have a question for you. His voice was as blank as always, and Shanks smiled, playing into his drunken role to try to annoy his friend further. You came here just for me? He leaned forwards and swung an arm around Mihawk, silently laughing at the long, exasperated sigh he let out. I wondered where you put it after all those years, something so precious to you. Mihawk didn't even shrug him off as he pulled a folded paper out of his pocket. I believe I found it. My question is, who is he? Mihawk unfolded the paper and snapped it taut, turning it to face him. Shanks froze when he saw the familiar straw hat, all traces of drunkenness evaporating. A smiling boy with baby fat on his cheeks was wearing it and posing for the camera. He swallowed hard, his ears ringing as he shakily snatched the bounty away from the gold-eyed man. The party around him stilled, seemingly sensing his distress. Shanks stared, his heart beating harder by the minute. He knew this day would come eventually, knew Luffy would hold up his end of the promise, but... Ben! He shouted to his first mate, still not taking his eyes off the young boy in the photo. How long has it been since we left the East? He already knew the answer, but a part of him hoped time flew by faster than normal. About 7 years now. Ben's voice was to his left and he saw his first mate walk to his side. He didn't say anything when he heard the dark-haired man's sharp intake of breath when he noticed the bounty. In front of him, Mihawk narrowed his golden eyes but didn't say a word, simply observing his no doubt, surprising reaction. Shanks took a deep breath, trying to calm himself and failing miserably. Luffy was 14 at most and he already had a bounty. His heart squeezing when he read further down, his fears being confirmed. Only alive. He clenched his teeth, hockey straining to be let loose. His stupid son was already out on the sea, and Shanks was certain that his uniqueness had already been discovered if the bounty was anything to go by. His crew was stock still around him, clearly feeling his trepidation and anger thick in the air. He raised his voice, the hard edge lining it, leaving no room for complaints. Pack it up. We're leaving now. He was glad when everyone scrambled to move, leaving only he, Ben and Mihawk to stare dumbly at the boy in the photo. Shanks swallowed and tore his gaze away from it, hardly looking at his old friend before he readied himself to leave. My idiot son. Garp pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to calm down and breathe. Sengoku was patient beside him, his best friend on the phone and snapping orders left and right. Finally, Garp let out a sigh, forcing his hand to uncurl so he could look at the smiling face of his grandson once more. He was posing. Garp counted from 10 backwards, holding his breath and slowly letting it out. I'm trying, Garp. He knew his friend was trying to sort this mess out, but it was hard being patient. Still, now that he knew this wasn't Sengoku's fault, it made him feel both better and worse. Better because his friend wouldn't betray him, worse because someone other than the Fleet Admiral managed to get a wanted poster for his grandson. As far as Garp was concerned, Luffy was a baby and certainly didn't belong out on the open sea with a wanted poster. Garp paused and started counting again. He hadn't even begun to consider how Luffy was already out at sea. Garp rubbed a hand down his face. He hadn't even thought of the other brats that were most likely the reason why his adorable little grandson was out at sea. His hockey strained under his skin, his breaths coming in harsh. Oh, Garp was going to murder those 2 older idiots. The click of the den being hung up caught his attention and his frown deepened when he saw Sengoku's pale face. What? He spoke harshly, standing from the couch he had sat on and stomping over to the Fleet Admiral. Sengoku lowered his gaze and Garp felt something cold take root in his chest. There was a warning in the air, like the pressure before a storm. The sea outside was somehow too loud and Garp knew he wouldn't like what his friend had to say. Garp, his friend began, his voice heavy. The Celestials want him dead. Numbness gripped at his chest past the biting cold and a roar was in his ears. Dead? He fell back against the wall and a heavy thud filled the still air. Sengoku wasn't looking at him, and somehow Garp knew there was no way out of this one. He nodded stiffly, straightening and walking towards the door. I'm supposed to warn you about any action you take, but, Sengoku paused, his voice small. Garp knew, he had been around when Sengoku realized his son had died. He knew Sengoku carried his regrets on his shoulders every day, every time he saw the word justice on the back of a cape. When his friend didn't finish, Garp nodded his head and reached to open the door. Thanks, Senny. XXX. He found himself at the beach, the moon high in the sky and the breeze cool on his skin. A den was clutched in his hand and he tried to be gentle with the poor thing. But his frustrations were mounting and his worry increasing by the hour. His white cape blew back stiffly, his hair becoming windswept as he raised the untraceable den to his mouth, the call already ringing. A soft click and static was heard for a moment before an unfamiliar voice spoke. The family is strong. The voice was low and quiet, cutting off and waiting for the rest of the phrase from Garp. In the belly of the beast. Garp finished with a tight frown and the den in his hand nodded, mimicking the actions of the other person on the line. I need to speak with the old man. Tell him the dog is barking. One moment. The line went silent and Garp trailed his eyes back towards the ocean, pushing down his anxiety and swallowing the forming lump in his throat. The perks of being old was having many connections. He hardly used them, but was glad they were around at times like this. The last time the dog barked, Roger was still alive. Whitebeard's gruff voice carried over the line and Garp let a smirk form on his face. So tell me, why now? Garp was silent for a moment before he spoke, shifting to sit down on the sand and talk among the waves crashing on the beach. A pup is being hunted, you'll know when you see the bounty. There was silence from Whitebeard, but he could hear the shifting of paper and scuffling of feet. He watched as the den in his hand began to scowl and its eyes lit up with a fury not its own. We will watch. Whitebeard's voice was tense, a rage simmering underneath and Garp smiled. Thanks, old friend. He hung up and clutched at his head, his eyes squeezing shut as he tried to gather himself. He was glad someone like Whitebeard still lived. He knew the man hated the hunting of children more than any other. Now it would be in Garp's favor that the man cherished family above all. XXX. Thatch shifted nervously, watching his pop's shadowed eyes and clenched fists in silence. The other commanders did the same, all weary of their father's anger. It could be felt in the air, in the way it thickened around his person and seemed to seep into everything around him. In his giant hand a wanted poster was gripped tightly, knuckles white around it. It was at an angle that Thatch couldn't see and he wasn't quite brave enough to ask the man to turn it over yet. He wished Marco was there, he would have known what to do. My children, Pops began, straightening his back and rising to his full height, the chair he was on toppling back. A friend has called in a favor, and this is one I will not see failed. Thatch swallowed, eyeing the paper that was still in the shadows of his hand. Whitebeard seemed to know what they were thinking and turned the paper over to show them. A blinding smile greeted him, bright eyes and a straw hat. The boy's cheeks were a little too round, his eyes a little too wide for him to be anything other than a child. His gaze trailed down and he saw the name, Monkey D. Luffy. Now he knew why Garp the Fist had called. Thatch felt his resolve harden and his fists clench. He was the first to nod in agreement. He couldn't stand any child being hurt, they were all innocent and didn't deserve any of the nonsense adults hindered them with. They especially didn't deserve the world government hunting them down. I'll tell Marco. Thatch didn't wait for a response, he simply turned and ran to the communication room, already desperate for more eyes to keep a lookout. XXX. Mihawk wasn't one for drama, didn't care about the intricacies of people's lives simply because he didn't care about people. However, Shanks was another matter. He had basically grown up with the man, trained with him for years on end and watched as time weathered them to the men they were. He knew every aspect of the man's life and was somewhat insulted that he hadn't known about this important piece of information. You son him? His voice carried far enough to get Shanks to pause mid-step, and he watched as his longtime friend let out a shaky breath, a hollow laugh echoing across the deck. Shanks ran a hand down his face, shaking his head even as he agreed with him. Yeah, my son. He paused and a scowl twisted at his face before he motioned for him to come closer. Mihawk raised a brow but moved forward, wondering what Shanks was unwilling to tell his crew. He didn't miss how Ben raised his voice in the background and barked out orders, or how Yassab made more of a ruckus than usual. Shanks leaned against the railing, eyes trained on the sea and hands tight on the wood. Thunder boomed in the distance and the wind shifted abruptly, they both paid it no mind. Biologically, he's not mine. Shanks began, avoiding his gaze as he spoke. He belongs to the sea. Mihawk gave him a bland look, unimpressed. Of course, the kid would think so, especially if he wanted to be anything like his father. Shanks noticed his gaze and he let out another sigh, shaking his head. No, really. Shanks gestured towards the ocean and ran his hand through his hair, shaking stray drops of salt from the locks. He's a sea child, and she's quite protective of him. Gave me quite the shock when he called the ocean mom, but it was even wilder seeing it listen. Shanks cupped his hand as if to capture the water that sprayed towards them. His red eyes were set on the few drops that splashed on his hands, watching them bead and roll down his arm. I used to pick him up every morning from the sea, she loved to rock him to sleep, and he loved to tread her waters. Shanks' gaze grew distant and Mihawk felt his heart stutter in disbelief. Surely not. One day, he wanted to join us so bad that he stabbed himself under the eye. Red Hair uncurled the bounty and pointed at a small scar under the boy's eye. She healed him, but he said he wanted to keep it, said it made him look cool. Shanks let out a small laugh, it was barely there and blanketed under stress, but Mihawk could feel the fondness in it. He called me Dad first, though I'm starting to think that they were both in on it. But, I think she knew before I did and maybe I just needed some convincing. Shanks swallowed and grabbed a flask from his coat, opening the bottle and tilting his head back for a long drink. He gulped it down and offered him some, but Mihawk declined, needing his full attention on the impossible tale Shanks was relaying to him. His friend shrugged and took another swig, squinting his eyes against the first droplets of rain that began to pour down. Neither of them minded, they were used to life on the sea. The ship rocked under his feet and he leaned against the rail for extra purchase. Water dripped down the brim of his hat and he moved closer to his friend, making sure he would be able to hear over the roar of the rain. The people at the village prayed to him, Shanks said softly after a moment of silence. The barkeep, Makino, raised Luffy mostly and her only condition was that no one ever mention it. I don't think he knows to this day. Red Eyes moved from the sea to land on him, watching his every move. Luffy was allowed to wish them luck if they asked, but that's as much as he was ever told. Shanks shifted and water dribbled down his face and under his clothes. His coat hung heavy around his shoulders and his boots squelched as he shifted. Mihawk stared at the captain, his face neutral even as he tried to process the information. Shanks finally broke eye contact and carefully opened up the soaked poster. Only Alive glared back at the both of them. I think, Shanks started, his eyes narrowing. That maybe the Celestials are scared of meeting an actual miracle worker. Mihawk caught on to Shanks' hesitance immediately, his golden eyes narrowing. Miracle worker? Not a god? He watched as Shanks' face tighten and his lips thinned, eyebrows drawn down low enough to shadow his eyes. Luffy is Luffy, no matter what he is. Silence reigned between them for several moments before a fond smile lit Shanks' face once more, his cheeks beginning to redden from the alcohol. Luffy tells us what she says sometimes, how she knows who's good and bad for him or any stories that she was there to see. She even knew a few about me. Luffy has enough leverage over me for a lifetime. A dry laugh left Shanks, his red hair now soaked through and clinging to the sides of his face. Mihawk briefly closed his eyes in contemplation, an idea fluttering through his mind. If what you say is true, he began, catching Shanks' attention. Then why not tell the sea where you two can meet? And if he's there, I'll believe you. If not, well, I'll have my answer. Shanks' eyes widened, a wide smile slowly stretching across his face as he grabbed Mihawk by his shoulders and danced in place. You're a genius, Hawkeye. His eye twitched, it being the only sign of his irritation at the nickname before he removed Shanks' hands from his shoulders. Well, go on then. He gestured towards the churning waters and waited for the red-haired man to make a fool of himself. Shanks froze for a moment, tilting his head in thought before smiling and leaning over the railing. Hey! He was loud and Mihawk cringed at the noise. Tell Luffy to meet me at Sabaody. Shanks straightened abruptly and turned to walk away, purpose in his step as he headed towards the navigation room. Mihawk was left alone near the rail, his hat beginning to become soaked through and dampen his black hair. His skin was chilled as a breeze swept by and made his clothes cling. He glanced at the churning waters and thought about the wide smile and carefree eyes. Shanks had seemed so genuine, and Mihawk knew the man was nearly impossible to fool. He hadn't become an emperor by being dumb, and he knew Shanks had seen his fair share of odd. But Shanks also hadn't denied the title of God. He took in a deep breath, eyes trailing to the horizon that was darkened by storm clouds and only illuminated by the occasional flash of white-hot lightning. Surely not. Marco raised his hand, gesturing for Aizu to wait. He furrowed his brows, listening to Thatch's hushed, worried tone. It was unusual coming from the chef, a tone not often heard from his cheery brother, and it made him listen immediately. Marco, there's a kid, he's small and cute looking and they want him dead. We're sure of it. It says alive but they can't mean that, not when they have a bounty on him and Garp is worried and dash. Whoa, hold on there. Marco tried to calm down his panicking brother, his own thoughts racing on how Garp the Fist was involved. Aizu moved closer, the silk of his perfectly kept kimono brushing against his left side as he leaned forward to listen to what Thatch was saying. On the line, Thatch took a deep breath. There's a boy, his name is Luffy. He's Garp's grandkid and he's being targeted. He looks so cute and small, I want to help even if Garp wasn't calling in that favor. Marco stilled, the weight of just how much was on the line making his shoulders tense. Marco had been around long enough to see Garp age into the man he was today, saw him save Pops a time or two or turn a blind eye to them when all they wanted was peace. Years ago, Pops had told the man he'd at least owe him a favor, though Garp had insisted he'd never use it. He let out a sigh, exchanging a glance with Aizu and rubbing a hand down his face even as he brought the den closer to his mouth. Before he got the chance to speak, Thatch cut him off. He's in the bounties that came yesterday. Marco looked back at Aizu, who whirled around and demanded the newspaper be brought over, gesturing for everyone else that had stuck around to leave after. Aizu sorted through them quickly and Marco saw his eyes darken and his hand still. Aizu snapped his eyes up at him, red lipstick looking like blood in the dim room before handing over the bounty. The first thing Marco recognized was the straw hat. He stilled, eyes widening on its weathered form and aged red ribbon. It was a little too big on the boy who wore it, but it seemed to fit him perfectly all the same. He swallowed and knew his father would have recognized it in an instant. His blue eyes trailed down, memorizing the curve of his face and the squint in the kid's eyes. Monkey D. Luffy. He was young, but seemed so full of life and joy and unseen adventure, it nearly made Marco's heart ache. There was something in his smile, in the way it stretched a little too wide, that reminded him of something, of someone who he had known a long time ago. He swallowed, feeling the lump in his throat loosen even as he felt a headache coming. Clenching the paper in his hand, his eyes were drawn back to the hat. Thatch, his voice didn't come out as easygoing as he wished it had, and he could almost feel Thatch's turbulent emotions through the line. What does Shanks have to do with this? Aizu froze next to him, wandering at his train of thought, and Marco gestured to the straw hat. Aizu's eyes widened just as Thatch cursed up a storm, both realizing that yes, it was the same hat. I don't dash, Thatch cut himself off, clearly caught off guard. It's alright, you are. I'm sure Pops already knows. However, this might get messy if things go wrong. Marco bit the side of his cheek, thinking about a possible strategy before shaking his head in frustration. We'll keep an eye out. Ask Pops what he wants to do about all that and let us know. The den in his hand nodded, right. I'll call you back. The line went dead and the snail went to sleep. Marco and Aizu exchanged another glance, eyes worried and frowns etched on their faces. After several moments of silence, Marco broke eye contact and smirked. Ready for some chaos? Aizu didn't look too excited. XXX. Luffy could feel it in his soul before he felt it on his skin. The backdrop of emotions were always there, communicating with him and making sure he was never alone. So, when a swell of anger erupted from deep within, he knew it wasn't his. This anger was older, one that had been allowed to simmer for longer than Luffy had been alive. Hold on to something. His voice was quiet, but his brothers heard him, both stiffening and jumping towards a secure piece of wood on the ship. Luffy didn't, he never had to. Whether the ship capsized or a wave swept him away, he would always be safe in his mother's clutches. Not a moment later the sea began to churn, their ship jolting sharply and the sky darkening. Luffy stayed standing with his back against a wall, watching the currents fight each other like they were alive. Of course they were, and they showed how angry his mother was. She never spoke, but somehow, he always knew what she meant. And now, something was tugging at him, asking for him to join her in her anger. He wasn't mad, didn't know what there was to be upset about yet, but she always had a good reason. He turned to look at his older brothers, meeting blue and silver eyes and watching as their hands gripped the wood under their fingers tightly. Their bodies were being pressured by the forces, and it almost seemed unfair that Luffy could stand so calmly on the rocking ship. He gave them a bright smile. I'll be right back. They didn't answer, only gave him a knowing look and nodded. He was glad to have brothers that understood him so well, even if he knew he scared them sometimes. Still, their love was unparalleled and Luffy wouldn't want it any other way. With a twist of his body, he rocked himself forward and into the water, this time choosing to keep himself dry. The currents immediately gripped him, dragging him down, down, down. The light was gone in a few seconds, the area dark around him. His mother knew he couldn't see down here though, and soon a fish swam by, nodding its head towards him and illuminating something at the base of its head. Around him, he felt the slithering of eels and their synchronized shocks kept his immediate area dimly lit. It would have to do. Luffy had never been this deep before, had never needed to be. When he was younger his mother allowed him to grow up without any worry, without knowing any of the unease that treaded through her waters. But as he grew older, he could feel the press of responsibility digging into his shoulders. He had his own dreams and ambitions, he was still his own person, but he was aware of everything else in the world that just wasn't quite right. The currents around him let up and he touched the ocean floor, the sea creatures hovering close to him and waiting for his move. The currents were cold this far down and he could feel the lives of everything that crept around in the darkness. He had grown used to constantly being watched in the water, he knew his mother asked them to. An eel slightly further off illuminated and Luffy saw why he was needed. There, laying on the ground and half buried was a chest, it looked new and freshly made, but it was weighed down all the same. He felt the urging tug in his heart and listened, approaching the chest that was being torn apart by sharp waters and harsh bites from the eels. When he reached for the fruit that sat heavily in the sand he paused, looking at his arm that had grown transparent. It was like watching salt and freshwater clash, his fingers keeping their shape by some force separating him from the sea yet merging and mingling like they were one in the same. He took a breath, the water entering his lungs feeling refreshing rather than painful and clearing his mind with the burst of cold. Of course he couldn't drown, how could water drown itself? Luffy took his hand back, leaving the fruit and crossing his legs to sit. The gentle hum of electricity around him was soothing, like a lullaby from his mother with words she couldn't speak. It was in these rare instances where he was reminded of how different he was. And just sometimes he needed a moment to ground himself again. He always came back to the same conclusion though, no matter how many times things got weirder and wilder. Luffy wanted to be free, he wanted everyone to be free. People like Ace and Sabo who were held down by the weights and legacies of others. That was all he needed. Luffy nodded to himself and blew out a sigh, the water that had been in his lungs swishing out and mingling with the currents that gently tugged him forwards again. Luffy was tied down too, as much as his mother was, and they both felt the weight of it. But they had the same dream, so it was okay. Luffy grabbed the devil fruit, unsurprised that his water-made fingers could grip it firmly. Under the dim light it looked red, with swirls clashing on it in every direction and a green stem withering under the sea. It felt like he found something he had lost eons ago. Something that had always been seen but just out of his reach. Up he thought, and the currents listened, wrapping around his limbs and moving him away from the sea floor. The anger he felt from his mother was waning, her satisfaction at him having the fruit overcoming her hatred of those that stole it from her. The eels and stray fish that had given him light drifted away, their task completed as he saw the sunlight begin to break through the water. When he broke the surface the waters were calm and the thunderclouds were in the distance. "Lu!" Ace called as soon as he spotted him, offering his hand. Luffy grinned and waved, willing the currents to take him closer to his older brother. He reached up, his hand flesh once more and hauled himself out of the water, smiling at the concerned faces of his brothers. "I'm okay, here look." He uncurled his arms and showed them the devil fruit, their eyes widening in surprise. "A devil fruit? What kind?" Sabo spoke and stepped closer, trying to get a better look. Luffy let them have it to inspect, knowing they wouldn't eat it unless he said to. "I don't know, wait, let me try something." Luffy reached back for it, extending him limb and plucking it out of Ace's hands. He plopped down on the deck and tilted his head to the side, holding it up to his ear to listen. Ace and Sabo quieted, realizing this was one of their brother's strange quirks, and tried not to make a sound. The fruit hissed, burning in the wake of the salt water that had surrounded it. It whispered of ash and destruction and boiling seas. It reminded Luffy of the harsh heat and a dry desert, of somewhere even his mother couldn't reach. But it also reminded Luffy of warmth, of a cozy home and a fierce protectiveness. He knew then what it was. How it came to be in the world long ago. It was a hint of his mother's fierceness stolen, her emotion wrapped up and trapped in the fruit. "It's fire," Luffy finally said, taking the fruit from his ear and twirling it in his hand. He didn't know what to do with it, but his mother seemed to have calmed down either way. Sabo seemed to notice his indecision because he gave Luffy a gentle smile and a pat on his head. "Let's just leave it for now, I'm sure we will know what to do with it eventually." Sabo gestured for the fruit to take at the bottom of the ship. Luffy nodded and handed it over, smiling wide at his blonde brother's helpfulness. "Yeah, I think you're right." Just as he stood to follow his brothers along he froze, tilting his head to the side and listening to the crash of the waves. There was a tug on his chest and he went back towards the railing, staring down at the water hard. "Luffy?" Ace came to his left and Sabo his right, both unsure. Luffy heard it then, on the wind, words only he could hear carried on the breeze. He didn't know where Sabaody was, but he figured he'd find out soon enough. Another voice came, this one older and gruff and promising pain. "Oh." Luffy gulped and paled, staggering back and letting his older brothers catch him and run their fingers along his hair. Blue and gray eyes were focused on him but Luffy couldn't hear what they had to say. "Guys," they stilled, waiting and tense. Gramps knows. Ben brought the cigarette to his lips, watching the trail of smoke that it left. He took in a deep inhale, the tobacco tangy on his tongue and filling his lungs as he watched his captain silently. It was late now and the storm had passed, but the ship was still dripping wet. The deck was slippery and the sails soaked through. Rope was wound tight in knots that led to the crow's nest, water finding its way down from the upper masts. He exhaled, watching the cloud be swept away as he passed through it and to his captain. Shanks was staring out to sea and Ben idly noticed the tight grip he had on the railing. The tremor of harshly restrained hockey was under his skin, and if it weren't for his captain's tremendous control, Ben knew half the crew would be out from his will alone. Shanks didn't acknowledge him and Ben said nothing, taking in the silence for several moments as he waited for his captain to say what was on his mind. A cold breeze swept through them, flapping their coats and chilling his skin. The stars seemed far away that night, or maybe that's how it seemed given the tense atmosphere. If anything happens to Luffy. Shanks broke the silence, a dark gleam in a visible red eye, the scar over it making it more menacing. And honestly, his captain didn't need any help in that regard. Ben noticed how the wood under Shanks' fingers groaned, his control slipping ever so slightly. His captain let out a sharp breath, his shoulders coming down but still tense, still weary. Ben chose to ignore the small signs of his captain's distress in favor of trying to reassure him, knowing Shanks was more than capable of making up any worst-case scenario in his head. After all, one didn't grow up on a pirate ship without seeing the horrors of the world, and Shanks was no exception. How he handled it was with an easy smile, a laid-back persona and an air of being carefree, but Ben knew better. He could see the darkness in his captain's eye, something twisted and gnarled but buried deep. Could see it in how he kept that easy smile on his face when threatened or when being the one to rip a man's life away. It always seemed so convincing, but Ben knew. And then his captain met Luffy. A part of him had been surprised at seeing the rare, genuine laughter of his captain and the practiced smiles falling away to reveal something more loving and fond. Something that was real. Ben could see why easily enough though. The laughter and bright smiles of the boy warmed his own heart simply by thinking of it. He couldn't imagine what it did to his captain's heart. One that was buried and shriveled under darkness and childhood trauma. Ben swallowed, tapping his cigarette and watching the ash be blown away into the sea. He was the only one who knew who his captain really was, knew how he cherished and hoarded anything he treasured above all and kept it oh so close. So, when he had let Luffy run free, Ben was surprised, but not for long. He glanced at the empty spot on Shanks' head, the straw hat still glaringly missing after all these years. To Luffy, it had been a promise, yet Ben knew better, and he was almost sorry for the boy. Well, looks like the kid started off early, Ben began with a joke, testing the mood. Next to him, his captain shifted, hockey flashing. Ben sighed internally, he should have guessed that wouldn't have gone over well. Shanks straightened, his hands falling away from the railing, and that easy, practiced smile was on his face in an instant. Ben stilled and tilted his head towards his captain, watching as his face slowly relaxed into that mask of a smile. No matter how many years Ben had been with his captain, seeing it fall so easily into place still sent a shiver down his spine. Too early, Shanks agreed, keeping his eyes on the horizon. They were too dark to be paired with that smile. Ben watched as his captain raised a hand to the hat that was no longer there, instead threading his hands through crimson locks of hair. His smile turned more into a smirk, his hands clenching and tugging at the red threads. Anchor just has to hold out for a little while, besides, anyone in the new world should know who he belongs to. Shanks finished with a laugh and his hand slipped away to fall freely to his side once more. Red eyes pinned him down and Ben nodded, unafraid of the man he swore his life to. Shanks was a Yonko? Strong beyond measure and recognizable in an instant, so when he had come back one day without his precious hat, well, it had spread like wildfire. Ben looked from his captain and back to the sea, watching the black waters and remembering a promise, a claiming. Shanks never lost that hat, he just placed it on something that he found to be even more precious. The vice-captain mentally shook his head from those thoughts, knowing it didn't matter in the end. Luffy was now his captain's most prized treasure, and they were pirates. That was all there was to it. We'll find him, Ben nodded and believed in his own words. There was no way Luffy wouldn't be a natural disaster, so it would have been easy to just follow the chaos. Though it was a good thing they had a destination in mind. He decided to say as much and Shanks laughed, full-bellied and uproarious in the silence of the night. It was a genuine sound and Ben expected no less, it was related to Luffy after all. Yeah, Anchor will be fine. Shanks repeated to himself, and Ben felt his lips flatten to a thin line. For the sake of everyone involved, Ben hoped so. XXX. Sabo laughed, chasing after Luffy who was dropping bits of stolen food as they ran. The angry screams of the shop owner behind them spurred them on further, running as fast as they could with sand shifting under their feet. The sun was blazing hot and shining down on them from a clear sky, the sweltering heat making sweat drip off Sabo in rivulets. Luffy jerked to the left and Sabo skidded to follow, his smile growing even wider at the sound of his baby brother's joyous laughter. Sabo sped up, his breaths coming in faster, and he gripped the back of Luffy's shirt, hauling him into a nearby ally and motioning for him to be quiet. The small mob chasing after them ran past, and after a moment Sabo let out a shaky laugh, cringing slightly at Luffy's louder tone. "We did it." Luffy celebrated and took a large bite out of the leg of meat closest to his face. Sabo nodded, threading his hands through Luffy's hair and giving him a gentle smile. "You holding up okay?" He and Ace had both been worried when they docked at this island. They wondered how a sea child would handle the desert, but to their surprise Luffy seemed to be thriving in Alabasta. "What should we get for Mr. Slithers?" Sabo added on as an afterthought, knowing that the Sea King that was taking them to Sabaody didn't have a chance to eat as often as it wanted. It was terribly convenient though, not having to stop by each island to get to their destination. Sabo knew they had to go to Sabaody, they didn't know why though, and Luffy would just laugh when they asked, and the blues were no longer an option now that Garp knew of their escape with Luffy. That man would murder them on the spot, and they all wanted to live life to the fullest, not trapped under an iron fist. "I'm alright," Luffy spoke through a mouthful of food before swallowing. "And he's okay. He said he was going to be around the island eating while we get our own food." Luffy nodded to himself, as if proud he had remembered as much. Sabo rolled his eyes, removing his top hat to run a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. The thick fabric of his noble clothes was starting to be an issue, but he knew they would be back on the ship soon enough. A hot breeze fluttered through the alleyway and Sabo stood, dusting himself off and turning to give Luffy a hand up. He paused, frowning down at his brother when the younger ignored him, his eyes seemingly locked on something far away and towards the ground. Blonde brows furrowed and Sabo followed his gaze only to see nothing but specks of sand littering white stone. "Luffy?" he called gently, setting his portion of the stolen food down to kneel at his brother's side. Luffy didn't look at him, his eyes still fixated on something far away. "Hey Sabo," Luffy's voice was low and he tensed, not liking the change in his tone. This particular one was related more to what made Luffy so unique, and Sabo never really had any answers to his questions. "Yeah, Lou." Sabo raised his hand and gently cupped his brother's chubby cheek, gently squeezing the baby fat on it and silently cooing at the adorable face of concentration Luffy had on. "There's something we gotta see. I think." His tone rose and it came out as a question, but Sabo smiled gently and nodded. "Will it take a while? Should we tell Ace?" Another breeze shuffled through the silent ally and Luffy shook his head. "No, it won't take long." Luffy finally turned to him, his dark eyes looking right into and past him. Sabo refused to be weary. "Okay Lou, let's go. XXX. Slightly earlier." Aizu waved his fan in front of him, long fingers stretching across the delicate paper with practiced ease. He watched as the dust dispersed away from him even as more was kicked up further down the street. Dark eyes watched as two boys ran from the angry mob, laughs spilling from their lips and wide smiles on their faces. He noted the armfuls of food that they both held and the way that the older one made sure the younger boy kept on track. He pursed his lips, looking at the grain being hauled onto his cart with a dejected sigh and pulled out his den. It only rang once before Marco's lazy face was reflected on the creature. "What is it, you are?" His voice was low and hushed, like he was hiding away and trying not to be caught. Aizu looked back to where the two boys had gone, remembering the black hair hidden under the familiar straw hat. Aizu was weary about going after someone that clearly knew red hair, but he had orders and a part of him wanted to make sure that bright smile didn't have a reason to dim. He raised the snail closer to his red-lined lips, his face closing off further as he stepped away from his purchase to follow after them. "I found him. XXX." Sabo kept a steadying hand on his baby brother, making sure his lovable idiot didn't trip over his own feet and fall down the stairs they were descending. They were winding and carved out of stone that seemed to have lasted for 1,000 years, weathering time and hiding this place away from the encroaching sands. He didn't know how Luffy knew where it was slightly afraid to ask, but he followed nonetheless. He wouldn't want Luffy to do this alone and it seemed like something the younger was determined to do. When his foot hit the last step he took a look around, eyeing the high ceiling made of old rocks and carved pictures in boulders. Luffy was still next to him, ignoring the imagery around him to stare straight ahead. Sabo followed his gaze and squinted against the darkness, stepping forward and watching as a dark, rectangular rock emerged from the shadows. He turned back to Luffy when he heard the scrape of his sandals, pursing his lips but holding back his questions. He walked beside his brother then, watching as lines became clear on the slab and morphed into a neat written language of some sort. He couldn't read it and he wanted to know what it said among other things. He turned towards Luffy, pausing when he was unable to gauge his brother's expression. The upper half of his face was covered by his hat making his features unreadable. Sabo dropped the provisions on the ground and took a step closer to Luffy, gripping his shoulder gently and giving him a small shake. "Lu," he whispered, not wanting to startle him. His voice, low as it was, still filled the empty cavern and echoed around. Small grains of sand dropped from the ceiling, the noise mimicking a slithering snake. Sabo moved fully in front of his brother, blocking his vision from the chiseled slab of rock, and gently tilted his brother's face up to meet his. He swallowed, catching sight of wisps of white in the pupils of Luffy's eyes. Sabo stared, his own eyes widening in alarm as Luffy's pupils blew open and ignited in blazing white fire. Miniature suns glowed back at him, through him and unfocused. Panic built in his chest, and then between one blink and the next, the fire was gone and Luffy's eyes were back to normal. Sabo knew he hadn't imagined it, his heart was still pounding harshly in his chest from worry and his hands were trembling. "Lu." Luffy blinked, seemingly broken from his trance as his gaze focused back on him. Dark eyes brightened and a wide smile split across rubbery cheeks. "Shishishi. Sabo. Let's go get Ace." Luffy didn't give him a chance to respond, his brother jumping up into his arms and wrapping his limbs around him to cling to his back like a monkey. Sabo stayed frozen for a moment before swallowing the lump in his throat and nodding. "Yeah, let's." Sabo agreed absently, making sure his brother was on securely before hastily making his way out of wherever they ended up. He needed to talk to Ace. Ace wasn't sure why he was surprised anymore. Silver eyes slid over to Luffy, who was happily climbing up on their ship, his rubbery arms stretching out to grab the mast and sling himself up. Ace glanced back at Sabo, taking in his brother's drawn brows and the crinkles at the edges of his eyes. Sweat was sliding down his face and his blue coat was off, but even then his white dress shirt was soaked through and transparent in some spots. Hell Sabo, I don't know." Ace ran a hand through his hair, cringing at the dampness, and shook his hand off. Sabo gave him a weary smile, nodding and glancing towards their baby brother, blue eyes softening. "Yeah, I figured, just thought I should share the stress." Sabo gave him a cheeky grin, not quite managing to hide his worry. Ace moved his arm to slap his brother across his head before he registered the movement and growled when the blonde dodged away easily. "Oi! Come here. I need stress relief now too." Ace surged forward, reaching with both hands to grab at Sabo and growling when his brother danced away, a slight chuckle leaving the blonde. Now Ace, you can't go around screaming like that. We have to set a good example for Luffy." Sabo dodged again, skipping back and heading towards the ship in a full sprint. "Or are you gonna give up on being a good role model for Lu?" he called back over his shoulder with a smile. Ace paused momentarily, fighting with himself before he let out a sharp breath and a curse. Sabo was right, if he didn't at least try to act like a civilized human, he knew Luffy would use that as an excuse to be just like him. 'Cause his baby brother was adorable and looked up to him and Sabo with a single-track mind, like their word was law and they could do no wrong. Ace deflated, slouching and stomping over to the ship. They weren't near the main harbor, it was easier to hide the fact that they were being escorted by a sea king that way, so he didn't have to worry about his foul mood scaring off any locals. And the fewer eyes witnessing their method of travel, the better. A splash in the ocean caught his attention and Ace watched as the sea king bounced Luffy on its head like a ball. Considering how bouncy his rubber brother was, it was a good possibility that he was being used as such. Ace snorted and laughed at the sight, getting ready to leap up onto the ship before he froze at the voice that came from behind him. "Shouldn't you be more worried about him, you are?" He spun on his heel, sand slippery under his feet and hands coming up clenched, and he spread his legs, readying himself. Ace snarled when he caught sight of the blonde man, sneering at his bored look and tensing when his gaze lingered on Luffy a little too long. "Why do you care?" His voice was loud, drawing the attention of Sabo, who came into his peripheral on the left. The slashing of water stopped and only the lapping of the waves hitting their ship was heard for several moments. They eyed each other, the cloudless sky allowing the sun to illuminate them from all sides. The man had blonde hair, the sides completely cropped, and a buttoned-up purple shirt with ankle-length dark pants. "I'm Marco." The man turned his gaze back to Ace, raising his hands to show he had no weapons and was unarmed. Something about the situation told Ace not to trust that. There was something off about him, something dangerous. "Who gives AF-?" he muttered out, about to say more when Sabo cleared his throat. Forgive my brother." Sabo cut him off and Ace bristled. He would have shot his brother a glare if he didn't have to keep his eyes on the man that managed to sneak up on them. "It's nice to meet you, I'm Sabo. What do you need?" Sabo's voice was controlled, but there was a biting chill to it that told Ace he also wasn't happy with the situation. They were anchored near a cove and it would be difficult to leave fast, but it also kept them well hidden. The man, Marco, gazed between the two for a moment before giving them a lazy smile. "I'm here on businesses actually." Ace tensed further, teeth grinding together and preparing for a fight. Marco gestured towards the ocean where Luffy was resting on top of the Sea King's head, laying on his belly and watching the interaction with his wide eyes. His grandfather asked us to help him find Luffy, Ace felt the blood drain from his face and he dared a glance to Sabo, cringing when his brother nearly fell off the ledge of the ship. Oh Gramps? Is he okay? Luffy called over, the Sea King slithering closer to the shore and lowering its head so his baby brother could talk to the man more clearly. Ace warned, giving him a glare to back off. Luffy pouted at him but listened, gesturing for the Sea King to go closer to the ship instead. When Ace turned back to Marco it was to see fascination on his face, a look he absolutely loathed to see in regards to his brother. It was the reason they had left Dawn Island. The locals there had looked at Luffy in much the same way. DMN near worshipped the ground he walked on. Ace and Sabo both knew what kind of trouble that attention would bring, especially with the nobles that were far too close to comfort. Get your eyes off my baby brother, he snapped, gathering Marco's attention again. So what if shitty Gramps is looking for us? We ran away for a reason. Who wants to be a stupid marine? Ace straightened and spat out his response, gauging how much time he could give his brothers to sail away and escape from the man. Marco ran a hand down his face, his purple shirt gaping, and Ace caught sight of the tattoo across his chest. He froze, recognizing the symbol of the Whitebeard pirates. Against a normal person Ace knew he could at least give his brothers a running chance, but against a man from that crew? One of his father's rivals? His fists clenched in anger and desperation, eyes slipping to an oblivious Luffy before meeting the knowing blue eyes of Sabo. Listen, we just want to make sure you kids are safe. We owe Garp a good deal. It would be easier to bring you along if you agreed. Marco sounded sincere, but Ace couldn't ignore the lingering threat under that tone. We're quite fine by ourselves, thank you for your concern. Come on, Ace. Sabo replied before he could, and Ace didn't waste a second, swiftly turning and jumping on the ship before looking at the hardening eyes of the Whitebeard pirate. If you cared, then leave. We don't need you. Marco frowned up at them, his posture sagging as if resigned. Fine, we tried to be civil, Ace didn't bother to reply as he ran across the deck, swinging his arms out for Luffy to jump into them, and easily caught his brother, who shifted and clung to his back. He was glad Luffy had allowed himself to be protected, even though he and Sabo had to literally beat it into him that he was still too little to properly fight someone strong. And no matter how easygoing he seemed, Ace knew that man was strong. Their ship lurched and Ace grabbed onto the rail, watching as another Sea King rose up from the water and lifted their ship onto its back. Ace ignored Luffy's low mutterings, knowing he was talking to them, and instead making himself useful by grabbing the gun he had stolen back in the East Blue. A shadow of blue cast over him and Ace looked up, silver eyes widening at the phoenix that flapped above their ship. One of the Sea Kings shot from the water, blue maw with razor-sharp teeth opening wide and snapping shut millimeters away from the bird's legs. Go, go, go! Ace shouted, spinning and running down to the belly of the ship to place Luffy into a treasure chest. He saw Luffy open his mouth to complain but shot him a sharp look, eyes narrowing. Luffy, you promised. His baby brother deflated instantly, his eyes watering but tears didn't fall. Ace ruffled his hair, smirking. Crybabies can't fight yet. Wait for us. He didn't let him respond and he shoved his brother down into the chest, locking it. As he turned to go back upstairs where he could hear Sabo slamming his steel pipe, he paused, eyes catching the devil fruit that Luffy had brought up from the ocean days earlier. Ace eyed it, lips pursing in thought before he grabbed it and took a bite. XXX. Aizu was on the deck of the ship, a sharp frown on his painted lips as he tried to reason with the blonde. Stupid Marco, man had clearly been with Pops too long and no longer had the finer touch of how to actually recruit someone. Kidnapping was good and all went out on the high seas and against men and women who were hardened by the Grand Line and New World, not for actual children. Aizu shifted, hockey flaring just enough to dodge a bullet aimed his way. Marco was keeping the Sea King busy, clearly not wanting to kill it if the boys somehow managed to tame it. That left Aizu facing the blonde, his features were hard and his scarred face gave him a fierce look. Aizu's senses pinged and he rolled to the right, dodging the sharp jaws of the Sea King that crashed into the spot where he was just standing. He huffed, straightening his kimono, and was about to complain to Marco to do a better job but paused. Marco was facing off the Sea King. They were all currently on a ship that one was carrying, so that meant. Aizu turned to look at the beast, to the third one that had shown up, and raised his brows in surprise. What the hell was with these kids? He jerked, a bullet grazing his cheek and leaving behind a hot sting. This may become an issue if they had an army of Sea Kings at their disposal. Aizu readied his guns, and just as he was about to fire at the blonde man, a door burst open, flames spilling out and searing the edges of his kimono. However hot it was, it also had the added benefit of making the Sea King near him recoil back from the fire, the one that was holding the ship stiffened and made them teeter to one side. Aizu ground his teeth and bent his legs, spreading them wide to try to balance on harshly rocking ship. The blonde, Sabo, was gripping the railing with one arm, his feet sliding and desperately trying to gain purchase. At this rate they would end up capsized and on fire. Aizu glanced around, eyes catching on the source of fire and cursing under his breath. The boy from earlier was running towards him, fists raised and entire body flashing with orange and red. Take this. The teen sent a burst of fire towards him, it spiraled out and seemed uncontrolled but still managed to get him to move further away. Aizu crossed his guns in front of him, hockey flaring as he tried to disperse fire he couldn't dodge. A wall of blue blazed in front of him and consumed the incoming red flames before Marco landed in front of him and they nodded to each other, both knowing it would be better to switch opponents. Aizu glanced to the right, noting the Sea King that he had been fighting was flailing around, blood coming from one of its eyes. Aizu shifted and sprinted to the right, ping his gun and firing a shot that he knew would cause the blonde the JRK back. He jumped forward, leg kicking out and using Sabo's unsteady balance to knock him onto this back. Sabo rolled away in an instant and they both jerked when fire licked at their sides. Hey, watch it. Ace, you idiot. They paused and glanced back at each other, assessing. Why can't you accept that we don't want to go with you? Sabo spoke and narrowed his eyes, pipe clenched tightly in his grip. Aizu frowned but readied himself again, trying to determine how to knock the boy out but not harm him too badly. After all, if they wanted them dead this would have been a cakewalk. We aren't going to hurt you, Aizu answered, ignoring his question and noting the glare the blonde sent his way. When it seemed like he was about to retort, a scream of fury had them both whipping around and staring as Marco grabbed Ace, his blue fire smothering the black-haired teen's furious orange and red ones. Ace's eyes were blazing in anger, his hands trying to remove the flaming arm that was closing in further around his neck. Let him go. Sabo turned from him and readied his pipe, bringing it up for a swing before Aizu shot it out of his hand, grimacing at the slight spill of red that came from the teen's hands. Ace's fury spread and soon the flames became uncontrolled, the ship sizzling under his feet and the sails catching fire. Waves of heat began to distort the air and just as they began to boil over Ace went limp, his eyes rolling into the back of his head and his flames receding back into his skin. Marco pulled away, his hockey-coated hand grabbing Ace to sling him over his shoulder before he set his eyes on Sabo. Aizu took this moment to swing forward, jumping over the spreading fire and knocking out the blonde from behind. He crumpled and Aizu frowned, gently catching him and setting him over his own shoulder. The ship gave another JRK and the Sea King roared, diving back underwater to get away from the flames and dumping the ship back into the sea. The wood groaned harshly under the treatment and Aizu watched as seawater swept in from where the wood had been burned away, large waves threatening to topple the entire ship over. Marco! He called, grabbing the other brother and hefting them both under his arms. He staggered, their limp weights were heavy but all he had to do was hold still. Marco transformed, blue wings spreading and talons grabbing his shoulders. They weren't far from the shore, but it felt like forever until Marco managed to land and Aizu could drop the two, his arms nearly numb from the strain. Go get the other one, Yua. Aizu froze, nearly forgetting about the younger brother and nodding sharply as he clutched at Marco's talons in time to be swung into the sky. He landed on the sinking ship with a heavy thud, Marco next to him as the commander tried to control the flames, trying to prevent the ship from sinking too fast. Aizu ran down to where he saw Ace go, cursing at the water that already filled the cabin. Depending on how long it had been filled? He swallowed and threw his guns on the deck, diving down into the dark water and gripping at the wood to propel him further. The space was small, and he didn't see anyone in there, just a few stray boxes that floated around and a large chest. The little brother didn't seem like the type to listen so easily and he wondered if he would have been locked away. Aizu glanced at it for a moment before swimming up, taking another breath before diving back down. The cold water made his arms sluggish but he pulled at the chest, cursing at the heavy weight of iron and tugged harshly. It skidded across the floor heavily and Aizu was getting more desperate as time went on. He had to keep coming back up for air and in between one he called out for Marco. When he was back underwater he saw the room light up in blue and knew his friend had heard. Aizu broke the surface, gasping but finally had the chest near the stairs. Help me up. He reached for Marco's hand, gritting his teeth when Marco helped pull him up harshly, his arms straining from being stretched out so far. Aizu flexed his muscles, spitting out water that dripped into his mouth and grunted. The chest was getting heavier with each inch that was out of the water. Is he? Marco's eyes widened as he caught sight of the chest, blue eyes filling with panic. Aizu ignored him, pulling the large chest up onto the part of the deck that managed to stay afloat. I don't know. But it's the only place he could be, I didn't see him come out. Aizu gasped out around large inhales of air, his black hair splayed across his face. He coughed, moving out of the way so Marco could tear at the lock with his clawed feet. It snapped easily enough and Aizu watched wearily as Marco opened the chest, his heart sinking when seawater spilled out over the edge with a large splash. No one could survive that long underwater. A part of him had hoped that the chest had been airtight, but he should have known better with how hard it was to drag around. The lid snapped back with a heavy thud and Aizu's dark eyes widened, watching as the young boy peeked his head over the chest full of water. His black hair fluttered in the breeze and his eyes were wide, baby fat on his cheeks more prominent as he scowled in anger and worry. It was then that Aizu noticed he was completely dry. Even the Dmed straw hat that was on his back was still crispy and held its shape. Luffy! Ace's voice broke the silence and Aizu snapped his gaze around, eyes widening at the man staggering towards them. His fists were ignited in fire but he seemed trapped on the shore, desperate to reach them but now unable to. A snap of wood and iron made Aizu turn back sharply to see Marco twisting the iron clasps on the chest together, locking the chest again in a crude manipulation of the materials. Did you just? The banging from inside the chest confirmed his suspicions and Marco helped him by hauling him up. Come on, I'm sure they'll follow, you are. Marco transformed again, grabbing the chest by the handles with his claws and Aizu took this moment to jump on his back, glancing towards the shore as they flew into the sky slow enough to be purposefully seen. Aizu watched grimly as Ace screamed his rage from the beach, fire swirling up towards the sky in a vortex so high that Aizu felt it sizzle across his skin. Luffy! Another voice called out and Aizu watched as Sabo staggered next to his brother, somehow unaffected by the searing heat of the enraged devil fruit. User. We're coming for you, Luffy. Their voices combined and echoed with anger and worry across the sea, sending a pang of guilt right through Aizu's chest. He knew what it was like to lose a brother, and he couldn't blame them for their anger. His dark eyes drifted back to the chest where it was teetering from the punches thrown inside, mouth set into a firm line. God, he hoped this kid actually wasn't anyone important to Red Hair. Garp paused, cracker midway to his lips as he heard angry footsteps stomping down the hall. Gayerp. Sengoku sounded said, his voice nearly a growl. He munched on the cracker, uncaring of the crumbs that covered his hands when the rest disintegrated in an angry blast of air. His door had been slammed open, the lights of his office flickering dangerously, and he casually turned to look at his friend, extending his hand and offering the crackers. What one? They were snatched out of his hand and Sengoku threw his head back to scarf them all down in one go. Garp gaped at the now empty packaging, Sandash. Not one word Garp. The bag was crushed in the Fleet Admiral's hands and he threw it to the ground, stomping it under his foot like it was the reason for all his problems. What the hell did you do, Garp? Sengoku slammed the door closed and it fell off its hinges, teetering to the side and resting at an angle. The walls shook and the floor rattled at the force subjected to the doorframe. Sengoku crossed his arms, not even turning to look at the mess of the entrance and glared down at his longtime best friend. Garp leaned back, legs spread and he rested his hands behind him to cradle his head. Eh? What do you mean? He saw a vein throb in the Admiral's forehead and Garp had to fight the urge to laugh. It was the only way he could lie, acting so oblivious. He was a terrible liar and even worse at keeping secrets, he could only hope keeping his friend angry would be enough to cover any of his slip-ups. Why the hell are the Whitebeards involved with your son? We just got intel that a boy with a straw hat was sighted with them and locked in a DMN treasure chest. Sengoku was foaming at the mouth and Garp could almost see a few strands of his hair turning white in real time. Huh, he said instead, picking his nose and trying to hold back a satisfied grin at his son being safe. Guess that's one way to trap the kid. He nearly saw steam come out of Sengoku's ears and he couldn't hold back the laugh any longer. He slammed his fists on the small table in front of him, wood splintering from the force. Haha. Senny, maybe you should take a day off? Garp grinned, he hadn't heard any news back from the Whitebeards so this was a great sign. If they had Luffy he knew the other two brothers would be nearby as well. You seem DMN calm for knowing a bunch of pirates to have your grandson. Sengoku slumped and sat on the couch opposite of him, grabbing another bag of crackers and eating out of stress. Ah, he's a tough kid. At least we know where he is now. Garp snatched a cracker from his friend and happily chewed on it, missing the dark look that flashed through Sengoku's eyes. They'll go after him, Garp. Garp swallowed down the cracker, nodding. I know, but once I get Luffy back I can probably explain the situation as a kidnapping or something. Garp rubbed at his beard, clicking his tongue and thinking of a good lie. When Sengoku didn't respond he glanced over, noting the harsh lines in his friend's forehead and hands coated in a crushed cracker. Senny? Garp sat up straight, frown forming on his face. Something was off. Garp, Sengoku began, voice hesitant. They know he can talk to Sea Kings. Sengoku stared at him, his eyes shadowed when he tilted his head forward. This wasn't news to Garp, He had always known Luffy would be seen as strange for it, but never imagined the Navy would go for him too harshly for that weird quirk. Then again, that was before they gave him an actual bounty. That's old news, Senny. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and gauged his friend's features. What of it? Sengoku looked away, towards the broken door and the white walls, his eyes landing on several mementos of the Marine's greatness. The fleet admiral was quiet for a moment, hands gripping at his white pants in a nervous gesture that Garp hadn't seen in near decades. The gesture made anxiety creep into his belly and settle heavily. Garp, they think he's Poseidon. The blood drained from his face, his hands trembling. He gripped his knees, squeezing hard to prevent the nervous shake coursing through his frame. That's dash. Garp was at a loss, his mind blanking. Sengoku, that's bullshit. He turned to his friend, watching with growing dread as Sengoku's features became increasingly blank, as if trying to hide himself away from Garp's emotions. The anxiety that had settled now threatened to crawl up his throat and choke him from the inside. It's supposed to be a mermaid. He blurted out around his tightening windpipe, and as far as they both knew, Luffy was definitely human. Well, as far as Sengoku knew. I know, Garp, I know. The resigned way it was sighed out did nothing to ease his thoughts, instead it made the lump in his throat more prominent and suddenly, he couldn't breathe. Garp swallowed, neck straining, and his saliva burned on the way down. Sengo dash, he couldn't finish his name. I'm sorry, Garp. Sengoku stood and Garp leaned back against the couch heavily, dark eyes trailing after the fleet admiral when he left without another word. XXX. Thatch was trying really hard not to pull his hair out. He loved his hair, needed most of it to be able to make his pompadour, so it was with great difficulty that he forced his hands away from his head. They had been in paradise meeting up with Marco and Aizu when the two had told them the young boy had been found. But this was not exactly how he expected the reunion of his brothers to go. That morning, Marco had landed on the deck with a heavy thump, the mini-mobi they came from a ways off. They were all initially surprised, and even more so when Aizu had climbed off Marco's back, kimono and hair in disarray like he hadn't had time to do it in a few days. Thatch was about to ask about it when a flare of fire caught his eye. It was heading towards them at startling speeds and he and the others shifted into ready stances, all asking what the hell that was and what happened. Because unless threatened with absolute death or exhaustion there was no way Aizu would let himself look so sloppy. Which brought him to his current dilemma. What do you mean their baby brother is in that chest? He exploded, pointing an accusatory finger towards Marco. Of all the times you gotta discourage Pops from pick up more siblings, you sure are turning into him. Marco had the audacity to look surprised and Thatch groaned, throwing a quick apology over his shoulder to his father figure. Gururarara. Marco, my son. Great work. His Pop's booming voice echoed across the deck which fell silent, leaving him, Aizu and Haruta to stare at their father with incredulous looks. Sometimes Thatch wondered how more of their crew didn't resent them, but he supposed it was better that way. Pops, you can't mean dash. He was cut off by a harsh pounding and the chest the kid was in tipped over on its side. The deck stilled and they all stared as the wood bowed under the force of the hits it was taking, seawater seeping from the material and pooling on the deck. Why's he still in there? Thatch lost his previous train of thought and rushed forward, knocking on the wood as he kneeled in front of the chest. Hey kid. Sorry about my idiot brothers. He ignored the glare sent his way. I'll let you out and we can get something to eat. That sound, okay? There was a muffled sound that sounded suspiciously like meat, and Thatch nodded even if it couldn't be seen. Yeah. As much meat as you want. He moved back and angrily gestured for Marco to untwist the metal, growling under his breath about stupid chickens and their need to hoard eggs. Marco's brow twitched in irritation, but he didn't argue. Fine, but you get to deal with him and his brothers. Marco snapped the twisted iron just as Thatch repeated, brothers. As if on cue, the spark of fire on the horizon that had been approaching them turned into a figure of a man on a striker, black hair whipping around him and an angry snarl on his face. Oh. Right. F-. Luffy. The man screamed and the chest in front of him was blown open, a boy no older than 14 popping his head out. The boy, Luffy, froze for a moment, eyes wide and taking them all in where they surrounded him on the deck. His eyes were dark and curious, holding an innocence to them that made Thatch's protective instincts kick in. Meat? He tilted his head in an oddly cute way and Thatch latched onto the topic. Yeah. Lots. He stuck his hand forward, hoping the kid would take it and get out of the chest without putting up too much of a fight. Food was the best thing to bond over and he was glad the kid seems to think so as well. Luffy, two voices sounded from the horizon and the boy now identified as Luffy turned his gaze over to the sea. His eyes brightened and a blinding smile split across his face. Ace. Sabo. They have meat. Luffy blew out at the top of his lungs, jumping up to stand. Thatch cringed and rubbed his ears, unprepared for the impossibly loud shout from the short boy. Now that he was out and standing, Thatch could see he wore plain blue shorts and a little red vest, a straw hat on his back and a wide smile on his face as he waved at the approaching striker. "Oh, I'm not doing this again." Aizu's sudden shout had him glancing over, and he was surprised to see the commander stomp away towards his quarters, angrily shoving aside anyone that didn't move fast enough for his tastes. A sudden rush of heat had Thatch jerking, his eyes widening as a wall of fire erupted on the side of the ship. It condensed into a young man, and Thatch nearly cringed at the enraged look that was tossed at everyone on board. Were it anyone else but them, Thatch was almost certain that they would have withered away from that glare. Silver eyes were narrowed and dark, smoldering in a way that even his devil fruit couldn't manage to do. He was bare-chested and his dark shorts supported a large knife, one that he seemed keen on using anytime soon. "Ace." Luffy was still smiling as he stretched out his arms, unafraid of the fire liking at the man's shoulders. Thatch wondered how he was going to reach the man across the deck and nearly choked when his arms kept going. He saw Ace's shoulders slump slightly in relief, reaching his own arms out to grab at his brother. "Wait, you are." Marco finally grew a brain cell and grabbed Luffy just before Ace could touch him, tossing him over his shoulder and preventing him from getting burned. That was the wrong move, because the anger on Ace's face grew tenfold, the air rippling around him and the deck of the ship slowly scorching outward in a circle that surrounded him. Ace took a threatening step forward, teeth bared and mouth formed in a snarl that screamed of something beyond fury. Thatch swallowed, eyes dancing between the two fire users and the boy trapped between them on Marco's shoulder. "Give me my baby brother." A blast of fire blew by Thatch and he watched in slow motion as Ace leaned forward, eyebrows drawn down and lips smashing into a harsh line. Fire shot off his heels, scorching the deck of the Moby black and propelling him forward. Thatch braced, knowing he was too close and would be burned. Just as he was about to run past him and sear Thatch's skin, Pops was there. A large, hockey-coated hand caught Ace in his middle, stopping all his momentum and knocking the breath out of him. Thatch let out a breath of pure relief, glad he didn't have to spend any time with the nurses for serious burns. "You're a spirited brat." Whitebeard grinned, eyes blazing in approval, and Thatch frowned internally, knowing Pops would absolutely wear Ace down to join the crew, even if he was currently spitting with rage and surprise at being caught. "Let him go." This time it was Luffy who spoke, struggling against Marco and reaching towards his brother with an extended arm that was easily caught. Thatch didn't know how the two brothers both managed to find devil fruits, but he supposed he's seen weirder. "Luffy." Ace sounded desperate as he struggled and kicked against Pops, who was trying to calm him down. "Luffy, go. I know you can. Leave us." Ace pulled against Pops, eyes pleading towards his little brother. If Thatch wasn't looking as closely as he was, he would have missed the subtle way that Ace gestured towards the ocean. "No." The sharp refusal from the boy tugged at Thatch's heart, and he didn't miss the soft look his Pops gave the two. He could commend them for that, for sticking together like how a family should even against a crew as famous as theirs. "Let go." Luffy bit into Marco's arm and his brother jolted but didn't let go, blue fire immediately healing the wound. "Pops, I found another one." They all turned towards Josu's voice, watching as he dragged an unconscious blonde behind him. Ace stilled, eyes widening in horror at the trickle of blood that came from his brother's mouth. "Ace," Luffy's voice was low and Thatch was instantly on alert, something instinctual telling him to be on guard. It wasn't the kind of feeling that you obtain from years of experience or travel, it was something that Thatch knew everyone was born with. An ingrained fear of something that seemed impossible in the worst ways. The two brothers looked at each other, ignoring the words of Marco and his Pops to have a silent conversation. Ace's scowl somehow managed to grow deeper, his eyes gaining a desperate edge. Still, the two brothers didn't speak. In the distance Thatch could hear a boom of thunder and he raised a brow in surprise. Even in paradise the weather only changed so drastically around islands, and they were far away from any that he could tell. A shifting breeze drew Thatch's attention to the waters and he could see how the ocean began to churn, the waves growing larger and choppier and spreading out, as if they were at the beginning of the storm. The winds picked up abruptly, they were sharp and stinging his cheeks, as if he were atop a cliff and in the middle of a blizzard. The rest of his brothers stilled, glancing around and taking in the changes. Thatch stumbled, eyes widening when he realized that waves had grown large enough for the Great Moby, a ship or colossal size, to begin to rock. Thatch was almost certain he could count on his hands how many times normal weather had managed to challenge the Moby. "Luffy." Ace's desperate voice drew his attention, the teen struggling against Whitebeard who had managed to hold his hands behind his back. "You promised." Ace's silver eyes were unmoving, uncaring about anyone else besides his baby brother who seemed to be struggling with himself. Luffy, still being held like a rag doll against Marco, was loosely tugging against the hold, tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. I just don't want Ace and Sabo to get hurt because of me. Luffy's cheeks were puffed out, like he was holding his breath so he wouldn't cry. Thatch saw Ace swallow and look away, likely unable to hold his resolve against the pleading gaze. Thatch didn't blame him one bit. He was part of the crew and even he was tempted to fight for Luffy's freedom. He knew this was for the best though. Luffy was definitely too young to be on the grad line, never mind have a bounty out for him. Come now brats, you'll be safe. Let us take you to our medical wing. Whitebeard's voice was low and gruff, no longer filled with the spirit of the fight. It seemed even his father figure couldn't resist. Ace hesitated in his grasp, twisting his head around to meet the giant man's gaze and holding it, unsure. Ace, Luffy called again, his eyes shadowed by his hair. Ace, she says they're okay. There was something in that tone that scratched at the back of Thatch's head and past his pompadour, some nagging feeling that Luffy knew more than he let on. Whatever it was though, it seemed to mostly satisfy Ace, who glanced back at Whitebeard, his lips thinning into a frown but his eyes losing their fight. I just want my brothers, Ace muttered, frame still tense even as his pops slowly began to loosen his hold. When Ace didn't immediately fight, Whitebeard let go fully and gestured for Marco to let Luffy go. The boy instantly flung himself forward with extended arms, wrapping his hands around Ace's neck and slinging himself on his brother's back in a practiced motion. His legs came up to wrap around his waist and he buried his face into Ace's hair, eyes darting around but seemingly calmer now that he was with one of his brothers. Ace took a step towards the blonde, cautiously watching everyone on the deck as he stood to hover over his unconscious second brother. Jozu had been smart and quickly stepped away when Whitebeard had offered aid. Thatch watched the brothers with a frown, not liking how they stood tensely in the middle of the deck, clearly hating how they were being observed so closely by everyone on the ship. He noticed then that Ace wasn't swaying on his feet, perfectly balanced. Thatch blinked and looked out over the rails, surprised at the calm waters that now surrounded them. He brought a hand up to his face, the warmth familiar and lingering without a cutting breeze to steal it away. My daughters will help you youngins. Whitebeard's voice drew his attention back and he watched as his pops gestured to the nurses off to the side, each wearing various masks of worry. They took that as their cue to approach slowly, hands clearly visible as they came forward. Ace tensed further, hands coming to grip at Luffy's legs still wrapped around him to reassure himself. Thatch could see how hard this was for Ace, but with one brother down and another too young to fight, he didn't think the fire user had much of a choice. Ace didn't move from his tense standoff, clutching at Luffy like his life depended on it. His silver eyes followed the young nurse that had approached Sabo, watching as she checked him over. He's fine, should wake up in a couple hours or so. We can put him to rest in the med wing. The nurse stood from her crouched position next to the blonde and her eyes trailed to the younger brother clutched to Ace's back. Luffy's head peeked out from behind Ace, a smile forming on his lips before he flinched at Ace's snarl. He's not hurt. Just take care of Sabo. Ace freed one of his hands and reached behind to shove Luffy's face closer to his black hair, trying to obscure the view of his younger brother as much as possible. Thatch knew what it was like to being protective of the younger ones, but this was a different level entirely. Ace was terrified of something, that much was obvious even if he showed it with snapping anger. Though Thatch had the feeling that this wasn't all there was, Luffy seemed too happy and curious to be so compliant. He idly wondered then, just what Luffy had promised. The nurse huffed, resting her knuckles on her hips as she scowled up at him. Nonsense! He was stuck in that chest for who knows how long, I'm not risking my patient. She made to reach forward and Thatch moved before he realized what he was doing. He made it in time to shove her back, avoiding the lick of fire that ignited off of Ace in his anger. Whoa there, Thatch gave him a weary smile, eyeing the orange and red flames that licked at Ace's skin and wrapped around. Luffy. Thatch gasped, making to try to fan the fire out. Wait, don't hurt your brother with that fire. That got through to Ace, who extinguished himself immediately, jerking his arms around and making Luffy cling to his front. Lou. I'm sorry, are you okay? The boy in his arms giggled, giving his big brother a proper hug and shoving his face into the crook of his neck. Silly Ace, of course I'm fine. Nothing from Mom can hurt me. Ace smacked a hand over Luffy's mouth and growled something in his ear, his eyes glaring into Thatch as he scolded his baby brother. Thatch blinked, unaware of why Ace seemed angry and still confused as to how Luffy was okay next to the fire Logia. The nurse next to him shifted and grumbled, leaning down to grab the still unconscious blonde. Ace caught the movement and shifted Luffy, hauling him over one shoulder and keeping his other hand free. Jozu sighed and walked forward, helping the struggling nurses and carefully lifted the blonde. This is taking too long, come on. He turned and waited for Ace, smirking when the black-haired teen glared but followed after him to the med wing of the ship. Thatch ran a hand down his face, suddenly tired. That was almost as bad as having to fight them, the stress was draining. His father's shadow fell over him and Thatch looked up to give him a weak smile, still too worried about the boys to put his usual cheerfulness behind it. "Did you catch what that brat told his younger brother?" Thatch blinked, surprised but shook his head. His pops nodded, eyes trailing after the boys with something in his gaze that Thatch couldn't decipher. Marco came up next to him, also watching them retreat into the medical wing. "Pops," Marco murmured, eyes finally looking away and up towards his father. Thatch furrowed his brows, glancing between the two and trying to figure out what they were getting at. He knew those looks, knew that they knew something he didn't. "What?" Thatch blurted out, uncaring that the other commanders rolled their eyes at his lack of tact. No one answered and Thatch wondered why there was anticipation building in his gut. XXX. Whitebeard stared after the boy clinging to his brother's back, his mind whirling with possibilities. Luffy lifted his head and looked right at him, as if feeling his gaze and hearing his thoughts. The eyes that met his weren't those of a child, they were still carefree and innocent, held the look of wonder and the joy of exploration in the world, but they were knowing. They were old, like there was a lifetime of memories locked away and better left forgotten. Dark eyes stayed on him, staring and almost testing his worth. Then Luffy smiled so wide his eyes closed shut, his grin a large D on his face and positively genuine in its kindness. It was like the sun, blinding and warm, like the star itself had looked at him and shown him its favor. Whitebeard had heard the old legends, knew what Roger so desperately wanted to see. He knew something big was coming, had felt it before the chest was even opened. Felt it before Marco even landed on the ship. He had sailed the seas for longer than many of his crew had been alive, and his instincts rarely led him astray. When that boy had peeked his head over the chest and smiled, he had seen more than others. He saw how the chest was damp on the inside, the wood bulging and iron straining to keep shape. Saw the red rust of metal as salt water tried to eat away at its foundation. It had certainly been in the sea and every part of it was soaked through. Whitebeard also knew where dampness should have sunk through, but instead he only saw the perfectly dry black hair and crisp red vest. When Luffy had jumped out and was snatched up by Marco, he saw the straw hat on his back, small and unassuming to anyone else. But now that he had seen it up close and in person, Whitebeard knew. There was a certain residue left behind from the use of hockey, something that tingled along your spine and was swept over to untrained eyes. He was not so naive, he could feel the lingering power in the straw, reinforced by the will of the two previous owners, each a conqueror. It proved to him that it was the very straw hat that Red Hair had favored and apparently gave away to the brat from the East Blue. But that wasn't all it told him, because now there was a lingering sensation, a feeling that seeped into his bones as if he were the first to have ever noticed. If an object could have sentience, then he was sure this is what it would have felt like. It wasn't Roger's or Shanks' residue hockey that seemed to grasp at him though, it was Luffy's. Yet at the same time it wasn't. Hockey didn't feel like that, vast and bright, like the rays of the sun had lingered too long and scorched their essence into it. He stared at the boy that he had promised Garp to take care of, knowing that now he would do so of his own accord. He didn't need to be told that Luffy was special, he could feel it in the way the power was uniquely his, full of lingering secrets with each pulse. If he were any other man he would have been unnerved, but now he could only think of Roger's promise. Of an island called Laugh Tale and the whisperings of the Poneglyphs. Instead of voicing his thoughts he smiled back and laughed, eager for the change this boy would bring with him and glad he was here to see it. Luffy opened his eyes, smile falling and nodded his head in what Whitebeard could only assume was thanks. He then got the feeling that maybe his thoughts weren't so private after all. He woke to his brother's distinct laughter, the sound soothing his tense muscles even as he squinted against the light. Sabo raised a hand to his marred face to block out the harsh light, trying to open his eyes which seemed to be stuck together. Ace's soft voice drew his attention, it was a low timbre and even though Sabo couldn't make out what he was saying, he knew it was directed at Luffy. He flexed his muscles, forcing his eyes to finally open only to squint against the sun and groan. A weight was then at his side, helping him up and blocking the light. He smiled, grateful and opened his eyes once more to see Luffy's grinning face and Ace's annoyed scowl. "You know," Ace drawled as he wrapped an arm around him and helped him sit up. "If you're going to try to sneak around the other way you should at least make sure you don't get caught." His voice was dry and he scowled down at Sabo like it had been his fault everything went to shit. While he had tried to sneak off and get Luffy back another way, he hadn't expected to be hit on the back of his head and knocked out instantly. Sabo winced and gripped his squill at the memory, giving Ace an apologetic look. "Yeah, I know, not like I planned it." Ace rolled his eyes and scoffed but Sabo could see how his shoulders relaxed more, some of the tension leaving his body. "Luffy drew his attention when we crawled forward and sprawled in his lap, eyes shining with relief and fingers playing with his hat. "We're glad you're okay, Sabo." He laughed, ruffling Luffy's hair and pretending not to notice Ace's melting scowl. Of course Lou, though it looks like we're in quite the situation now, huh? Sabo looked around as he spoke, gazing at the small cabin they were in and the single door that led to the outside. He was on what was clearly a medical bed and the room was plain besides a countertop across from him. It had an array of bandages on it and some scattered medicine, none of which he recognized. Yeah, Ace cut through, arms crossed as he leaned back against the wall from his position at the end of the bed. His silver eyes slid over to the door and a frown tugged at his lips. Didn't have much of a choice, and... Ace hesitated, meeting his gaze before pointedly looking at Luffy. Lou said it was okay. Sabo hummed and glanced down at Luffy. He knew what Ace really meant to say and he was glad he managed to beat some tact into his other sibling. He ran his hand through Luffy's black hair, ruffling the locks and smiling down at his baby brother. Luffy had the ability to read people well, like their souls were bared open before him and not a single thing could be hidden. Sabo still remembered the first time that look had been directed at him, and he knew it wasn't all just Luffy's doing. He still felt it sometimes when those dark eyes gazed into him, and if he looked too hard, he could almost see something besides Luffy staring right back. He swallowed and tugged lightly at his baby brother's soft, black hair. He felt like he was failing, he knew Luffy's secret was slowly starting to unravel and it made Sabo's gut twist with anxiety. Well, it was more his and Ace's secret, Luffy never intended to hide until they asked him to. Luffy, he started, making sure Luffy met his gaze before continuing. You can't go into the water until we're far away from here. He lowered his voice and spoke in his ear, drawing back to see the frown on Luffy's face. Dark eyes were wide and begging, small hands stilling from their fidgeting. Sabo continued, trying to explain his harsh decision. Lou, people who eat devil fruits can't swim. Just try to blend in, okay? He placed a gentle hand on a round cheek, thumb softly rubbing the flesh. Large eyes blinked at Sabo and Luffy pet his head to the side, confusion twisting his face. But Sabo, Luffy began with furrowed brows. I can't swim. Sabo's thoughts grinded to a halt and Ace let out a snort of disbelief. What do you mean you can't swim? You sure as F aren't drowning. Ace crossed his arms across his bread chest, scowl deepening in his own confusion. Well duh, Luffy rolled his eyes like he was the only one making perfect sense. Oh course Mom won't let me drown. That's why I never learned to swim. Ace bared his teeth, knuckles raised and ready to give Luffy a nuggie before it dawned on Sabo. His eyes widened and he smacked an indignant Ace away, grabbing Luffy's attention. You mean you never learned because you ask her to carry you around where you want instead? Sabo hummed at Luffy's excited nod of confirmation, a smile on his lips. That actually made sense. If something was done for Luffy his entire life, he wouldn't need to learn how to do it. Sabo leaned back and watched as Ace's face contorted in concentration, waiting for the moment his other brother would understand. Just as it seemed like steam would come out his ears, his silver eyes widened in realization. Oh, he breathed, blinking away his confusion. Sabo nodded, proud he didn't have to spell it out for him before he went back to the topic at hand. Be that as it may, Luffy people are supposed to drown when they can't swim. And we both know your mom wouldn't let that happen, so for now you're just going to have to talk to her a little less. Well, in the water anyways. Sabo spoke gently and tried to get Luffy to see reason, frowning at how his little brother's face fell. But, Luffy began, voice soft and eyes casting down. But she's important to me too. Sabo hated how small Luffy's voice sounded, hated that he had to ask a child of the sea to stay out of the water. Still, Sabo was the responsible one and sometimes he had to make decisions he didn't like to protect his brothers. He looked over Luffy's head, meeting Ace's eyes and stealing his resolve before looking back down to the prepubescent boy partially in his lap. I'm sorry, Lou. And he meant it, mentally kicking himself for even asking. But it was required, and he knew Luffy would listen. After all, he and Ace had made Luffy promise. This was his and Ace's adventure, and Luffy only came along because they didn't trust anyone but Makino back on Dawn. They had made Luffy promise that he had to wait to be a full pirate, and that he had to listen to them both no matter what. And right now Luffy had the designation of cabin boy, no matter how wrong it felt to keep Luffy so restricted. So when his first bounty came out they were angry and worried for a reason, but it could have been far worse. Sabo sighed when Luffy didn't answer, only nod his head and grip at the crisp blankets harshly. Come here Lou. Sabo leaned forward and was relieved when Luffy was still pliant in his arms, letting himself be hugged and coddled. Ace shifted, scooting forward and wrapping his arms around them both so Luffy was smushed in the middle. Ace was warmer now that he was made of fire, but it was a warmth that Sabo knew wouldn't hurt him. At least intentionally. A knock on the door made them all jump and Sabo was harshly reminded that they were on an enemy ship. Approved by Luffy or not, they had still kidnapped their baby brother. Ace was the first up, a scowl back on his face and fists clenched, fire liking and dying on his knuckles. Sabo scrambled off the bed, shoving Luffy behind him and backing Ace up. "What do you want now?" Ace snarled at the door, anger at their capture quickly returning. "Whoa, no need to be so mad." The voice was muffled through the door, but it seemed friendly enough. "I brought food. I promised that little bro of yours some meat." Sabo sighed when Luffy ran forward, prior conversation apparently completely forgotten. The door slammed open and Luffy launched himself at the man, his arms looping around and climbing up the surprised pirate. Ace looked appalled for a second before he sprinted forward, gripping at stretchy limbs and failing miserably at getting Luffy to let go. The tray of food that the man was holding tipped precariously and Sabo decided to pity him, grabbing it out of the man's hands and bracing himself when Luffy turned his attention to him. The impact of his little brother slamming onto his side barely moved him, having gotten used to it long ago. He didn't even mind when rubbery limbs climbed him and a weight settled on his back, rubbery hands taking the entire tray and tipping it back into his mouth in one gulp. "Luffy!" Ace growled, trying to get Luffy off him and stretching his cheeks wide open. Sabo looked at the man who was gaping at them from the door. He was sure he made a sight with Luffy clinging to him and Ace harassing their younger brother. He pretended that nothing was happening behind him and gave the pompadour-wearing man a nod in thanks. The man blinked and laughed, waving off Sabo's thanks with a grin. "Ah, I forgot he was a D, I'll get more. I'm Thatch by the way, sorry about how my siblings got you on board." Sabo narrowed his eyes at that, analyzing the resigned face Thatch had. "They mean well, they're just stupid about this kind of thing sometimes." Ace snorted from behind him and Luffy giggled, face coming up over Sabo's shoulder and smiling at Thatch. "Shishishi, that's okay breadman. Mama says you're nice." Sabo cringed but before he could do anything about it Ace had smacked Luffy on the head and covered his mouth with his hand. He swallowed, trying to remain calm and hoped Thatch didn't catch what Luffy had said. He glanced back and internally sighed when he saw the confusion on the pirate's face. It didn't seem like he was so lucky. "Well, thank you, we will stay here and wait." Sabo nodded towards him and abruptly slammed the door shut, cutting off whatever the man was about to say. "Luffy, what did I tell you?" Ace hissed and he turned to see Luffy's cheeks puff out in a pout, bottom lip quivering. He mumbled something under his breath and Ace raised a hand to his own ear, pretending not to hear. "What was that?" he hissed, leaning closer. Luffy swallowed and repeated what he said. "That I can't say stuff like that." Ace nodded, lowering his hand and gripping Luffy's chin to make him meet his gaze. "And what did you just do?" Sabo winced at the anger Ace showed but knew it was necessary. Luffy was as dense as sea stone and there was no other way to get him to understand. "I talked about you." His words came out muffled with how hard Ace was gripping his cheeks. Ace removed his hand and smacked the back of Luffy's head again, scowl deepening. "Idiot." Sabo sighed and sat back down on the bed, resigned to come up with contingency plans for whatever might slip from Luffy's mouth. "XXX." Ace frowned and tugged harder on Luffy's hand, making sure he didn't get too distracted looking around the giant ship. Ace was on his left and Sabo on his right, boxing him in and making sure no one could sneak in and attack just in case. He and Sabo had both agreed that they were probably relatively safe with this crew from what they had heard about them, but Ace was still reluctant to open up to them about anything. In fact, they were lucky he wasn't blasting them with fire for their earlier transgressions. His grip on his brother's smaller hand tightened and Ace pretended not to notice the worried look Luffy gave him. The man in front of him, Thatch, was talking and gesturing with his hands, pointing at different spots on the ship and explaining the going-ons in everyday life. Luffy and Sabo were both eating it up, each darting their eyes in the direction the man gestured. Ace supposed he was nice enough. He had come back and fed them heaps worth of food and only smiled when they said they wanted more. He had to begrudgingly admit that it was a nice change of pace to be offered food rather than having to steal it. And here we are. We usually hold all of our meetings here with Pops. The other commanders should be in there too. It's not that many of us. We don't really want to overwhelm you by forcing you to meet everyone just yet, but we hoped you'd hear us out. Thatch gave them a warm smile and Ace scowled in the face of it, scoffing and turning his head away in annoyance. "Whatever, just get on with it." Luffy's hand tightened in his and Ace squeezed back, unwilling to worry his brother over his own insecurities. The smile fell off Thatch's face momentarily before he perked back up, shifting to open his door while announcing their presence. "I got the little black holes, Pops." Luffy laughed, bounding forward with a skip in his step, fingers slipping through his. "Breadman fed us lots." Luffy smiled wide as Thatch sputtered and from inside Ace could hear a roar of laughter. He sighed and followed Luffy in, glancing around the room and taking in all the commanders on either side of the long table. At the head sat Whitebeard, comfortable in his massive chair with a bottle of sake in his hands. "Come in and shut the door, can't let my daughter see me drinking." He laughed loudly while Luffy nodded seriously, grabbing him and Sabo to shove them inside before slamming the door shut. As they stood awkwardly near the entrance, Luffy stretched out his arms towards Whitebeard, and Ace had a terrible feeling of where this was going. A few of the commanders shouted in surprise but held themselves back when Whitebeard shooed them away with a wave of his hand, grin forming on his face. "Luffy!" Ace yelled, stunned, because surly Luffy wouldn't. He did. Rubbery arms gripped at the man's shoulders and Luffy shrieked in delight as he was launched forward with a shout of "Banana Mustache Man!" Sabo groaned next to him and practically shoved his head into his hands at Luffy's antics, his usual composure dissolving under their brother's odd tendencies. They knew Luffy would probably be safe given that Garp had asked these pirates specifically to find them, but it still didn't make them feel good about the situation. Luffy was about to slam into Whitebeard's chest before two massive hands caught him, tossing him into the air slightly before bringing him down enough to see Whitebeard's grin. Luffy flopped like a fish in the man's giant hands, laughter bubbling out of him continuously even as he was settled onto large shoulders. Mustache Man. Luffy's energy was in full swing, legs dangling over Whitebeard's chest and large grin firmly in place. Ace was shocked into stillness, his mouth moving but words refused to come out. At least it didn't seem like he was the only one. Most of the other commanders in the room were wearing various looks of bewilderment. They were all vastly different, showing at the diversity in the crew with just a handful of people. Sabo recovered first and stepped forward, worry in his gaze and an apology already forming on his mouth. "I am sorry about him." Sabo stuttered out, and Ace didn't blame him for it one bit. After all, he still couldn't even manage to speak. He should have known that Luffy would immediately forget the very important conversation they just had about him behaving himself and listening to them. And for a solid 5 seconds Ace contemplated on punching the ocean for giving him such a dim-witted brother to deal with. Gururarara. Don't fret it, boy. He's such a pleasure to have. Reminds me of Garp when he was younger. Several of the commanders paled at their captain's words and one Ace recognized. Aizu spluttered. "You can't mean that." The well-dressed man slammed his hands on the table as he stood up, facing Luffy with growing dread. Luffy blinked from Whitebeard's shoulders and leaned forward far enough that the captain had to hold him upright lest he fall. "Oh, you're the pretty person. You made yourself pretty again." Ace mimicked Sabo and slapped a hand over his face, dragging it down harshly and counting backwards from 100. Aizu blinked rapidly for a moment before flushing and narrowing his eyes. "I did. Does that bother you?" Luffy tilted his head to the side cutely and Ace didn't miss how Thatch let out a soft coo. "Huh? No." Luffy blinked and his eyes focused on the kimono that he wore. "Oh, you look comfortable. Can I try one of those on?" Ace restarted his backwards count. Aizu stood straight, his hands falling away from where he had slammed them onto the table and calmly looked from Luffy to meet Whitebeard's amused gaze. "We're keeping him and you can't argue." Whitebeard let out a roar of laughter and to Ace's horror, he nodded in agreement. "No, wait." He started forward, feet slamming against the wood as he approached Whitebeard with a glare. "You can't keep our baby brother." He felt Sabo's presence behind him and he was glad his sibling knew when to cover his back. Everyone settled down immediately at Ace's words and Marco, who was sitting to Whitebeard's right, held his hands up in surrender. "You both can stay too, obviously. We would never separate you, you are." Ace hated how his shoulders relaxed slightly at the thought and he bit his lip, looking at them all. His gaze was especially weary of those there that he hadn't officially met. He was torn from his thoughts when Luffy gasped and turned towards Sabo. "Wait! We can't stay." His brother flailed like he had just remembered something and bounced from the captain's shoulder right towards Sabo's waiting arms. Whitebeard didn't seem too bothered at the loss and Ace hoped that they wouldn't be kept as prisoners on this ship. "Oh, why's that?" It was Thatch who asked and Ace already knew Luffy would answer him. He had fed them after all, and to Luffy, that was the highest honor. "We're going to Sabaody," Sabo cut in quickly and Luffy nodded in agreement, eyes blazing in determination. Sababody. Sabo frowned and twisted Luffy in his grip. "No, Lu, Sabaody." His blonde brows were drawn down and Ace could hardly believe Sabo was giving Luffy a literature lesson at a time like this. Though, Luffy's eyes glazed over and Sabo sighed in defeat, knowing he wouldn't get through to him anytime soon. "What's there?" Thatch pressed and Ace sent him a scowl, hating that the other pirates were apparently content with Thatch asking all the questions, obviously seeing that Luffy was fond of him. Luffy's grin grew impossibly wider. "Dad, of course." Ace's scowl deepened and he had half a mind to scold Luffy and tell him that he should learn to keep his mouth shut, but the innocent look his brother held made the thought die on his lips. He knew exactly who Luffy looked up to as a father, and maybe it wouldn't be so bad if the Whitebeards knew not to hurt Luffy unless they wanted to face a rival pirate crew. He glanced over at Sabo and his brother seemingly read his mind, nodding in agreement. Just this once they would let Luffy talk. Thatch's face fell and he twisted his hands in his lap. Luffy, the Marines are after you. Your grandfather asked us to keep you safe. Your dad might not be able to hold them off. Luffy blinked and he looked at Thatch like he was the idiot. Eh? But he's so strong. I'm sure Dad can fight off some measly Marines. Besides, I know he's super worried right now. Luffy frowned and Sabo ran a gentle hand through black hair, eyes softening. Aizu, who had taken a seat again, straightened from his relaxed position, back stiff as he looked at Luffy with dawning horror. His dark eyes flickering to the straw hat resting on Luffy's back. Luffy, he started, eyes trailing back up to meet a smiling face. What is your father's name? Ace braced himself and Sabo subtly gripped Luffy tighter. Shanks. Blood drained from Aizu's face and Ace watched the infallible Marco choke on his own spit, eyes widening and 1,000 different emotions flickering across his expression. Abruptly, shouts filled the air, declaring the impossibility of that statement. Ace noted that several of them looked immensely stressed, eyes flickering to his baby brother like he was made of expensive glass that had been shattered. Luffy just laughed, attention turning back to Thatch who had nearly fallen out of his seat. See, I told you Dad was strong. You guys sound like you know him. The man who had knocked Sabo out earlier, Jozu, leveled Luffy with an intense stare, eyes disbelieving. You're the son of an emperor? Ace blinked, mind freezing. He turned to Sabo and stared at his baby brother before the words managed to settle in his brain. His baby brother's prized father was not only a pirate, but an emperor of the sea. Ace wanted to blame his little brother, but it seemed that Luffy didn't even know if his confused face was anything to go by. Ace swallowed and pinched the bridge of his nose, no longer caring that he shut his eyes surrounded by possible enemies. And because of that, he didn't notice Whitebeard's intense stare boring into Luffy. XXX. When Shanks arrived at Sabaody his tension doesn't ease. The constant sound of resin bubbles popping in the distance made him twitch, subtle but there. They stood as a reminder that they seemed far too loud in a place that's too peaceful when it shouldn't be. Not if Luffy was there. If Luffy was there he would have heard his laughter and the angry grumblings of adults, would have heard the sounds of the sea that always followed him, would have. He swallowed, red eyes scanning the trees that loomed over them before flicking back down to the expanse of green grass and the quiet shopping district. People are mingling and smiling, talking among each other and laughing. But their laugh was all wrong, there's too much shyness in some and not enough life in others. They're all wrong. He remembers Luffy's laugh, full and boisterous, filled with a need for adventure and the will to show his true self. It was bright, like the sun had twisted its rays into sound and graced Shanks with its melody. Grass crunched under his feet as he stalked forward, each step bringing him further away from his ship and his weary crew. They could feel his tension mounting and Shanks knew his hold had to be ironclad. His will was strong and some of his crew, the newer ones he had obtained over the years, hardly ever saw him lose his control. But that was different, they hadn't had a need to see his anger. Not when Shanks had known his precious baby boy was safe on that island in the East Blue. Shanks paused in the middle of a random clearing, uncaring of the whispers that swept across the suddenly hushed crowd. Ben was at his right, silent and waiting, supportive as he always was. Anxiety twisted and settled in his gut, knowing the answer to his own question even as he used his observation haki to feel across the whole island. Everyone was a dull pinprick of light in his mind's eye, all crowded together and painfully ordinary. More like blemishes across his senses rather than the people they represented. His fists clenched, eyes falling closed to look further. He ground his teeth together, his will slipping for a moment too fast for anyone but Ben to notice. Luffy wasn't there. His little boy that still had so much growing up to do and shone like a beacon of light, who would have a painfully hard time hiding his presence from those who could use observation haki. He wasn't there. He took a calming breath, trying to gather his anger, worry and another slew of emotions that threatened to overcome him. How ridiculous, Hawkeye's voice was dry with an undercurrent of amusement. You actually thought he would be here. He approached from his left, only the sound of grass and wind breaking the deadly silence. He could practically feel the thoughts of the civilians and rookie pirates, could hear them hold their breath and wonder how he, an emperor, would react to such a statement. Shanks could feel his crew freeze in their spots, unsure of what to do and how to proceed. Only his generals shifted, their stances still forcibly relaxed despite his sour mood. Shanks could appreciate Mihawk, his rival and friend for speaking his mind, but now wasn't the time. The swordsman didn't seem to care though, his unwillingness to worry over others' emotions finally starting to pull at the edges of Shanks' already frayed nerves. He watched as Mihawk glanced around, hat tipped up as he stared at those gathered in disdain. Unless you claim some of this riffraff. He gestured broadly to those gathered, sunlight gleaming off the precious jewels embedded in his sword. Golden-rimmed eyes uncaring at the bristle of offense some took to his words. He ignored the man, flexing his hands in an effort to stay calm, the easy smile on his face tightening until it didn't resemble a smile at all. Ben shifted next to him and he tried to ignore the growing unease he felt from his first mate, the man that knew him best. Mihawk tilted his nose up in disdain, a taunting smirk etching itself on his lips. How disappointing, to place such a bet on someone who wouldn't even show. Shanks will broke free and his haki flared, anger lining his red eyes with a fierce light. All around civilians and pirates alike fell, eyes rolling back and foaming at their mouths. His own crew wasn't spared, and Shanks had no time to confront those with weak wills. He glared at the smiling Mihawk, teeth bared with a fist clenched tightly over Griffin's hilt. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder and Shanks fought the urge to shake Ben's heavy palm off. Because he knew that Luffy had heard him. Knew that his little boy would have fought to hell and high water to find him, knew that something must have been holding him back. Shanks bared his teeth and forcefully reined in his will, each tug of haki a battle to hold back into his body. Mihawk was a stark contrast to everyone else, his eyes lit up from their usual boredom and his fingers twitched as if to grab his blade. Hit a nerve, did I? Golden eyes widened when Shanks' hard-fought control slipped like a rope between his hands, his haki lashing out once more. Mihawk laughed, the sound low and echoing, but still so empty. Enough of that. Ben stepped up from his right, left hand still firmly on his shoulder and cigarette between his lips. Anchor can't come to satiety if there's nothing left of the island. Ben always knew what to say, how to make him remember why his anger shouldn't be so easily shown. Shanks loosened his grip on his sword and Mihawk didn't hide his disappointment, frown tugging at the edges of his lips. It was easy for Shanks to paste on his fake smile in the face of it, satisfied at denying the man the fight he obviously wanted. But Ben was right. Just because Luffy wasn't here now didn't mean he wasn't going to be ever. It was possible he had come too early, though a part of Shanks doubted it. After all, Luffy was a sea child and that entailed many perks that Shanks was sure he hadn't seen yet. If anything, travel should have been easy for him. The smile fell from his lips in an instant at the thought, but Ben's grip on his shoulder tightened in reassurance. He would give Luffy 3 days, and if he didn't show, Shanks would tear the world apart to find him. Sabo hid his smile in Luffy's hair, hands gripping his brother's back tighter as he watched the Whitebeard pirates argue among themselves. This revelation wasn't well thought out or something he intended to let slip, but it seemed like the right decision at the time. Now, with how they were looking at his brother, it proved to be the right choice. Sabo was decent at politics, having to be well acquainted with them for the first few years of his life, and it was something that he didn't forget easily. Maybe the politics of pirates were far rougher around the edges, but it still came down to power. And from what he just heard, Red Hair Shanks was powerful, an emperor. To mess with what was his was to mess with him, and by the looks of it, nobody wanted that outcome. Luffy was still giggling in his arms, ever oblivious to the revelations it entailed besides his father being cooler than he thought. Sabo silently hoped that Luffy would never lose that. It was such a Luffy trait and his innocence was something he and Ace both treasured now that they were older. Sabo looked from Luffy and watched as Thatch dragged a hand down his face, staring up at the ceiling before leveling a glare at Marco. This is why you don't put random kids in chests. He was already in there, Thatch let out a silent scream of frustration and would have kept going were it not for the loud laughter of Whitebeard. Gururarara. Is that so? Whitebeard grinned and took a swig of his sake, gulping it down, uncaring of the trails that left his mouth. He wiped his chin with the back of his hand and focused his gaze on Luffy. I have to wonder why your grandfather sent us to save you rather than that red hair brat. Sabo blinked, realizing that was a good question. Lou? He asked, wondering if Luffy would know anything about it. Oh! Luffy exclaimed, punching a fist to his palm and making Sabo panic to hold him tighter so he wouldn't fall. Gramps hates Shanks. Luffy nodded to himself and gripped his chin, eyes closing in thought. Gramps thinks he's a no-good pirate, but I want to be just like Dad. He's so cool. Sabo could practically see the stars in Luffy's eyes and immediately understood why Garp would never ask Shanks to pick Luffy up. If he did, he would never get him back. Whitebeard rubbed his mustache in thought, glancing between the three of them. In that case it's my duty to hand you over to Garp and complete my end of the deal. Sabo clutched Luffy closer when his brother stiffened, mouth tilting down in a frown. However, we must also return to the New World and defend our territories, so it would be possible for us to let Red Hair know of your well-being. Yet, I cannot let him take you until you're handed over to Garp. The room was quiet and Sabo held his breath, mind racing. That was more than he expected, and he wondered if the old man was trying to find a decent compromise for everyone. That won't work though. Luffy motioned for Sabo to put him down and he did so reluctantly. Luffy turned to face everyone and placed the straw hat on his head, uncaring that it was slightly too big on him still. And why's that? Whitebeard raised a brow and leaned forward, elbows resting on the table. Sabo didn't like the glint in the man's eye, nor how his curiosity never seemed sated when Luffy spoke. It threw him off, his instincts telling him to be weary of the man that seemed to know too much. Dad's super mad right now. I don't even think I'll be able to complain without getting grounded. Luffy frowned and Sabo was suddenly anxious. He ignored how Thatch groaned about emotional emperors and wanting to live in favor of glancing at an unusually quiet Ace. He found Silver Eyes staring at him and he nodded grimly, knowing that it didn't matter where Luffy went. They would follow him, all they had to do right now was play their cards right and hope for the best. How do you know Red Hair is mad, Yua? Sabo froze at Marco's words and silently cursed himself for not catching Luffy's slip-up. Luffy bit his lip and glanced away, hands folding behind his back and cheeks puffing up in a pout. I dunno. If the sight wasn't so adorable, Sabo would have groaned in exasperation. It still didn't take away the fact that Luffy couldn't lie for shit though. Part of talking to the Sea Kings. Sabo blurted out. They already knew that Luffy could do that and it would be easier to explain that he was talking to the actual animals rather than the ocean. Wait, what? Thatch's eyes were wide and he glanced over to Marco and Aizu, disbelieving. Aizu winced and nodded in confirmation. We didn't get to debrief yet, but yes. Luffy can communicate with Sea Kings. Aizu frowned and shot his baby brother a glare. And they're quite willing to listen to him. Luffy picked his nose and zoned out, making Sabo sigh at his antics. Just as he was about to usher Luffy back towards him, he jumped as if having a sudden realization. Wait. We gotta check on Mr. Slithers. His eye got hurt. Before Sabo had the chance to say anything, Luffy was running out the door followed by abrupt shouting from inside. He ignored the others and took off after his baby brother, Ace on his heels as they tried to catch up. XXX. Thatch gestured wildly with his hands as he shouted and chased after the boys, calling out over his shoulder to Pops that he would supervise them. He slammed the door behind him and turned back around in time to see Sabo pulling his blonde locks, eyes wide with stress. He followed the older brother's stare and his mouth dropped as he watched Luffy slingshot himself towards the sea. His feet were moving before he registered it, and just as he was about to jump off the rail, the ship jerked and caused him to fall back. The air left him in a huff and he rolled to his side and onto his feet, eyes watching as Luffy's arms extended and caught on a jutting horn of a sea king that rose from the sea in the nick of time. The beast jerked its head back and Luffy was flung into the air, laughter spilling past his parted lips and echoing across the deck. His heart raced and he could only watch as the Sea King opened its maw and let out a trill of noise. If Thatch had to compare it to something, a mix between a cat's purr and a dolphin's squeal would be it. Luffy's extended arms worked in his favor and he righted himself on the Sea King's head, the beast keeping its body upright so it wouldn't drop its precious cargo. Thatch stared as Luffy leaned down and laid a kiss on its head, speaking softly and petting it as he did so. Fing hell. Luffy. Ace's enraged voice snapped him out of his bewilderment and he turned to see fire liking on Ace's shoulders, face contorted in a panicked anger that he was surprised to see. The Sea King wasn't harming Luffy, if anything it seemed to enjoy his company. Thatch wondered just why Ace looked so worried if there clearly wasn't a threat. If you don't get here on the count of 3, I'm making you eat nothing but vegetables for a month. Sabo's voice was harsh and his blonde hair was spiked at odd angles from where he had been tugging at it earlier. The punishment didn't seem so bad to Thatch, but even Ace had turned from Luffy towards Sabo, looking aghast. No. Luffy's voice grew louder and Thatch had a front row seat of watching the Sea King place its head gently on top of the rail, waiting for Luffy to clamber off before retreating back into the water. No please Sabo. I'll be good. Luffy was tugging at Sabo's white button down, his eyes were wide and on the verge of tears. He turned those watery eyes on him, and Thatch knew then and there that there was no way he would ever be able to deny that look. He swallowed, trying to steel himself, but Luffy bounced over to him, latching onto his legs and winding his limbs around to get a firm hold. Thatchy won't be mean. He's such a good cook he can't keep me away from meat. Oh, Thatch was already whipped. His pride as a cook was inflated while his older brother instincts were simultaneously triggered. He might actually have to withdraw himself from Luffy duty if the kid kept that up. At this rate Thatch was sure he'd let the boy bring about his own version of chaos without batting an eye. Sabo must have seen his will shattering because he gave him a stern glare. You'll have to get used to it. He's a weapon and doesn't even know it. Sabo gestured specifically to Luffy's pouting face and Thatch could absolutely believe it. I don't think Dash. He looked down at the large, dark eyes looking up at him and the face squished against his calf. He felt his lower lip tremble and he quickly looked back up to meet blue eyes. I don't think I'm strong enough. He lifted his leg and Luffy was lifted up along with it, his eyes shutting closed as he cried out in desperation. Miat. His will broke and he nodded his head vigorously, ignoring Ace's cursing and Sabo's exasperation. Anything you want, Luffy. Do you like lamb? I have some of that right now. Cow? He reached towards his leg and Luffy opened his eyes, a wide smile blossoming across his face as he reached up to wrap his rubbery hands behind his neck. Not so fast. Ace intercepted quickly, like he had been waiting for Luffy to loosen his hold and tugged Luffy away, tying his arms and legs together around his waist like one would a jacket. Thatch would have laughed at the sight, but a blow to the back of his head made him blink in surprise. He turned to see Sabo scowling at him, hands on his hips and brows drawn down in disappointment. You let him get to you too easily, you need to be more firm with him or he won't listen and take advantage of you. Sabo pursed his lips and his shoulders sagged. Even if he doesn't mean to. He's too hard to say no to. Thatch could see the defeat in Sabo's posture and knew that statement was backed by years of broken wills and coddling. He swallowed and looked back to Luffy, who was tickling Ace with what little movements his hands had. It seemed like it had taken the brothers years of mental fortitude and absolute focus to achieve the word no, and somehow, he was supposed to do it in a day? Less? It wasn't fair. Fine. Ace smacked Luffy's hands away, not quite getting rid of the grin on his lips. Yes, Luffy, we can eat. Thatch almost mentioned that they just ate, but put that thought on the back burner, remembering that Luffy was AD. Instead he glanced up towards the sky, the blue stretching far and blending into the horizon of the ocean, sun directly above. His division should have had plenty of time to prep lunch, he was sure they wouldn't mind him coming in with a few hungry mouths to feed. Meat is this way then, he gestured towards the direction the galley was in and immediately had the attention of Luffy and Ace. Luffy let out a whoop of joy and Ace scowled even as he nodded in thanks. It wasn't Thatch's fault that he didn't know what the consequences of his actions would be. XXX. Rayleigh wasn't really surprised when he saw Shanks open the door to Shaki's bar, his crew in tow. He had felt the raging hockey sweep across Sabaody just as everyone else. His men were less rowdy than usual, and his gaze took in the dark circles under Shanks' eyes and the firm line of his lips. He jostled the ice in his cup before taking a sip, nodding in greeting when the Emperor sat down heavily next to him. He didn't say anything for a while, simply listened to the hushed voices of the men as they drank and the billow of air that Ben let out with each drag of his cigarette. He wanted to ask but knew he wouldn't get any answers when Shanks was like this. The man was good at hiding his emotions, but not good enough to hide it from someone who raised him. Still, the lack of an easy smile and laid-back air didn't bode well, the well-crafted mask gone in wake of his simmering rage. It spoke volumes to his true anger and Rayleigh idly wondered what had him nearly toppled over the edge. He knew his old cabin boy wore that happy persona like a glove, growing ever more cheery the harsher the emotions came, the ones he didn't know how to deal with. Rayleigh had known when the boys were growing up that they had been exposed to far too much, their young minds unable to cope with the horrors of being on a pirate ship. He couldn't pinpoint when the act had started for Shanks, maybe it was when he found him laughing instead of crying, face covered in brain matter. Or the time he smiled too wide when Ray had cut the head off of the pirate trying to choke him. He was smiling, but his eyes had been blank while watching the arterial blood gush out and paint him red. Rayleigh downed the rest of his drink, swallowing his regrets and wondering at Roger's impulsive decisions. When he opened his eyes, Shanks was staring at him, smile back on his face. Rayleigh still didn't think it was a good thing. 2 days, Ray. Shanks brought the sake to his lips and chugged it in several gulps, crimson eyes dark when they opened again. 4. He urged when Shanks didn't seem like he was going to continue. I'll burn everything to the ground. The shadows over Shanks' eyes darkened and Rayleigh's eyes caught on the scar. He ignored the trepidation that built in his stomach and gestured to Shaki for another glass. He was too sober for this. Yeah? Why? He didn't question that Shanks could do it or not, that was a given. If he wanted to disrupt the world then Rayleigh knew little could stop him. Because if he's not here in 2 days, then he's dead. Shanks paused and Rayleigh looked at him in surprise. He knew he was a loyal man and cared for those under him, but that was a bit too much bitterness, a bit too much anger in his voice for just any person in his crew. His dark eyes trailed the smile that came so easily to Shanks and he pursed his lips when he found it was strained. How can you be so sure? A part of him was aware of the silence of the bar, the mounting tension that seemed to blanket over everyone's shoulders, heavy and oppressive. I've had a long time to think about it, Shanks commented, seemingly ignoring his question. He leaned back, eyes trailing to the sunbeam that caught the dancing motes of dust. He reached out, hands turning in the light and watching how it bounced off his skin as he continued. But it's hard to imagine something that could stop Nika without us knowing, right? The air was punched out of his gut and Rayleigh's glass shattered in his hands. He stared at the blood and glass digging into his mangled flesh but didn't see it. The crimson in his hand was dripping down, Roger's wet coughs echoing in his ears as he tried to stifle the noise, knowing his captain wouldn't have wanted to worry anyone. My only regret, Rayleigh. He jumped when Shanks' hand gripped his shoulder tight enough to be painful. It wasn't reassurance, but it was the ground he needed to come back to reality. He forced his hands to relax, glass chiming as it fell and scattered. Shanks had leaned in close, red eyes narrowed and cold. A warning, but only for you. His breath ghosted over his face and Rayleigh closed his eyes against the sunshine that was reflected off the shattered glass. Maybe he would stick around anyways, because if what Shanks said was true and they didn't hear a word, then Roger's dream would also die in 2 days. Still, he would hold out and hope, otherwise he'd sit back and watch Mary Geos burn. They were sprawled across the deck, soaking up the waning afternoon sun with full bellies and contented sighs. They could still hear Thatch's pleads for mercy as he was chased across the ship by angry chefs, their stomping footsteps causing a light tremble to vibrate across the ship. Luffy was still giggling, his eyes following the noise of panicked cries and shouts of ignorance. Ace let a smile play across his face, more relaxed the longer he spent on the ship and observed the crew's antics. He was glad things worked out the way they did, having an emperor on their side, Luffy's side, essentially assured his safety. He could care less about what happened to him, but he still promised his brother he wouldn't die, so he begrudgingly admitted it was a good thing for him too. Ace didn't necessarily want to die, he just knew the world was most likely better off without him. Luffy stopped giggling and turned to him, eyes darkening and frown pulling at the edges of his lips. Ace swallowed and glanced away, tugging the brim of his hat down to hide his face as his cheeks colored in shame. He and Sabo didn't quite know how Luffy was so in tune with them, they contemplated mind reading, but that didn't fit quite right either. He glanced down when he saw Luffy shuffle over to him, laying his head comfortably in his lap and closing his eyes to continue basking in the golden rays of the sun. It was times like this that made Ace think Luffy was always something more, something expansive and vaster than he or Sabo could ever hope to understand. His heart remained calm and Ace slotted his fingers through Luffy's hair, eyes softening. He decided long ago that it didn't matter, and even if he didn't value his own life, Luffy did. That was more than enough for him to want to live. For his little brother that looked at him like he hung the stars rather than spawned from the fires of hell itself. Ace thinks too much, Luffy mumbled, eye-opening to stare up at him, unbothered by the sunlight beaming directly into his face. He just smiled and gave a light tug to his hair, ignoring Sabo's knowing look. Ace looked towards the ocean, watching the waves lap gently and part across the ship. Remembering Luffy's otherness brought questions to mind, some he had been pondering since the conversation they had in the medical bay that morning. "Hey Luffy," Ace spoke, eyes flickering from the waves to his little brother. "If your mom is the ocean, why don't you have any way to control water?" The thought made sense to him, plenty of powers in the world could be inherited. Ever since Luffy said he had to ask the water, his mother, to do anything, he had become curious as to why. He and Sabo had always figured that Luffy would control water, he talked to sea kings after all. He supposed it was their fault for not asking after so many years. Wide eyes stared at him for a moment before closing from the force of the grin stretching across rubbery cheeks. He sat up from his lap abruptly and Ace immediately missed the contact but refrained from reaching out. Luffy turned to face him fully, legs crossed under him as he laughed. "Shishishi, silly Ace. It's Mom's job to control the sea." Luffy spread his arms out, the sun beaming down on him and lighting his figure up in a golden sheen. "Besides, I belong in the sky." And that just made no sense. Ace scratched his head, dumbfounded. He glanced over to Sabo who looked equally as confused and resigned himself to not getting a proper answer. Luffy had always been like that with these aspects of his heritage, though Ace was pretty sure he didn't do it on purpose. Luffy understood what he was saying, so obviously everyone else should get it immediately too. He groaned and tugged his hair, hat falling back as he tilted his head up towards the sky and wondered how a sea child could belong there. "But you're in the water most of the time." Sabo blurted out from his left, his curiosity getting the best of him even if he knew his question wouldn't be answered. "Well yeah," Luffy tilted his head, eyes sliding over to watch the rolling sea. "Mom's way older, and she says I'm still too little. So she likes to keep me close until I'm me again." Ace decided to let his frustration out on Sabo by smacking him on the back, eyes accusing. "See, now I'm even more lost." Luffy's laughter drowned out Sabo's dejected apology and soon, Ace found himself forgetting about the conversation. XXX. Marco took a quiet step back, brows furrowed at the conversation he just overheard. His mind was racing, possible answers slotting themselves into place, yet they seemed too ridiculous to seem feasible. His feet were leading him back to the front of the ship even as he tried to organize his thoughts. Ace called the ocean Luffy's mother and Marco wanted to believe that it was a nickname, possibly a way to identify her if she were as wanted as Luffy seemed to be. The theory didn't sit right with him, something nagging at the back of his mind shouting to him that it was wrong. Devil fruits were hated by the ocean and he had yet to see one that could control something so vast and everlasting. When Pop's chair came into view he didn't hesitate to jump onto the armrest, his pops easily shifting and helping him up to perch on his shoulder. His brothers and sisters made fun of him for leaning towards his bird instincts and perching on his father, but that was hardly the reason. Though it gave him a good excuse, so he played along, not wanting to admit the safety he felt up on his shoulder was from everything but due to his devil fruit. "You seem troubled." Whitebeard's voice was low and Marco felt the vibration of it travel from his chest to his legs. He wasn't surprised he was read so easily. His father had raised him since he was young, and he wasn't really trying to hide. There wasn't one thing he would hide from the man that had saved him from a life of anger and despair. "I overheard the boys talking." He leaned forward and whispered in his ears, eyes flicking from him to the back of the ship to see if he had been followed. No one came. Pops didn't say anything, just gave him a long, searching look before nodding slowly, as if bracing himself for the news. A part of Marco wondered at how much his father knew sometimes, because even now it seemed like he understood what Marco was going to say would irrevocably change things in their lives. The knowledge sat heavier on his shoulders and he pursed his lips, making sure to quote them directly in case he had missed something in his own interpretation. "Luffy, if your mom is the ocean, why don't you have any way to control water?" Marco opened his eyes as he finished speaking and he could see his father understood what he had said. The muscles of his pop's shoulders grew tense and he felt unnaturally still under Marco's body. "What else?" Whitebeard's voice was calm and neutral, but Marco could feel something terribly wrong brewing in the backdrop of his mind. Instincts recoiling at some hidden signal he hadn't been able to see. He swallowed his spit, blue eyes wearily taking in his father's stony face as he continued. Luffy didn't deny it, but he just laughed and said he belonged in the sky. Marco wasn't sure how he was supposed to say that in a serious tone, but he managed. His father remained tense under him for a moment longer before he relaxed and threw his head back to laugh. Marco jolted, scrambling for purchase on his giant shoulder so he wouldn't be thrown off as they bounced in his mirth. His father's laughter was loud and others stopped by to smile over at them, content in the joy they could hear in the older man's voice. Marco waited patiently for it to pass, still lost as to why it made him laugh so hard. As his chuckles died down several minutes later, Whitebeard took a chug of his drink, swirling the bottle a bit before downing the rest. "Tell me, Marco, how long has it been since Odin has passed?" He frowned, knowing full well that Whitebeard knew exactly how long it had been but answered anyways. 15 years, you are." The giant man rubbed at his chin, eyes growing distant as he looked towards the horizon. "So, it has been." The sad smile that etched itself on his face made Marco's heart stutter, his own face contorting in pain at the memory. "Why?" He didn't receive an answer for a while and Marco made himself comfortable, slouching forward and resting his elbows on his knees, idly observing the activity on the deck. "How about I tell them a story, and you come to your own conclusions? I fear my judgment might be skewed." Marco frowned, knowing full well his pops was hardly ever wrong but acquiesced anyways. "All right, I'll get them." XXX. Sabo dragged a reluctant Ace along as Luffy skipped ahead with Marco, pointing at random things and no doubt talking his ears off. He wasn't worried about the captain's request to see them, but he was apprehensive. It was hard to hide anything around Whitebeard, and while the man never pushed, Sabo still got the feeling that he knew more than they wanted him to. The three of them stopped in front of the giant chair, Marco splitting off and jumping up to settle himself on Whitebeard's shoulder, nearly fading into the background by the captain's presence. "I was told you might like stories?" Whitebeard grinned down at him and Sabo saw Luffy's eyes light up, instantly hooked. His vigorous nod made the pirate chuckle and gesture for them to come closer. "Then have you heard about the crowing of the Pirate King?" Luffy hummed and made a seesaw gesture with his hands. Kind of? Dad never went into that much detail." A grip split Luffy's face and he bounced where he stood. "Oh huh! You have to tell us." He flailed his arms and Sabo dodged a rubbery limb that missed him and smacked Ace in the face. "He's told you so little it seems." Whitebeard rubbed at his chin, grin on his face as he looked down at them. "Make yourselves comfortable, I have a story to tell you." Luffy cheered and threw his hands up in excitement before flinging them forward, deciding that Whitebeard's lap was the most comfortable place he could find. Sabo likely thought it was also so he wouldn't miss any of the man's story, knowing his little brother practically lived off them. He wondered if this would be one Luffy didn't know, since his mother had a habit of whispering in his ears when she could, filling his imagination with tales of the world. Ace huffed and dropped down next to him, content to sit at the captain's feet and lean on his back, arms behind his head. He glanced at Sabo and tapped the space next to him. "Come on already. You know we won't be able to leave until Luffy's had his fill." Sabo could see the stiffness of his brother's features and frowned, knowing this was something that Ace had a hard time hearing. It was easier now than it had been, Luffy's love for him nearly taking away the darkness in his heart, but it was still there, and Sabo hated to think that it would never truly go away. He laughed and nodded, accepting the fact that it was, and sat next to his brother, tilting his head up to watch Luffy's smiling face as Whitebeard began. The Pirate King, Gold Roger, was the freest man that I knew. Sabo winced and took a quick glance at Ace, laying a reassuring hand on his shoulder and pursing his lips at how stiff he was. He was my greatest rival, but a man I deeply respected. Whitebeard went on and regaled them about who he thought Roger was, his character and his worth as a man. Sabo could nearly feel Ace's confusion, but Luffy didn't bat an eye. His baby brother smiled fondly, like he had heard of the man before from someone who cherished him. And before his death, he found the greatest treasure to ever exist. Sabo found himself leaning forward, eyes going wide as the story gripped him. Even Ace, who had been stiff and simmering, was paying rapt attention, eyes narrowed against the sun as he stared at the pirate captain. Luffy was vibrating in his seat, eyes wide and smile straining his cheeks. His hat was clutched in his hands, gripping it like his life depended on it. Is that how he became king? Ace blurted out next to him and sat up, lips between his teeth. Whitebeard hummed and shook his head, not quite. It takes more than finding a treasure to become king. He was well respected, and it was along his journey that it occurred. Of course, navigating the world also meant he had conquered all there was to be. Luffy's noises of awe lightened Sabo's heart, and he wasn't quite willing to let this time slip by so easily if it made his brother so happy. He dredged up a memory, keeping the conversation going. It's the One Piece, right? The greatest treasure in the world? Supposedly on the last island of the Grand Line. Luffy snapped his head towards him, smile falling off his face for a moment, and Sabo wondered if he asked something he shouldn't have. If Whitebeard noticed Luffy's change in mood, he didn't mention it. Roger always said he was the one to rediscover it. And even if that in of itself didn't make him king, that's when no one could deny it anymore. So finding the One Piece makes you king to everyone else? Ace rolled his eyes and leaned back, supporting his weight with his hands. What a lame way to be crowned. Luffy's low laughter drew his attention away from Ace, and he quirked a brow when he saw his little brother with his hands covering his face, a glimpse of his wide smile through his fingers. His shoulders were shaking and he finally threw his head back, eyes closed in mirth as he moved his hands to clutch his sides. Sabo blinked, surprised and unsure of what he found so funny, but knowing Luffy it could have been anything. Lou. Luffy didn't respond, his laughter only grew louder and so boisterous that his entire body shook with each roar. Whitebeard was looking down at him, amused, but there was something in his eyes that made Sabo uncomfortable, something knowing. Luffy? He tried again, standing up and walking closer to Whitebeard. Tiptoeing to grab at his brother's leg and hopefully ground him. That's so funny. His brother wheezed out. Ace gave an annoyed huff from behind him and Sabo could hear the scowl in his voice. What's so DMN funny? Luffy finally turned to look at them, eyes glistening with tears and cheeks red with exertion. I'm just happy that's not all it takes to be king. Eh? Ace shoved Sabo out of his way and grabbed at Luffy, pulling at a rubbery cheek, uncaring that they were practically sprawling themselves over the giant captain's legs. Why? I thought you'd be more upset, it's more work. Luffy nodded in agreement, yeah it is. He seemed happy about it, and Sabo got the foreboding feeling that he was about to say something he couldn't talk his baby brother out of. Before he could get a sound out of his lips, Luffy spoke again through his chuckling. That would be so lame. I already know where my treasure is. He heard Ace's sharp intake of breath just as his stomach dropped. He swallowed and gripped Luffy roughly, finally getting him down and chuckling nervously. Yeah dash, his voice came out choked and Sabo subtly tried to force it to come out even. Yeah, you sure do, it's in the cafeteria, right? That sounded lame even to his ears, and Ace's visible cringe made Sabo self-conscious. He stilled then, noting that Whitebeard hadn't said a word, and he hesitantly glanced up at him. His hands were holding the bridge of his nose, eyes closed as he rubbed at the skin there. Sabo's breath was frozen in his chest, heart stuttering when he saw Whitebeard open his eyes. There was a knowing look there, the kind one got when their long-time hunch had been confirmed. He swallowed, forcing himself to breathe and tensing for a fight. Whitebeard blinked and a weight was lifted off his shoulders when the man gave him a kind, knowing smile. Go find Thatch and he'll show you to your room. It was a solid dismissal, and Sabo bowed stiffly before forcing his brothers away, finally glad that they followed without a fight. He was grateful for the easy out but knew this would not be the end of the conversation. XXX. Rayleigh sat in the shadows of a resin tree, high on a branch where the popping of the bubbles echoed louder. Moonlight cut harsh lines where the leaves weren't enough to block, and he found himself unconsciously leaning away from it. Like any light would burn at his skin and forcibly fester up unwanted memories. His hands were bandaged and cupped a bottle of sake, grip weak in his drunkenness. He could almost hear Roger's disappointment in his thoughts, piercing through the silence of the night and digging into his mind. Or maybe it was the look Shanks was leveling at him from the other side of the branch, knowing and flat. In contrast to him, Shanks was doused in moonlight, red hair nearly white under the blinding sheen. He was still drinking too, and part of Rayleigh felt justified in his own lack of sobriety. Like he wasn't the only one who couldn't deal with the emotions crawling up and threatening to consume him. Shanks didn't seem to hide away from it like him, instead festering in his anger and worry. Like earlier when Shanks told him that the moon was just the reflection of the sun, he gladly stepped into the light that Ray wanted to distance himself from. It felt undeserved in a way, like every step he took into the light was a betrayal to his captain's dream. The logical part of him knew that wasn't it, that he could live for them both, but it felt wrong having to do so. He took another swing of his drink, lips pressing into a hard line when he found it empty. Shanks offered him his own, and Rayleigh wondered if he should be enabled like this. He would never get over his captain's death, but he thought he had at least managed to somewhat move on. And in a way he had, by burying the emotions and telling himself he would deal with it the day the prophecy came. Which, now that he thought about it, wasn't quite lining up with what they had been told. He glanced over to Shanks, who had his head tilted back, eyes closed and face taking in the light of the moon. "How do you know?" His voice was rough from booze and dehydration, but he powered through. "That it's him?" Ray watched as Shanks opened his eyes, red glowing oddly as he turned to face him. He reached up towards his head, grasping at a hat that was no longer there, and smiled fondly, the anger that creased his face momentarily receding. "I had no clue at first, when I gave him Captain's hat." His voice was low, and Rayleigh almost had to lean forward to hear him past the popping bubbles. It had been the first thing he noticed about Shanks, the lack of the straw hat. He didn't question it though, knowing the younger man treasured it above all and would fight tooth and nail to keep it safe. So now, to hear that he had given it away had him invested. He was just some kid, the kind you see all the time when you dock, and they have no fear to them, no sense of what it really means to be a pirate. They want to hear all about grand adventure and what's out there, and Luffy did too. But, Shanks paused, dropping his hand from his head and staring up at the moon. There was something to him besides how odd he was. Something pulling me in and grounding me, like it was a place that I knew I could always return to. Like I would never be judged. Rayleigh swallowed and shifted closer, letting the moonlight cast its blanket over his form. He didn't miss the kid's name, Luffy, and how Shanks was referring to him and Nika being one in the same. What made him odd? He was just a kid, right? Shanks let a genuine smile settle on his face, and he closed his eyes, clearly lost in memory. "Yeah, it's hard to explain, but I think you'll understand when you meet him." He ran a hand through his crimson hair, letting it fall through his fingers. "But for the sake of trying, I guess you could say," Shanks trailed off and let out a chuckle as he shook his head at a silent joke. "Luffy's warm, bright, hard to miss, and even harder to hide. He's like the sun in human form, and I guess now that I really think about it, that makes sense." Rayleigh noted the hint of pride in Shanks' voice, at the way his shoulders eased ever so slightly, and wondered who Luffy was to him. "You sound awfully fond of the boy, Luffy." He tasted the name on his lips and found himself smiling at how easy it flowed off the tongue. Shanks threw a smirk at him, the silent fury in his eyes returning along with a surge of protectiveness. "Of course, I love my son." Rayleigh thought back to the time on the Oro Jackson, how he and Roger were fiercely protective of their boys and how they would have turned the world upside down for their sake. Sure, they had made mistakes and some dug into his heart as regrets now, but he would never regret loving them. Now looking at Shanks, he could see the same kind of fire in his eyes, if not more so, since his was backed by the sting of failure. "I left him on that little island in the East Blue. I wanted to take him so fing bad, Ray. I couldn't stand it. I stayed there for a year, and every day I tried to convince myself to go." Shanks' face darkened and the slightest slip of his hockey buffeted across Rayleigh's senses. "And now the fing Marines are out for him just because he's different, just because of how he was born." The rage in Shanks' voice leaked into the air, and despite himself, Ray felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, warning him of danger. It made sense now, why Luffy would be presumed dead if he didn't respond. If the government was after him, then it would be quite difficult for a young boy to escape their grasp. That begged the question though, if Shanks was so concerned, then why was he here? He asked as much, wondering at how he could bear to sit on his hands and wait while the world government was after one of the only things Shanks treasured in this world. His mother. "She can protect him better than I ever could." It was a simple statement, but it was loaded with so much more. Rayleigh's eyebrows rose into his hairline, hard-pressed to believe in someone stronger than the Emperor. Shanks saw his surprise and leaned forward, eyes intense and hand landing heavily on his shoulder. "Do you believe in gods, Ray?" Shanks' eyebrows were drawn down in contemplation as he continued. "Nika, Joy Boy, they're a different class of things we can't explain, people so great in magnitude that the world itself had to band together to lock them away." Shanks closed his eyes and a frown carved itself onto his face, his fists clenching and gripping his shoulder in a bruising hold. Because I think they were gods. Rayleigh leaned back, a sigh leaving his lips as he gripped his chin in thought. It was an idea he and Roger had considered before, when they were both drunk and trying to forget the events of a particularly harsh day. Almost similar to how he and Shanks were now. Sometimes I want to, it's nice I think, to believe in something more. He shrugged Shanks off him and took a sip of the sake, swirling it on his tongue and giving him another moment to gather his words. But then I look around at the world and think I don't want them to be. Shanks nodded as if he understood, and Rayleigh was glad he didn't have to elaborate. I get it. Shanks paused and a bitter smile twisted on his face. I believe in gods now, Rayleigh. And I know Nika had to have been one too, because no other word fits Luffy. You sound certain. Rayleigh was slightly surprised to hear such an admission from Shanks, and it echoed in his voice. Shanks was intelligent and calculating, never one to rely on faith when the world provided enough answers. The younger man ignored the jibe and he grabbed the bottle out of Rayleigh's hands, chugging the rest of it down and letting out a harsh breath. A savage grin stretched across his face and the moonlight manipulated it into something darker. Luffy is in good hands, better than mine for now. His mother is as divine as him and far older. I doubt anything will be able to hurt Luffy in her domain. You've seen her then? Rayleigh played along, a part of him wanting to believe just as badly as he didn't. You have too. That gave him pause and he furrowed his brows, adjusting his posture on the thick branch he sat upon. Every day I bet. Shanks gestured towards the floor far, far down. Nodding to where he knew the shore was. She's wild and vicious, uncaring of the status of men. Everyone drowns the same in her embrace. Rayleigh wished Shanks hadn't just finished off the bottle, because if what he was saying was true, then he was going to need more to drink. But don't take my word for it, old man, you'll see. That didn't give Rayleigh any reassurance. XXX. Dragon stared out towards the sea, eyes catching the small raft that was slammed by harsh waves and threatened to capsize. He flexed his power, willing the winds to calm, but there was little he could do against the raging ocean. The boat shattered into pieces in the next wave and Dragon gritted his teeth, feet at the edge of the shore and fists clenched at his side. A bulky figure emerged from the water and staggered as he tried to stand, fighting the currents that threatened to pull him back. Damn it, stop. It's not my fault. His father's voice fell flat with nothing to bounce off and the sea seemed to churn even harder in its anger. Garp stood fully, water drenching his form and dark clouds obscured his face, the lines of his cheekbones harsh against the little moonlight that broke through the clouds. Dragon made a conscious effort to unclench his hands, shoving them into his pockets and taking a deep breath as he met his father's gaze across the shore. His mouth tugged down in a sharp frown, taking in the bags under his eyes and the gray hair that now covered most of his head. Damn it, Dragon, Garp's voice was annoyed, and his eyebrows were drawn down. He put one foot in front of another, water sloshing as he waded in. Can't even help your old man get to shore? Dragon stayed firmly planted on the dry sand, eyes flicking down to the water that would consume him if he came close. Garp froze, waves smashing into his side as his face grew pale. You didn't dash. He cut himself off and Dragon didn't respond, knowing his father would get the message easily enough when he had to take a step away from a wave that came too close. You fool. A small candle was the only thing that illuminated the large room, fire crackling and sparking as the old wick struggled to stay ignited, sinking into the pool of wax that dripped over the table. It was well past midnight and the full moon that hung in the sky cast a sheen of blue and white light across the surface of the water. The gentle beams of moonlight shining through the large window were more than enough to help the struggling, flickering flame. Whitebeard sat on a chair beside the window, his face half cast in shadow as he looked out towards the ocean. Marco hesitated for a moment before moving forward, pulling up a chair close to his pops and slouching back, staring up at the moon. The silence between them was comfortable but held a tinge of curiosity as Marco struggled to put his thoughts into words. He knew his father would be patient for his answer, but he didn't know how to approach a subject that seemed so obvious, but just as unbelievable. Earlier that afternoon during the story time, Marco made sure he faded into the background, knowing his father's presence was more than enough to hide his own if he didn't want to be noticed. It had worked of course against the teens and the young boy, so engrossed in the story that Whitebeard had spun. Something Luffy said afterwards kept replaying in his head, like an annoying trickle of water falling without rhythm. His treasure. And Marco was certain he had been referring to the One Piece. Throughout the years Marco had heard it referred to as such, others claiming it ahead of time in an attempt to mark what was not theirs. But there was a sort of conviction in Luffy's words, a truthfulness that he couldn't shake. They were spoken as fact, not like a claim that he tried to make, because he didn't have to. Luffy knew it was true. The One Piece, he began, voice loud in the silence. You said Roger rediscovered it. Whitebeard finally turned to look at him, the left side of his face lit up and eyes glowing. His own words, his voice rumbled out, low and soothing. Luffy, he. Marco frowned, unsure. Is it his? It sounded ridiculous, how a 14-year-old boy could own a treasure that existed before his time, but something in his gut told him it was true. He caught how the boy's brothers looked at Luffy sometimes, an understanding that he was special, and not in the brotherly kind of way. It was in the way that screamed something else, something otherworldly. They weren't overbearing with it, and it happened just a few times when Luffy said something weird, but the looks had definitely been there when Luffy spoke about his treasure. Hard to say, Whitebeard's voice cut through his thoughts and Marco blinked, eyes drifting back towards the moon. You asked the hard question first, Whitebeard chuckled, and Marco furrowed his brows before letting out a sigh. Yeah, I did, didn't I? They gave us the answer to one already. Marco looked towards the sea and wondered aloud. Were they being literal? That his mom? Whitebeard's nod of confirmation made his breath hitch. Marco was tempted to ask how his father could be so sure, but the look on the elder man's face spoke volumes. It was thoughtful, like the realization of a long-asked question had been answered. Marco didn't want to be the one to question such a conviction. Of all the impossible things he had seen in the world, a sea child was not one. He supposed he could cross off meeting a sea child off his list then. But that left many more questions than he had answers. Though he accepted what his father said, knowing that the man knew many secrets and wonders of the world, he wanted to know how. Had to know how such a thing could have been possible. The current gods, Whitebeard spat the word gods, in a twisted sort of way that made Marco freeze. Are nothing more than traitors. The ancestors of the celestial dragons looked upon the glory of true divinity and selfishly wanted it. And now, Whitebeard leaned forward, forcing Marco to pay attention to him. The world around us is dying, the days darker and the weather raging. Even the sun giving life to Fishman Island struggles to reach the bottom, something that would have been unheard of 800 years ago. Whitebeard held his gaze intently, dark eyes simmering with a burning need for justice that was out of reach. Marco didn't have to be a genius to figure out what he was implying. They had switched from the topic of Luffy's mother being the ocean to the old gods that had somehow been overthrown. Then his voice choked off. And Marco realized his chest had gone numb from the lack of air. He inhaled, eyes widening as Whitebeard gave him a broad smile, fierce and unyielding. People have always prayed to the sea, just because we forgot why doesn't mean she has changed any. And now, her child has graced this word with a mortal form. If he says the One Piece is his, then I don't doubt it. The giant man shifted back, eyeing the water out the window with a renewed intensity. The poneglyphs never mentioned the ocean in any form, but Marco leaned forward, hands clenching the edges of his seat, back like when he was a child eager to hear more stories of pirates and adventure. More than 800 years ago, the sun god Nika blessed Fishman Island with their own sun, ensuring they could thrive. I find it curious that he was able to do so underwater. The implications of that statement weighed down on Marok heavily, his shoulders tensing and back stiffening as if trying to carry the pressure of a crashing sky. He knew of Nika, the legendary man, god, that went by Joy Boy and had ruled long ago, a liberator. Then he remembered something else from that conversation he overheard, about how Luffy was still too little for his mother to be comfortable with him too far from her. As if she still had to protect him, until the time came when. He doesn't know, Marco breathed out, leaning back and tilting his head up to stare blankly at the ceiling. Whitebeard's thoughtful hum echoed in his head. No, I think he's aware of some. But perhaps not all. Marco grabbed the collar of his shirt and raised it to rub at his face. Then red hair, how did he know? Is that why he's so focused on Luffy? Whitebeard's light shrug made Marco's tension lessen. There was always something funny about seeing his captain act so casual. I am unaware. In any case, he will not have the chance to continue that focus. Marco blinked, surprised. Whitebeard noticed and gave him a weary smile. Garp has been informed, we will not make it to Sabaody by the time he comes. A sense of twisted resignation grew in Marco's chest, and he nodded in understanding. Whitebeard had not deceived the boys, only saying that they were heading to Sabaody and had the possibility of informing Red Hair. That did not mean they would make it there. When? Tomorrow morning. Marco blinked, surprised. That was incredibly fast. He spoke as such, and his father nodded in agreement. A few hours ago I was informed of the new pickup time. It seems he has a devil fruit user helping him travel. Whitebeard paused and rubbed at his mustache. Luffy's biological father. Marco was mid-nod when Whitebeard continued. The revolutionary dragon. He kept nodding even as his mind went blank and his ears ringed. There was honestly only so much he could deal with at once. A sea child, gods, emperors, and now revolutionaries? Marco glanced up, his blue eyes full of turmoil. He didn't have to say what he was thinking, they had been together long enough that some things didn't need to be said. His father laid a heavy hand on his shoulder, gentle and reassuring before waving Marco out of the room to get some rest. It was futile, he knew neither would sleep that night. XXX. Sabo watched, exasperated as Ace and Luffy wrestled on the floor over the last piece of meat. Thatch had thrown them out of the galley, near tears in his eyes as he cried about a budget and how Marco was going to kill him. His blue eyes caught Luffy's rubbery arm reaching around Ace and he laughed as the drumstick was snatched out of a fiery hold. Luffy cheered and flung himself up, hand extending and wrapping around the mast as he launched himself high, throwing the leg in his mouth and swallowing hard. Ace screamed in rage and pointed his hand like a pistol, flames spouting out like bullets. Sabo's eyes widened and he shoved his brother forward, smacking his hands and dispersing the fire. "Idiot," he hissed, eyes lighting up in fury. "It's not like it'll hurt him." Ace protested, waving his hands haphazardly towards their baby brother who was swinging on the wood high above their head. "That's the point," Sabo seethed, smacking Ace on the arm again for good measure. Honestly, he wondered if growing up being visited by Garp had harmed their mental capabilities. A cry from Luffy cut him off and several shouts of alarm sounded around him. Sabo glanced up and his eyes widened as Luffy tumbled down, landing hard on his head before bouncing twice. He knew Luffy would be fine, but others didn't and he scowled when too many people got too close to him. Fire licked at Ace's shoulders and Sabo could see his brother felt the same. "Hey, move!" Ace snarled out as he stomped forward. "He's fine, he's rubber." The crowd parted quickly at the sight of Ace's fire and Sabo followed behind. Luffy sat up from the floor, laughing and clutching his sides as he pointed at Ace. "I win." Whatever Ace was going to say was cut off as an eerily familiar voice boomed in the distance. "Braidits! How dare you become pirates and take Luffy with you?" The color drained from Sabo's face and he whipped around, body going taut as he caught sight of Garp launching himself off a small raft, heading right towards them feet first. His usual white suit was slightly ruffled and his gray hair was windblown, adding to the dangerous look he sent them. "Gramps!" Luffy cheered, ever happy to see his family before he froze and his eyes widened. Wait! Gramps!" The shock settled in and Sabo took up a position besides Luffy, knowing there was no running away from the Marine. Garp landed with a large stomp, the giant ship swaying ever so slightly, the wood under his feet flexing before bouncing back into shape. Garp stood to his full height, towering over them and holding the most menacing glare he could muster. Just what? The Marine took a step forward and he and Ace took a step back. Ace hastily gathered Luffy into his arms and their little brother wrapped his limbs around him several times over to hang on. "Do you think you were doing?" Garp bellowed out, fist raised. Sabo flinched instinctively before straightening his shoulders and getting ready to retort. "The gig is up. They know and now Luffy has to hide. What were you idiots thinking? Is this what you wanted?" Garp was spitting mad and Sabo realized he had never seen such rage on his face, and it hurt more to see it wrapped in disappointment. "Wait, what do you mean, old man?" Ace's voice was strangled in his throat and Sabo's eyes widened when he realized what he missed. "They knew?" "Who did?" "Just what I said. Now come here, we have to go. There's a safe place we can keep Luffy until we figure all this out." Garp had his hands on his hips expectantly and Sabo found that he didn't wholly disagree. This had all been a mistake, they should have known that they wouldn't have been able to keep Luffy and his powers a secret. And now that they failed, it was safe to say that the government was one of the few who wanted him. "No. We can't go. We have to go to Sababadi." Luffy's voice rang out and Sabo didn't even bat an eye at his pronunciation. When he turned to try to explain the situation to his younger brother, he realized that a crowd had gathered, most of the commanders were present and Whitebeard stood directly behind them, across from Garp. His eyes scanned the others he knew, well, was acquainted with and noted the varying expressions they wore. Marco had his hands in his pockets, lazy expression on his face as usual, though the man also refused to look at him. More notably, Thatch was shifting from foot to foot, as if worried about the interaction and wondering if he should intervene. Not buts. Garp took another step forward and Sabo took another half step back, weary but willing to weigh their options. He glanced over at Ace, noting the tense frown he wore and the tight grip he had on Luffy's legs. "But Dad is waiting for me." Luffy's cry made Garp pause, and a shadow crossed his face. "Luffy," he began as his fists clenched at his side. "I am taking you to your father." Sabo blinked, surprised at the admission but didn't have a chance to dissect it before Luffy's face lit up in abject joy. "Oh. Why didn't you just say so? Let's go." Luffy wiggled out of Ace's grip and his brother sighed, silver eyes glancing at him with a grimace. It looked like their decision was made for them. Luffy bounced over to Garp, unafraid, and lifted his hands to be carried. The elder man's features softened as he hunched over to grab at Luffy, hefting him up to his on his shoulder with a grim smile. Sabo narrowed his eyes, mind racing at the ease in which Garp accepted them. He expected a fist of love at the very least, but all he got was easy compliance. Something wasn't right. Sabo turned his attention back to Whitebeard, but the man didn't look at him, keeping his eyes on Garp. He saw their exchanged nods and the feeling of wrongness intensified. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't figure out why it felt so off. He glanced at Ace and his brother was scowling up at Garp, making grabby motions for Luffy, but the elder man simply held his laughing baby brother tighter. Maybe he was just overthinking. Later that day, when Ace and Luffy were sleeping comfortably against his side and they were miles away from Whitebeard's ship, Sabo would remember. Garp hated Shanks. XXX. Shanks easily ignored Mihawk as he strode through the quieter groves of Sabaody. He had forgotten his friend had tagged along, and now he wished that it stayed that way. The unimpressed looks of expectation thrown his way did nothing to help his worry, constantly reminding him of the person he was waiting for even if he tried to tune out the world. The tension on his shoulders kept mounting and the people around him seemed to feel it washing off him and into the very air. One more day, Mihawk's voice was to his left and Shanks gritted his teeth in annoyance, not even trying to hide behind a mask of pleasantries if the man insisted on testing him so much. And by then hopefully you're no longer here. Shanks spat out over his shoulder and was unsurprised to find himself heading towards a bar. He was used to the constant parties and endless booze, but even he was aware that this was slightly more than normal. He slammed the wooden door open and any complaints that the bartender had died on his lips, the man's face paling as he strode in, irritated that Mihawk followed. Shanks spotted a table in the corner of the room, pulling out a chair with more force than necessary and leaned back into it, raising his dirted boots to rest on the table in front of him and gained a look of disgust from Mihawk much to his joy. "Sake," he barked out, in no mood for idle chatter. The bar had gone quit, the few occupants, it was late morning after all, not daring to gather his attention. He let time pass over him, ignoring any comments from Mihawk as the man delicately drank his wine, his bored eyes glancing around in disinterest. By the time Shanks was sufficiently buzzed it was well into noon and he lost count of how many tankards he already went through. He flexed his fingers, making sure he wasn't so inhibited that he couldn't fight, but it wasn't like that would matter. There was only one person here who could give him a hard time and thankfully Mihawk wasn't interested in winning unfairly. He snorted quietly to himself, as if winning fairly ever mattered to a pirate. The soft lull of voices were more muted than usual due to his presence, and that was probably why he was able to overhear a conversation that had his blood boiling in an instant. He snapped his head to the right, eyes zeroing in on the two men seated on the stools and staring at something they held. "Who'd be easy? He's just a brat. We could take a break for a while with that bounty." Shanks swallowed down the rest of his sake, forcing himself to try and relax before jumping to conclusions. But he knew he was kidding himself. Bounties on children were rare, the last one being decades ago and belonging to Nico Robin. Mihawk followed his gaze and amusement ignited his golden eyes. "Oh? Looks like they sent out more bounties." Shanks was standing and striding over to the men before he finished, dark eyes intent on their backs. As if sensing the danger they both turned in unison, eyes widening when they noticed just who was glaring down at them. He could see their Adam's apple bob as they swallowed back their fear, sweat already beading on their brows. They knew who he was, it was hard not to. His reputation for having a laid-back demeanor tended to ease people into a false sense of security and feel confident enough to occupy the same space he was in. The bar had gone silent, even the quiet breaths of the other patrons were hardly heard. Shanks lifted a finger and pointed, relishing in the flinch that came from one of the men in front of him. He knew what it was already, but still tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. "And just what is that?" He couldn't quite contain the snarl that bubbled up his throat, so he ground his teeth hard enough for his jaw to ache. He was distantly aware of Mihawk's rumbling chuckle echoing through the bar and the way that breath staggered in fear. Few fled, but others stayed frozen in place, paying rapt attention to what could make the Emperor so mad. The man in front of him didn't answer, instead he extended his shaky hand and opened his fingers, the rolled-up paper unfurling and revealing a smiling face. The picture was different, he noted, but there was no mistaking Luffy. His haki lashed out, oppressing and dark to reflect his mood as he grabbed both men by the scruff of their clothes, bodily dragging them out of their chairs and kicking the door open. Mihawk's laughter was louder, following him outside and silencing the once lively grove. Shanks didn't care, he was sick of having to wait around and hope for Luffy to come back to him, but he would be dead if people thought they could target him while in his presence. He was aware of every eye on him as the two men pleaded for their lives, their bodies racked with shivers and pupils blown wide in fear. He threw them to the ground, their bodies crashing hard enough to splinter the earth. Shanks didn't feel bad. They were pirates just like him. Tell me again, what would be easy? He kicked one back down that attempted to flee, the other on his back and staring up at him in terror. Shanks placed a heavy boot on his chest and leaned forward, listening as his breathing strained. The bounty. We were just going to turn him in. The one that he kicked stuttered out and he loosened his foot, letting the one under him breathe. Oh? Shanks' voice was saccharine sweet, eyebrow lifting in question. The man took it as a good sign just like the fool he was. Yes. We can share with you of course, if you already planned on turning him in. We could use the help since it says he was last spotted with Whitebeard. The spluttering man finished, and Shanks felt his blood run cold, eyes widening. A creeping sense of dread crawled its way out of Shanks' heart, seeping into every cavity of his being. It wasn't Whitebeard he was worried about, he knew the man as honorable and caring of children. But Shanks let out a snarl of frustration and his scar burned. His hand dropped to his sword and there was a sharp intake of breath from the two on the floor. Why would I ever turn my son in? Whatever color had returned to the men's faces promptly drained away once more, their bodies stiffening. A son? They didn't say more. In the next moment the ring of steel filled the air and blood spattered his face, the bodies under his twitching. One of them was still conscious, eyes unfocused as he stared at the sword through his heart. Shanks glanced up towards the gathered crowd, a macabre smile forming on his face as he decided to use the two as a lesson. Your only warning. Luffy is my son. His voice was raised and he twisted the sword. The man let out an animalistic cry, voice cutting off when his throat became raw. And if anyone ever even thinks about laying a hand on him, I won't be so merciful. His face hurt from the stretch of his cheeks, but his expression could hardly be called a smile anymore. He glanced over to where he knew a group of Marines were, taking in their wide-eyed expressions. Captain, Ben's voice cut thought his rage and he glanced over to his first mate. He met his gaze, a knowing look in those dark eyes. Ben's eyes turned downward, and Shanks didn't bother to follow them, knowing what he'd see. He tugged and Griffin squelched out of the man's chest with a wet suction, only giving him the barest of resistance. He stepped away and the blood followed, staining his sandals red and leaving his footprints in the crisp grass. Shanks ignored the silence that followed him as he made his way over to Ben, nodding to his first mate in greeting. Ben said nothing for a moment, simply taking in his appearance with a quick once-over before digging into his pocket to pull out a bounty. He knew instantly it was the one that had the updated picture of Luffy and took the paper gently, almost afraid of grabbing it too harshly and splitting it in two. In the new photo Luffy was in a treasure chest, eyes wide and a frown in his face, contrasting his first photo. Shanks furrowed his brows, taking in the swollen wood and water that puddled on the deck. He could make out a pompadour on the bottom left corner and was vividly reminded of Whitebeard's head cook. If he hadn't known that detail, then he could have easily known it was the Whitebeard pirates by Marco's tattoo. It was cut off and barely there, but Shanks would recognize it in an instant. Now, the main question was, who took the photo? There was only one person that came to mind, only one person who would betray Whitebeard for his own gain. The paper crinkled and Shanks made the conscious effort to loosen his hold. What should we do, Captain? Shanks tore his gaze away from the photo and gently tucked it into his coat as he searched Ben's gaze. His lips were drawn into a thin line and his eyes were hardened with determination. There was a hint of worry, one Shanks was sure reflected in his own eyes, but otherwise Ben seemed content to let him decide. Shanks glanced up, the sun was just past its peak. If he went now, there was a chance that he would miss Luffy on the way here. He didn't doubt that they were heading this way, Whitebeard likely knowing whose hat his son wore. He bit the inside of his cheek, eyes narrowing. If he stayed, then it would give Teach more time to plot, more time to possibly hurt Luffy. He let out a snarl of anger and Ben didn't even flinch, only followed when he spun around and stalked away. Mihawk flanked his other side, still amused from the earlier dealings and seemingly satisfied with the entertainment he was currently providing, that BSTRD. Shanks headed in the direction of Shacky's bar before he paused, turning his head. His eyes landed on the bloody bounty beside the heap of corpses, and he raised his voice to address the remaining people in the grove. Don't forget. Rayleigh carefully set his brush down, being mindful to keep the tacky resin away from the surface of the workbench and safely in the soapy water. Shanks was across from him, hand extended with a bounty and face hard. His brows were drawn down and the frown that tugged at his lips was wide. Behind him, Ben stood passively, like a large tree bending and flexing at the edge of a storm. Rayleigh took the paper gently, noting how it wasn't crumpled and had been folded delicately, as if it were a piece of treasure. He knew who he would see when he looked down at it, but he was surprised to find a mirroring frown on the child's face in the photo. His dark eyes took in the pouting lips and furrowed brows, focusing on the straw hat that was gently on his back and hung loosely by a string. He blinked, taking note of the treasure chest that the boy was in, and let out a chuckle of ironic amusement. It was funny to see Shanks' treasure in a treasure chest, almost like he was being prepackaged for the Emperor. He looked up, raising a brow and motioning for them to sit a little ways off on a bench. A new bounty, Ray continued when he was seated comfortably, taking note of the new price. 50 million now? They must want him pretty badly, tacking that price on a kid that hasn't done anything. He knew his comment would bring up unpleasant reminders, so he was prepared for the hockey that buffeted across his senses. Bunch of cowards, targeting a child. Shanks spat the words out, and Rayleigh had the impression that more had happened. He didn't miss how Shanks' sandaled feet were still soaked with blood, nor the hastily wiped-off splotches that littered the Emperor's clothes. He hummed in thought, giving Shanks another once-over before asking, "So who died?" If possible, Shanks' frown deepened. "Does it matter?" Rayleigh met his gaze, pursing his lips at the festering anger, and decided it wasn't worth it. Probably not. He let his attention be drawn back to the bounty. Only alive was still bold and overly large under the boy's name. "He's on Whitebeard's ship." Shanks motioned for the bounty back, and Rayleigh paused in surprise, silver eyebrows raising to his hairline. "Is that so? Why is he there?" He handed the bounty back to the Emperor and pretended not to notice how Shanks held it more delicately than he should have. "I don't know, but I can trust that the old man wouldn't do anything underhanded and make sure they're safe." Some members of his crew, however. Shanks trailed off, and Rayleigh's eyes drifted to the 3 bold lines that scarred the Emperor's face. "I see." Rayleigh rubbed at his chin, eyes closing as he hummed in thought. He could see easily enough why Shanks was telling him any of this. It was fairly obvious that he wanted advice, though Rayleigh figured he would be unhappy with what he was going to say. "You want to go," he began, gesturing with his hands towards the lapping waters of the shore. "Since you now have a decent idea of where Luffy is." Shanks didn't respond, and Rayleigh continued. "But if you leave now, there's a chance you will miss them anyways. But, you're worried about a certain someone." It was Ben, who let out a sigh with sagging shoulders and a nod, hand brought up to pinch the bridge of his nose. "This is a mess," the vice-captain muttered, blindly reaching into his jacket to grab a cigarette. Rayleigh nodded in agreement, taking in Shanks' persistent scowl and the flexing of his fingers. Rayleigh already had his answer. It was the most logical of the two, but he couldn't deny his own worry. "You should stay," he stated, confident in his voice even as doubt flashed across Shanks' face. "None of that. You came to me for advice because you know your choice isn't sound right now." Rayleigh cut off any protests before they began, and he was reminded of a time when he was scolding the boy Shanks used to be. Shanks let out a long sigh and ran a hand through his hair, nodding slowly. The tension eased from his face, but his shoulders were still hiked up in stress. "Yeah, I know, thanks Ray." Rayleigh nodded and grabbed his brush, tossing it to the Emperor with a smile. "Now to pay me for it. XXX." Garp kept his eyes on the sky, arms crossed over the railing of the warship. Sea spray tickled his face and salt crystals were forming in his hair, the water still clinging to his clothes and making them heavy. The chill of the night seeped into his skin, and he fought a shiver, leaning back to cross his arms over his chest instead. The moon was hardly visible behind the thick covering of clouds, only a dim spot of light in the black sky gave it away. He was sure that soon, even that would be gone. Another harsher breeze wafted over the deck, and Garp scowled in annoyance. "If you're trying to make me sick, it won't work. But I guess a brat like you needs every advantage against me." Garp turned to face Dragon, who stepped out of a shadow. His hood was still up and his eyes were carefully blank. "It is merely a side effect of my mode of travel." Dragon's face remained impassive and his eyes shifted over to his wet form. "And it is not my responsibility if you're cold because you chose to swim to the new destination." Garp laughed and walked forward, placing a heavy hand on Dragon's shoulder and bringing him in for a hug, making sure his cloak was drenched through before he pulled back. His son didn't hug him back, but he didn't pull away either. "Well, I couldn't let my men on this ship, so I left them back on another. I'll just make some excuse about pirates getting a hold of this one before I came or something." Garp shrugged and noted the amused glint in Dragon's eyes. "Oh, highly probably that someone would manage to outclass you." Dragon pointed out the obvious flaw in his plan, and Garp grinned. "Who cares if they know I'm lying? I know I'm terrible at it anyways. All Senny will do is give me that weird squint and move on." He waved his hand to show his blatant dismissal of the conversation and paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Now that Dragon was here, the wind was still around them, but the ocean waves crashed harshly against the side of the ship, a constant rhythm that had Garp tuning them out after a bit. He glanced up at the sky, and it was now pitch black. Not even the slight shimmer of the moon visible in the dark expanse. "You never met him after that, have you?" Garp didn't look away from the sky as he spoke, keeping his face carefully blank. Dragon didn't speak for a long moment, only following his gaze up towards the dark expanse above them. "Visited, yes. Met him? No. Garp had known that already, but he still wasn't happy about it. A part of him had hoped that maybe, in some other life, they could have all been together, a family, one that didn't have to be ripped away from him. He's a good kid, Garp spoke out of compulsion, keeping his grandson's big eyes and wide smiles in the forefront of his mind. Even if he wants to be a DMED pirate. He's too trusting for his own good and an idiot. Dragon. Snorted at that and Garp huffed out a laugh. Garp trailed off and frowned, eyes flicking down to the dark waters. I wonder if he will change, sometimes. When he cut himself off, pressing his lips into a firm line and glancing over his shoulder to look at Dragon. His green coat hung limply and Dragon's throat was exposed as he kept his face tilted up towards the sky. Maybe, Dragon began, tilting his head down to look him in the eye. But I believe I no longer have a say if he does. I wouldn't even know if he did change. Garp steeled his eyes, turning fully to face his son once more. No, he shook his head, fist clenching at his side. You never even had a say. Dragon's face didn't change, but Garp could feel the tension in the air. His son nodded in acknowledgement, not denying the accusation and instead rolled on with his excuses. Luffy has a parent, he had no need of me. Garp's scowl deepened, wondering at the different paths life could have taken. If Dragon had been there, would Luffy still become a pirate, a revolutionary, marine? And if he hadn't, would you have been there for him anyways? Dragon's silence was telling enough and Garp shook his head in disappointment. No, I thought not. They lingered in silence, the swaying of the ship helping to ease some of the tense air between them after some time. Regardless of his son's callousness, Garp knew better than to think that Dragon didn't care for Luffy. If he hadn't, he would have never agreed to help get them to safety. They could both at least agree that a pirate ship was no place for children, even if it was Whitebeard's ship. What difference would it have made? Dragon began, voice low and almost intelligible. To be a parent to a god? We don't know that. Garp cut in sharply, wanting to deny the possibility of godhood even if he had thought it, said it. Dragon looked at him, his dark eyes narrowing and his tattoo twisting as his eyebrows were drawn down in anger. Garp held his own gaze firmly, refusing to budge. Dragon looked away first, his face schooled back into the picture of perfect impassiveness. I know when Luffy is near. He seemingly switched topics and Garp raised a brow in question. I can still hear the drums. Dragon looked back at him, challenging, and Garp couldn't look away, couldn't breathe past the air stuck in his chest. Garp remembered that day, all those years ago when he held a tiny Luffy and Dragon's near-petrified face when he spoke of the drums. Every time I'm close to him, they ring louder, clearer. Like the sound is being slowly let out from behind a cloth, unraveling as the years pass by. Dragon looked towards the door that led to the belly of the ship, eyes searching. Garp hadn't told Dragon what side of the ship the boys were sleeping in, but it seemed he didn't need to if Dragon could quite literally hear the drums. Sometimes, when I get far enough away, and the sound lowers, it almost sounds like a heart. Dragon took a step towards the double doors and paused outside of them. I'm going to check on them. Leave, they will be safe with me. Garp watched the door close behind Dragon and realized that he hadn't changed the topic. He simply gave his reasons for his belief in Luffy's godhood. Garp swallowed and looked away, eyes falling to the black waters. His ship should be near enough, and a swim in the cold waters would help clear his head. XXX. Dragon closed the door behind him and stood against it for a moment, taking in the inner part of the stolen marine ship with a cursory glance. He continued on, steps light as he turned down the winding halls, feeling the sway of the ship as the ocean roiled harder as he approached the room the boys were in. The rhythmic beat of the drums echoed in his mind, growing louder the closer he got. They thumped with such ferocity that Dragon thought he should have been able to see the walls shake in their wake. Dragon paused outside, hand hovering above the handle. His instincts were roaring, screaming at him that there were eyes on him, watching his every move and ready to strike. He never mentioned it to Garp, but there were more than drums following his steps near Luffy. He knew what it was, what caused the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end and inborn fear to rip through him. He took a breath, forcing himself to remain steady as he spoke. I just want to see him, he murmured into the empty air, knowing that his voice would be heard by the god he betrayed. The pressure of knives on the back of his neck eased and Dragon got the distinct feeling that this would be his only chance to ever see Luffy again. His father had been right, and now Dragon could do nothing but be a bystander in Luffy's life. He could feel how his presence was hated, what he stole now rooted deeply within him yet longing to be returned. His hand dropped on the doorknob, and he twisted it slowly, stepping inside a second later and moving closer to the makeshift bed. Luffy was sprawled out on the floor, mouth open and drool dribbling down his chin. One of his hands were slapped across the black-haired teen's face and his head was resting on the chest of the blonde one. Dragon smiled at the sight, ignoring how the beat of his heart started to echo the drums in his mind. He crouched down, reaching out to gently rub at Luffy's soft cheek and brush feather-light hair. He recoiled abruptly, fingers stinging. He glanced down at them, pursing his lips at the harsh burn marks that covered the pads of his fingers and the side of his palm. A flash of hurt and grief gripped him as he debated on the possibility of Luffy subconsciously recoiling at his presence. He glanced at the black-haired teen, Ace, and furrowed his brows. The negative reaction wasn't from the devil fruit, otherwise the boy would have been rejected as well, but that left him with some questions he didn't really want answered. Dragon reached out again, now anticipating the burn, and remained unflinching as he gently stroked Luffy's cheek one last time. Dragon pulled back and stood, ignoring his sweltering hand, and turned towards the door. He stepped out the room, twisting his head to give Luffy one last, long look. Dragon stilled, the little light that came in from the open doorway was enough to let him see dark eyes staring back at him. He shifted, turning to face Luffy once more, ignoring the prickling sensation that returned. Luffy sat up slowly, careful not to wake his sleeping brothers. Dark eyes trailed down to his burned hand, and they softened even as a frown tugged on his face. "Mom said you were the stubborn type, just like me." Luffy's voice was soft in the silence, and Dragon hesitated briefly before nodding. "I suppose I am." "She spoke to you of me?" Dragon took a small step forward, and the feeling of claws on the back of his neck increased. He stepped back, knowing better than to challenge the god that was watching him closely in the presence of her child. He had been given his chance. Luffy gave him a sad smile and nodded. "She told me a lot about you, when I was young. But, I also knew you never wanted me." There was no regret or accusation in Luffy's tone, and Dragon realized that he had never meant anything to the boy that was his son. He supposed he had done nothing to deserve Luffy's love, the boy never knowing that he had plagued his mind for years on end when the nights were too quiet. Dragon swallowed and kept his face impassive even as his chest stung at the truth. He had no right to feel the heartache when Luffy only spoke fact. Then one day, Luffy began, eyes increasing in their intensity. "She told me that you broke their deal, like she knew you would." Dragon narrowed his eyes to hide his surprise, taking a step closer and this time uncaring of the growing pressure on his being. "Then why make a deal in the first place?" Luffy shrugged. "I don't know, I'm not as smart as her." Next to Luffy, Sabo mumbled in his sleep and shifted, wrapping an arm loosely around one of Luffy's crossed legs. Luffy grinned at his brother briefly before turning back to him. "We don't have much time, and you don't plan on staying, right?" Dragon shifted, wondering if he was that obvious or if Luffy could tell because of something else. And then, like he was able to pry into his mind, Luffy answered his unspoken question. "It's the devil fruit you ate. I can hear them like I can hear Mom. It fits you in a way, even if it was never yours." Luffy tilted his head as if listening to something in the silent room. Dragon didn't even breathe. "I forgive you." And then Luffy smiled, it was bright, beaming, and seemed to ignite with fire. Dragon blinked and the feeling was gone, like it had never been there, and Luffy only smiled with the innocence of any other child. Dragon cut himself off and his burned hand twitched involuntarily. "I am sorry, thank you." Luffy laid back down and Dragon took the hint. He walked out the door, and this time, he didn't turn back. He decided then, that he would not linger. His father would be beyond angry that he left the boys, but Dragon knew when he wasn't wanted, and he wasn't quite willing to test the wrath of a god. Especially one that was so protective of her child. XXX. Ace woke with a groan, swatting Sabo's hands away and muttering curses under his breath at being awoken so early. Or was it late? His sense of time was off, but he knew it had to be past midnight. "Ace," Sabo hissed, a tension in his voice that had Ace sitting up abruptly, almost slamming his head into Sabo's chin. He expected a reprimand from his blonde brother, but instead he was only told to be quiet with a finger to his lips. Ace blinked and was instantly alert, eyes darting around for the danger that seemed to have Sabo on edge. He nodded to his brother in understanding, waiting for his signal in the dark room. Sabo made a cradling motion with his hands before pointing at Luffy. Ace followed his gaze and held back a snort. It was obvious Sabo had tried waking their baby brother since he was face down on the hard, wooden floor. Yet somehow still dead to the world. He reached out and dragged Luffy towards him, unworried about waking him up. Sabo stood and Ace followed, adjusting Luffy in his grip and tying his limbs around his neck just in case he needed his hands. A candle had been lit at some point and Ace assumed Sabo had done it, though it was nearly dead and hardly lit anything up anyways. Sabo opened the door and no light peeked though. They were in a random storage room of the marine ship, Garp having decided that it was good enough with some pillow and blankets. And well, it was. Since they were used to sleeping on the floor for most of their lives. The dark hallways threw Ace off, but Sabo seemed to be able to navigate around, keeping one hand on the wall. Soon the dim light of their room completely faded and the last thing Ace was able to see was Sabo trailing his hand along the wall. He clutched Luffy closer, making sure his head was tucked under his chin so he wouldn't be hurt too badly if Ace ran into anything. When Sabo spoke again, Ace's heartbeat sped up in surprise. Step. The whisper was soft in the silence and Ace lifted his feet obediently, realizing they were ascending some stairs. He didn't know what was going on still, but he knew better to question Sabo, who was the smartest out of the three of them. If his brother found a need to be quiet and probably leave the ship, then Ace would follow first and ask questions later. Especially with how concerned his brother had appeared. When they slipped past the final set of doors leading to the outside, Ace was surprised to find it dark out. Apparently, they had slept through most of the afternoon into the late night, and he lamented at losing the time. Sabo paused near the wall and peeked his head around, a grin stretching across his face when he noted that no one was on the deck. Ace found that odd. Didn't Marines have night shifts in Sheet? Where were they all? He followed along when Sabo motioned him forward, gesturing for Luffy. Ace fumbled a bit but managed to untie rubbery limbs from around his neck and heft Sabo, their baby brother. I want you to burn through the ropes one by one, slowly. We don't want there to be a big splash. Sabo whispered to him as he settled Luffy on his back, hoisting him up by his legs and bottom. Ace furrowed his brows and squinted around in confusion until he spotted the ropes his brother must have been talking about. Sneaking closer, he got the view of the lifeboats that were strung up and Ace pursed his lips in thought. He glanced back over his shoulder to Sabo, who was crouched near a wall, Luffy cradled close and quietly sleeping. He nodded to him and jumped down, landing as softly as he could. It would be better to burn the ropes from inside the dinghy, it would make the fire less obvious in the pitch-black night. Ace pointed a finger and urged the smallest flame he could muster to ignite, frowning at how bright it still was before heating up the rope. The fibers grew stretchy, and Ace quickly moved on to the next one, doing the same to the 6 ropes that held the boat secure. The small vessel leaned unevenly as some fibers stretched out longer than the rest, but Ace managed to hold his footing, that is until one snapped completely. He grunted, hitting the floor hard and gripping onto the plank that made the seat. The violent movement caused a chain reaction and the rest of the stretched-out fibers finally snapped, causing the boat to freefall into the water. Ace held his breath but let it out in relief when he realized the fall wasn't that far and the noise had been kept to a minimum. He looked up and saw Sabo peeking over the edge of the ship, gesturing for Ace to hurry before the boat drifted too far. Ace held out his hands and grunted when Sabo dropped Luffy into his arms. His baby brother rustled and murmured something about Ace hogging the bed, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Honestly, Luffy would be dead if he was ever caught by an enemy and he was asleep. The thought made Ace scowl and he shoved it away, tucking Luffy under his arm and sitting back, watching as Sabo climbed down. He took the paddle that was handed to him and began to row, glancing back at the marine ship and wondering why it was so dark. XXX. The sense of forbidding that lingered in Marco's chest grew with every hour that passed. Ever since the boys had left with Garp, the feeling had compounded in its intensity, and now he was simply unable to ignore it. It was late, the sky dark and ocean darker. The moon was covered by clouds so thick that not even a shimmer of light was seen above them. When Marco looked up, the expansive blackness almost gave him vertigo, and if it weren't for the distant lights of Sabaody then he would have lost the horizon. He knew Red Hair was on that island, Luffy had told them as such, and Marco also knew the Emperor was waiting for the boy. His pops had called a meeting hours earlier, eyes grave and demanding that no one speak a word of the brats they had given back to Garp. It was simple, no one knew that the boys had been with them, so Red Hair would have no reason to question them. Tensions were high enough as is, 2 emperors on the same island was a recipe for disaster. Even if it were the 2 most amicable ones. Clattering noises drew his attention away from Sabaody, the lights had grown brighter as they drew near and the smell of the island began to waft towards them. Smaller boats began to be drawn down and Marco reluctantly followed on one of the first ones. Aizu joined him on the same raft moments later, nodding towards him in greeting. They would go down to shore and find Rayleigh, coat the ship and leave. All hopefully without meeting Red Hair, but Marco knew that was a stretch. Still, they were at least trying to be stealthy to avoid the Marines, hence the reason Marco didn't fly right over. A flaming bird was hard to miss against the dark sky. He sat at the front of the larger dinghy, it could fit around 20 of his brothers and sisters comfortably and provided enough room for them to move about a bit. Theirs was the lead, 2 others flanking either of their side and staying slightly behind. The glow of Sabaody was up front and in his face now, the haze of light forcing the darkness away as it reached out into the sky. The distinct sound of resin bubbles forming and popping soon overcame the waves, only slightly drowned out when Marco stepped onto the shore and peeled away from the crashing surf. The island was quiet, it was easily 2 in the morning and Marco hoped that Rayleigh wouldn't mind them waking him from his slumber. Either way, he was prepared to deal with the man's bargaining and annoyance. What he wasn't prepared for was to see the gray-haired man coming out of the shadows of a large tree followed by the Red Emperor. Marco stilled briefly before shoving his hands in his pockets and schooling his face into a lazy smirk. He stepped forward to meet them, his crew still dragging the dinghies onto the shore behind him. Aizu would be able to give them instructions for a bit. Rayleigh, he nodded his head in greeting to the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, genuine respect in his voice. "It's nice to see you again, Yua." Rayleigh had a twinkle of delight in his eye, glasses flashing as he nodded back. "And you as well, Marco." He shifted his attention to the Emperor on his right and Marco stilled at the sight of crimson eyes. They were narrowed and held a tightness to the corners, purple shadows lining the bottom. Marco shifted and the gaze left him, looking over his shoulder and scanning his men. Disappointment shadowed Shanks' features and his eyes flicked back to him. "Where's Luffy?" His voice was hard and he took a step forward, haki flashing out in a sweeping motion as if to search the expanse of the island. With how powerful Shanks was, he didn't doubt that the man could do it. Marco blinked and the meaning of what Shanks said crashed into him, making his blood free in his veins and his palms begin to sweat. He didn't know how red hair Shanks knew, but that hardly mattered now. It was easy to see the anger and worry bubbling over in the man and it reminded Marco of Whitebeard when his own was threatened. He swallowed, recognizing the danger for what it was and tried to play it off, to see if maybe he could fight any evidence that the Emperor had against them. "I don't know who you're talking about, Yua." The lie slid off his tongue smoothly, years of practice making it believable as he kept his posture relaxed against the haki that began to turn sharper in rage. The sand under his feet shifted with the changing air pressure and a few from his crew staggered and fell to their knees. Marco was certain that even as far out as the Moby was, Whitebeard would be able to feel the Emperor's growing rage. Rayleigh's heavy hand landed on Shanks' shoulder and Marco could see the man physically fighting with himself, fists clenching and nails biting into his skin. Oh, what a development. Marco jerked in surprise at the new voice and was surprised to see Hawkeye's emerge from the shadows, taking his place on the other side of Red Hair with his arms crossed over his chest and amusement lighting up his ringed eyes. His signature hat cast a shadow over his face, the artificial lights making the jewels of his golden sword glimmer. A deep inhale brought his attention back to Red Hair Shanks and he swallowed when he noticed the easy smile accompanied by cold eyes. He didn't miss the warning glance Rayleigh gave him and Marco braced himself, prepared to defend his struggling crew if they attacked. Aizu came up next to him, hair fluttering in the breeze and hands settled on the guns in his cloak. He said nothing, but Marco was grateful for his silent support. "It's kind of funny," Shanks began, taking a step closer. The smile remained firmly on his face, but his voice twisted at the end into something dark. Marco held his ground and tried to remain calm, Aizu stiffening next to him. "Because here," Shanks shifted and reached into his cloak, pulling out a carefully folded piece of paper. "It sure looks a lot like you, Marco." His eyes widened as Shanks twisted the paper so they could take a good look. It was Luffy in the treasure chest with Marco behind him and Thatch's stupid pompadour on the bottom right. But how? Marco swallowed and met the crimson gaze of the Emperor, his skin prickling against the haki that was beginning to unravel and expand out. Aizu let out a shuddering breath and Marco realized he didn't have many options. Just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, Whitebeard's overbearing presence washed over him, protecting them from Shanks' haki. Even Roger said hello before asking questions. Whitebeard huffed out, his heavy footfalls loud in the sudden silence. "Well, I guess I can take the blame for that one. Kind of hard to raise brats on a pirate ship, manners aren't that important there you know." Rayleigh's voice cut through the tension with ease, his posture relaxed even in the ensuing storm. Marco risked a quick glance to his pops and noticed his attention was on the poster Shanks held, his face growing grim. He took it as a sign that he saw what was on it. Shanks looked up towards Whitebeard, a harsh frown twisted on his face and eyes burning. To some, it would be eerie how quickly the Emperor seemed to shift moods, but Marco knew the man had never been anything but furious. Shanks ignored Rayleigh's comment and pressed once more, "Where is Luffy?" Each word was punctuated by a flash of Conqueror's haki and Marco heard the rest of his crew fall over behind him, his own will just barely enough to keep himself standing. Aizu was taking in deep breaths, steadying himself and Marco was proud of his fellow commander. It wasn't easy standing so close to such powerhouses, especially when angered. Marco settled his blue eyes on his pops, taking note of his controlled haki washing over them and easing the sting of the opposing force. He wondered what he would say. The truth seemed to be the best thing here, but Marco had a sinking feeling that it wouldn't happen. "Luffy," Whitebeard began, assessing how Shanks' entire attention zeroed in on the name, "is beyond your reach." Marco's vision was overcome with crimson, his ears ringing a moment later. His hands had shot up instinctively, covering his face from the whipping winds and flying sand. When he managed to peel his eyes open, only flashing haki was visible. He felt Aizu blindly grip for the back of his shirt and he moved to stand in front of him, trying to protect his brother from the haki he was no contestant against. Marco blinked at the wash of blue light, the moon now visible past the forcefully parted clouds. Any lights that had been near them had been blown apart, casting the seashore into darkness, only the moon and lightning strikes of red haki piercing through. The air pressure shifted and Marco braced himself against the second blast of air, his ears popping from the abrupt change. He heard an exasperated sigh and glanced over to see Rayleigh scratching the back of his head, unbothered by the show of power the two emperors made. Rayleigh caught him looking and sent him a gentle smile. "Come on, let's get these kids into timeout." Marco could have laughed at the mental image that made, but he was too preoccupied trying to keep himself standing from the clash of emperors happening so close to him. Rayleigh's face grew serious, hand coming up to rub his chin in thought. "I do believe there's been a serious misunderstanding here." Rayleigh walked forward and Marco blinked when he dragged a reluctant Hawkeyes behind him. "Hurry up, I'd like my home to remain standing after all." It took him a moment, but Marco braced himself and followed the crazy old man into the fray. Sabo let out a grunt, sweat rolling down his face despite the cool breeze that licked at his skin. He pulled, arms straining to row the dinghy in the right direction and scowling when he saw Ace fumbling to follow his lead. It was going to take forever for them to get anywhere at this rate. The entirety of the sea was dark, they had been unable to even see their hands in front of their faces at first. Only the sound and feel of the rolling waves were what reassured Sabo that they were actually in the ocean. He and Ace quickly came to an agreement that light was needed, and Sabo was grateful that at the very least, Ace was able to somewhat control his flames and managed to light his shoulders on fire. It was kept low so they wouldn't draw too much attention to themselves, yet everything in the small vessel still managed to glow a burned orange. The darkness around them was made more prominent and only black greeted his eyes when he cast them outside of their immediate area. Sabo sighed and ignored the creeping sense of panic that his baser instincts were trying to dredge up. It was hard enough to stay calm, and without any stars or the moon it would be difficult to navigate. He let his gaze fall on Luffy who was still sleeping soundly, somehow uncaring of their attempt at waking him and perfectly comfortable in the crumbled heap he was in. The light of Ace's flames covered Luffy like a blanket, the soft orange kissing his face and shining off his black hair, almost brighter on him than his surroundings. Sabo shifted and noted that there was no wind, but the flames on Ace's shoulders seemed to stretch and reach out for Luffy, only contained by Ace's will to remain low. How odd. It was just another question to add to the ever-growing list, and at this point Sabo was patient enough until an answer eventually fell into his lap. He went to adjust Luffy into a more comfortable position and let out a silent laugh. Good thing he was rubber because Sabo was pretty sure that his foot should not be so close to the back of his head. Ace caught him staring at Luffy and he scowled, voice tinged with annoyance. "I wish I could be that fing comfortable. And you know what? All this rocking is probably keeping him asleep." Ace's face lit up and he let out a mischievous grin before continuing. "Let's dump some water on him." Before Sabo could tell his brother just why that wouldn't work, Ace was already moving around and cupping sea water in his hands. Immediately the flames on Ace's shoulders died and cast the dinghy into blackness. Sabo jerked forward, reaching for where he hoped Ace was and grabbed him by his shoulder. He pulled him back towards his chest and kept a firm grip so he wouldn't fall forward into the water. "You idiot. You can't just grab water like that anymore." Ace mumbled something incoherently under his breath but let himself be pulled further back onto the swaying dinghy. Sabo sighed and waited for Ace to perk up before continuing. "Besides, if you tried to splash Luffy with water, how could that wake him up? He doesn't exactly get wet unless he wants to." Orange light burned around him again and Sabo saw Ace deflate in defeat before scowling at him. "Well, I don't see you trying to wake him." His brother tugged his hat down in embarrassment and Sabo sighed in exasperation. "Ace," he spoke in a deadpan. "You whacked his head off the side of the dinghy when you were adjusting him earlier. If anything, he's even less likely to wake up now." Ace had the decency to look sheepish as he glanced away and rubbed the back of his neck. "Lou's been through worse, not like he's gonna lose any more brains from me smacking him." Sabo could see his brother's point but that didn't mean he was going to agree with him. "That's beside the point, we have to hurry and figure out where we are and how to dash." Sabo cut himself off and let out a gasp, hands automatically lurching for the sides of the boat in a vice-like grip as a powerful blast of air smashed into them. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end and the feel of something electric tingling across his skin had him on edge. In the next moment, the ocean burst into light, the now visible moon gleaming down on them and casting a white sheen over the water. Sabo blinked harshly as his eyes rapidly adjusted to the change in light. "What the f dash?" Ace's curse had Sabo snapping his head towards him before following his brother's gaze up to the sky. The moon was full, now fully visible as Sabo watched the dark clouds part like they had been ripped apart at the seams. They rolled back and over themselves, splitting the heavens and allowing stars to also peek through. "That's Dad!" Luffy's shout made Sabo jump and he turned back in time to be ran over by his baby brother, face full of Luffy's belly as the boy scrambled to climb over him and towards the furthest edge of the dinghy that the wind came from. Ace's muffled voice was barely audible, but either way he couldn't make out what he said. "Oh, we're so close. Mom! Mom, go as fast as we can. That way." Sabo heard Luffy's ecstatic voice through his belly. It radiated joy and Sabo managed to dig his head out from under his baby brother just in time to see waves condense around them and heave. Ace cursed somewhere in the background and Sabo felt his stomach drop as the dinghy was abruptly raised and shot forward on a massive wave. Luffy's laughter overtook Ace's shout and Sabo held onto Luffy for dear life as they gained speed. Water sprinkled down all around them and he shifted, gesturing for Luffy to move so he could go help Ace, who was getting splashed with too much sea water. The flames on his shoulders flickered and died, and now the white cast of the moon was their only source of light. Luffy moved obediently, kneeling at the front edge of the dinghy and gripping it tight as he looked forward and faced the whipping wind. His straw hat fell from his head and was pulled taut by the string, flipping madly in the breeze. Sabo stayed low as he moved, wrapping an arm around Ace's shoulders and making his brother lean towards him. They were both soaked by then and Sabo shivered as the whipping winds rapidly chilled him, his thin white shirt no match for the cooling air. He glanced up again, taking note of the clouds that were nearly gone from the sky and wondering what caused it. "Lou!" he shouted, hoping his voice didn't get lost in the breeze. Luffy turned back to look at them, a wide grin on his face and eyes shining with joy. "How do you know that was your dad?" Sabo would think it would have been something to do with the ocean, but the electric tingle that he had felt along with it made it seem unlikely. "Oh." Luffy's grin dimmed a little and Sabo swallowed, preparing himself. "Well, Dad is there a bigger word for angry? He's that." "Oh." Luffy's eyes lit up as an idea came to mind. "He's more mad than when Gramps saw that Dandan let us get drunk." "Oh." Sabo remembered perfectly well just how mad Garp had been when he visited unexpectedly and found all three of them blackout drunk. Well, he remembered the morning of. His fight or flight instincts had cleared any lingering effects from his system in a hurry and they had seen Garp nearly obliterate the island with a misplaced fist. And they were going towards the extremely set-off Emperor. Sabo didn't know what to say, but Ace's cries of incredulity on his shoulder basically summed up his feelings. Luffy laughed and turned back to face the wind and their destination. "Don't worry. Dad's super nice. It's going to be fine." The cheer in Luffy's voice did nothing to reassure him and he slumped, letting himself be a cushion for his other incapacitated brother. While he and Ace had agreed to meet with Luffy's father, it didn't mean that they would be all chummy with him off the bat. He and Ace were well aware that any love Shanks had for Luffy was not automatically transferred to them, and they were more than pleased with that. Besides, as an emperor, Shanks had to have been smart or at the very least cunning to reach the top. It took more than strength to dominate those around you and claim victory, but Sabo was sure he would be able to keep up on the intellectual side of things a bit better than his brothers. He would watch out and make sure nothing happened to them, even if he had to go against Shanks himself. Though he doubted that possibility would happen, it was better to be prepared. Sabo blinked, a sudden thought coming to him. "Wait, when did you wake up?" Luffy's laughter flew back towards him until it got lost with the wind. XXX. Marco steadied his footing on the sand and squinted past the flying particles in the air. Behind him Aizu cursed and muttered under his breath, no doubt about his messed up bun that he had just finished not too long ago. He followed behind Rayleigh, watching the elder casually saunter over to the clashing emperors with an ease Marco envied. He glanced over and winced at the expression on Red Hair's face. It was cold and shut off, his entire focus on Whitebeard, who looked on with exasperation. Marco blinked and looked closer because yes, his captain looked annoyed, and every time he tried to speak Shanks swung his blade, clearly uncaring of the other's words. Rayleigh seemed to catch on to the pattern and he stepped further into their circle, forcing them to take notice of him. "Really, Shanks, you shouldn't be making it any harder for Luffy to approach the island. All this ruckus is bound to attract unwanted attention. The Marines can't do anything to us, but they are more than capable of taking your boy." Rayleigh's tone was cool and without any waver to his voice as he shifted his weight on one foot, raising a brow at Shanks. Whitebeard hummed before nodding, straightening and gently prodding his spear back, eyeing the sparks that flew between the sliding metal. The red-haired emperor gritted his teeth in frustration and his lips pulled back in a snarl, but he withdrew his own sword and glared heatedly at Rayleigh. Aizu let out a shaky breath next to him, nearly startling him since Marco had forgotten he was there. He had been so focused on the confrontation that he let himself get distracted, a potentially deadly mistake. He could blame it on the oddness of the situation, on how Shanks seemed to be completely different from the man he had known during his other visits, but that would just be an excuse. Good. Now I believe there has been a grave misunderstanding here, no? Rayleigh turned to Whitebeard and at the prompt, his captain pursed his lips in distaste. Blue eyes flicked between all of them and Marco silently moved over to his father's side at the silent prompting. There has been. His captain's voice was somewhat reluctant and Marco felt his eyebrows raise. It had been a long time since he heard that tone, back when he was younger and the baby of the crew. When his seniors had kept their crazy captain in line with firm scowls or disappointed glances. Shanks' ferocious face eased slightly at Whitebeard's admission but the grip on his sword was still knuckle-white. Rayleigh shoved his hands in his pockets and moved closer to Shanks, Mihawk once again taking up Red Hair's other side but this time in silent annoyance. Actually, the swordsman looked more upset that the two had stopped fighting and Marco was reminded of his unpredictability. Then let's try this again. Rayleigh gestured to Shanks' palm up and the Emperor scowled in annoyance. Repeat your question if you would. Marco was nearly certain he would have choked on his own spit and promptly died if the air in his chest wasn't trapped. Dark King Rayleigh was treating them like misbehaving children and Marco didn't know whether or not to laugh or be insulted on his captain's behalf. Aizu was unsuccessful in keeping in a choked-off chuckle, quickly hiding it as a cough but he fooled no one. His captain's shoulders sagged and his face twisted into a grimace as Shanks spoke to him through gritted teeth. Where is Luffy? Rayleigh smiled and nodded in approval. Good, was that so hard? Marco was going to die from second-hand embarrassment. He cringed involuntarily when Rayleigh turned to Whitebeard with a smile that screamed danger. Well, Newgate? His son? Marco risked a glance up to his father and winced when he found Whitebeard with a palm to his face and muttering under his breath. Goodness Rayleigh, I thought we had moved on from these sorts of things after Roger's passing. Whitebeard removed his hand and Marco could now see his annoyance and barely concealed embarrassment. I have quite a distaste for people ruining my home over misunderstandings. Other things, Rayleigh's eyes flickered over to Shanks briefly before returning to Whitebeard. May have made me change my mind but not this idiocy. Marco took note of Shanks' brief surprise at Rayleigh's words and filed the information away for later. Now, please answer the question. The Dark King faced Whitebeard fully, eyes narrowing in warning. No one spoke for a moment, only crashing waves and resin bubbles filling the silence. Eventually his captain hummed in thought, yet remained relaxed under the intense stare, shifting his weight and tilting his head in acknowledgement. I shall share my information, but I would also like answers. Shanks moved to protest but Whitebeard raised his hand, gesturing for him to be patient. Your boy, Luffy, is safe. We were indebted to a certain Marine who finally called in his favor. His grandfather currently has him. Marco watched Shanks' shoulders sag in relief, his eyes closing briefly as he took in a deep breath. The tension seemed to have eased out of him in an instant and Marco came to the realization that the Emperor cared for his adoptive son far more than they had anticipated. Aizu's soft, I told you so, next to him only reinforced the idea that maybe they should listen to the commander more when it came to matters such as these. Maybe he was out of touch. Finally, the air between them was cleared and Rayleigh smiled triumphantly as Shanks made a point to put Griffin away, even going as far as hiding it behind his dark cloak. Why the hell didn't you say that in the first place? Shanks complained but there was a slight upwards tug to his lips as he sauntered closer to Whitebeard, pulling a flask from his pocket and offering it up for a swig. No one should have known he was with us in the first place. His captain rumbled out as he took the offered drink. That snapped Marco back to attention and he furrowed his brows, stepping forward and gathering the attention of the two emperors. You're right, Pops. But look at the bounty, Marco gestured for Shanks to pull it out and the emperor did so without complaint. Careful with that, it's bad enough that I don't have any baby pictures. Shanks muttered as he handed it over and Marco waited, knowing his father would catch on to what he had seen earlier. The bounty poster crumpled slightly under his tightening grip and Shanks shouted his annoyance at him. Someone from our crew took this photo. Whitebeard's eyes were blazing in anger and the playful mood the red-haired emperor had fallen into vanished swiftly. He clicked his tongue and gestured for the bounty back, a snide remark his only response. I already told you my suspicions years ago, Whitebeard. Shanks tapped the 3 scars that lined his eyes and they grew dark as he tilted his head forward, scowl forming on his lips. But I don't really care about that right now. A sudden smile bloomed across his face and he spun around, dragging Rayleigh and Mihawk into side hugs and tugged them towards a clearing while shouting about Luffy being safe. Marco watched them go with a frown before glancing back up at his father whose face had grown stormy. He's never liked Teach, Aizu commented and stepped from his side to face their captain. I'd take his suspicions with a grain of salt. I've watched Teach before, years ago to be certain, and he never displayed any characteristics that made me question his loyalties. There must be someone else. Aizu swept the stray strands of hair away from his face and scowled at the messy locks when they refused to stay. Marco pursed his lips, unsurprised that Aizu had done some digging into a potential threat. They were never ones to be idle, even against accusations of their own. Not ever since what happened to Odin. And while Marco wasn't one to completely dismiss a claim, he trusted Aizu to be thorough in his work. Still, even as he nodded in agreement, something didn't sit quite right with him, but he would have to dismiss the feeling for now. He had nothing to back his claim other than an emperor's exaggerated story, and perhaps even a fabricated one. Very well, Whitebeard had moved closer to them while Marco was lost in thought, and he startled when his voice sounded so close to his ears. Keep an eye open. This cannot go unpunished. Marco and Aizu glanced at each other briefly before nodding in agreement. This was more than someone giving away their intel. A betrayal to the family ran deep on this crew, and Marco loathed to think that one of his siblings would throw everything away for scraps of money. Excited cheers echoed in the distance, and Aizu snorted next to him. Well, looks like they're ready to celebrate. Marco flicked his eyes over and sighed when he saw barrels of sake being rolled out near a bonfire that had somehow manifested out of nowhere, the crews mingling now that the two emperors seemed to have resolved their differences. That was fine with him, he could use a drink. XXX. Shanks let out a sigh, watching as his and Whitebeard's crew partied amongst themselves, each finding an old rival or the rare friend to drink the night away with. Ben sat to his right, cigarette in his mouth and drink in his hand. The smoke curled up and around Ben's face like a snake coiling around its prey, parting and falling apart when he took in long drags. The bonfire to his side was high and warm, casting the entire area in an orange hue and making his red hair burn in the night. Whitebeard was directly in front of him, guzzling down sake and leaning back a little too far on the logs they all sat on. Rayleigh's chuckle on his left made him cast his gaze towards the elder, watching as he drank in the refined way that Shanks remembered from his childhood. You never change, Newgate. It's nice to know some things are consistent in the world. Shanks hummed in agreement, realizing that besides the added wrinkles and scars, Whitebeard kept the same mannerisms and peace around him ever since he was little. Mostly, I suppose, but even mountains get weathered by the wind. Whitebeard's low rumbling voice pierced through the far-off chatter easily. Shanks let his eyes trail to the pinprick needle scars that lined the Emperor's arms and wondered how Roger would have fared had he still been alive. Rayleigh shifted, dark eyes overcome by flames as they distantly stared into the fire. That boy of yours. Shanks' attention was immediately drawn back to Whitebeard, eyes sharpening in suspicion. They had avoided the topic thus far, but in all honesty Shanks was itching to know about Luffy's condition other than the bare minimum, though he would never beg another emperor for information. It was bad enough that Garp had taken Luffy back, it would be much tougher to find his boy when an experienced marine was the one to hide him away. But as troublesome as that was, it was also a positive thing. Garp was highly protective of Luffy, and it had calmed him considerably to know his son was in good hands, even if they weren't his own. He's quite the enigma. Whitebeard swirled his drink around as he spoke, eyes on the floor and brows furrowed. Clearly a child, innocent and oblivious in the way all children should be, yet at times he seemed so, much more. Shanks leaned forward and took note of how Marco, who had been Whitebeard's silent shadow, snapped to attention at the topic. In what way? Rayleigh's tone was even but curious, glancing at him from the corner of his eye, and Shanks smirked silently, glad another source would back his claim of Luffy's origin. If he were to ask anyone to solidify his story, it would be Newgate. The elder was wise and had seen numerous things during his time out on the sea, few things could fool him nowadays. The giant man leaned back and rubbed at his chin, eyes raising to the moon as he contemplated his answer. It is a shift. Like forgotten memories return briefly and then slip away. Whitebeard's gold eyes settled on him and Shanks stared back unflinchingly. I have my theories, but there were other concerns plaguing my mind at the time, and originally I hadn't planned on telling you anything. Whitebeard continued as he ignored Shanks' rising temper. But, I can see now that you care for the boy, not for what he is. Roger would be proud of you, red hair. Shanks froze, eyes widening at being caught off guard. That had not been what he was expecting, and from the wide grin stretching across Rayleigh's face, he didn't hide his surprise very well. Yes, he would have, his old vice-captain agreed and swung an arm around him, shaking him slightly and bringing them closer together. Shanks resolutely ignored them and took a long swing of his drink, relishing in the burn that slid down his throat and warmed his chest. They laughed at his expense, and he didn't have the heart in him to argue. The comment had not been unwelcomed, and he was glad his father figure's respected rival thought he had done well. So what do you think of him? Rayleigh's eyes gleamed with interest and he leaned forward, dragging him down with him. Shanks rolled his eyes and ducked out from under his arms and let Rayleigh pick Whitebeard's brain for answers. Yes, we are all quite curious. Shanks glanced over towards the edge of the circle in time to see Mihawk tilt his hat up, gold-ringed eyes intense as they pierced into the Emperor. He had stayed far back and away from everyone, complaining about the noise and smell, generally just being himself and annoying everyone who came into contact with him. Rayleigh let out a long exhale though his nose and Shanks fought down a smirk at his exasperation with the warlord. As he turned his attention back to the huffing Whitebeard, a sparkling flicker of life shimmered in the furthest reaches of his mind. He stiffened, sake slushing in the cup with his jerky movements as he leaned forward and closed his eyes in concentration. It flickered once more and this time Shanks threw his will into his observation hockey, uncaring of his crew's reproachful voices as his power stirred the wind and threw sand into the air. Shanks extended his senses out, reaching and straining them until they could go no further and gasped. A beacon of light exploded in his mind's eye, coming into his reach like a dawning sun cresting over the horizon. The prickles of light that represented the rest of residents of Sabaody were dwarfed and outshined by the soul approaching them, one he would recognize in a heartbeat. He snapped his eyes open and stood, the others going silent as they trained their eyes on him. He felt Ben follow and was slightly surprised to feel Whitebeard trailing behind, but he had no time to stop and ask. Luffy's glowing presence was growing closer and stronger in the distance and Shanks would be there to greet him. They settled into silence, his power still flailing and strained around him, whipping up wind and destroying the peace of the land as he followed where his senses led him. His feet splashed into the shore and he paused, taking in a large breath and straining his eyes in the dark. In the distance the ocean swelled, a large wave towering above the rest and approaching them at high speed. The moonlight shone off it harshly and for a moment Shanks couldn't see anything besides the glare of light. "Dad!" The shout was far off and barely carried by the breeze, but Luffy's voice managed to reach him. "Luffy!" He stepped further into the water, wading in waist deep and uncaring of the biting chill that seeped into his bones. His chest was tight with emotion, and he tried to fight it off by letting out a shaky breath. Shanks didn't have the opportunity to go in further, a screech of laughter echoed towards them and rapidly grew louder. His eyes widened as he watched Luffy's arms snap back to their proper size, his body growing larger by the second. Shanks braced himself, raising his hands to catch his son who had slung himself off the small raft and towards him. The collision blew the air out of his lungs and he tipped back into the water, landing on his butt but refusing to let go of Luffy who was now safely in his arms and laughing in merriment. "Dad! Dad, I missed you. And look, I kept your hat safe." Luffy tried to pull away and show him the hat but Shanks was having none of it, refusing to let Luffy peel back and instead tucking his head under his chin so he could wrap himself around Luffy even harder. He squeezed his eyes shut and inhaled, taking in the scent of the sea and the warmth of the body in his grasp. Luffy had grown bigger, obviously, but he was still little compared to others his age and a part of Shanks was selfishly thankful for it. It let him coddle Luffy just a little bit longer, something he planned on taking full advantage of now that he had his son back. He finally pulled back and adjusted Luffy so he could stand, never letting go of his son and smiling softly when Luffy clung to him like a little monkey. The sound of rushing water drew his attention and he realized then that they hadn't drowned because a small cove had formed around them, just enough so he could breathe. He looked down at Luffy and found large, smiling eyes looking up at him and a wide grin on his rubbery face. Shanks braced himself, reinforcing his decision by remembering the panic he had felt ever since he saw Luffy's bounty appear. "You're grounded." The winds around them stopped abruptly and Ace felt his stomach drop as the wave they rode on lost its momentum. Only Luffy's scream of joy echoed around for a moment before it too faded away. Ace snapped his eyes open, staring dumbly at the spot Luffy had just been at before darting his eyes forward, catching his baby brother's small figure rapidly fading away from them as he soared through the air. "Did he just dash?" Sabo's disbelieving voice broke Ace out of his thoughts and he flung himself from the side of the dinghy, roughly shoving a paddle toward Sabo as he let out a snarl of frustration. "Move it!" Any prior hesitation Ace had was gone, because Luffy had just flung himself towards the island with the red-haired emperor and whoever he had clearly been fighting with. If they were powerful enough to cause a clash of that scale so far away, then Ace didn't even want to imagine how it was up close. And while Ace knew emperors were the strongest out on the sea, he couldn't be sure if Shanks would actually protect Luffy. He had left him on Dawn for all those years after all. He grunted, cresting a particularly large wave and grumbling under his breath about sea children. It was fine and dandy when Luffy was with them, but as soon as he left the vicinity Ace and Sabo were hung out to dry. That's why when Luffy insisted he and Sabo would be safe in the sea, they hadn't been so sure. Even now, Ace doubted that would be the case, especially considering how tired he got from just a few splashes of salt water. Still, he wanted to believe, and the last thing he wanted to do was disappoint Luffy, even if he wouldn't be the one ultimately letting him down. The ocean was always indiscriminate with her victims, and he and Sabo weren't silly enough to think they were any exception. Sabu! Luffy's voice carried on a breeze, and if Ace squinted, he could see his baby brother being held tightly in someone's arms. His heart stopped for a moment and he forced himself to row harder, cutting through the water in desperation to make sure his baby brother was safe. What's grounded? Luffy's voice became clearer, and Ace heard Sabo spluttering about how he thought Luffy already knew, clearly caught off guard. I'll show you a grounded. Ace snarled loudly and hoped that his words carried. He ignored Sabo's sigh of exasperation, and as soon as the waves became rough, indicating the shore, he forced fire towards his legs and launched himself out the boat. His feet ignited in a blaze and the blast had him plowing into the sand, kicking it up and causing it to solidify under him into jagged spikes. He caught the tail end of Luffy's voice, and as mad as he was, he struggled not to face palm. I can't be grounded. You're holding me so I'm dead. Ace got a good look at his ridiculously idiotic baby brother and frowned when he saw him sitting comfortably in the arms of a tall, red-haired man. Luffy looked even smaller than normal being held by him, and Ace's little brother instincts flew into overdrive at the sight. Luffy! He used the tone that he knew his baby brother wouldn't ignore, and was internally pleased to see Luffy twist and extend his arms towards him, completely uncaring of the fire that licked at his skin as he launched himself at Ace. Cries of warning echoed around them, and Ace made his flames burn hotter, glaring at the figures through the haze of heat. He grabbed Luffy by the waist, hoisting him up and tucking him against his side like a rag doll. See, Luffy wiggled and complained, the fire caressing his skin and curling around his form protectively. Luffy! A worried shout cut above the rest, and Ace's eyes widened as a man stepped through his wall of fire, hands coated in black and making a slicing motion with his hand. His flames faltered, sputtering to reflect his astonishment. Oh Dad! This is Ace. He's my big brother and he's super strong and smart. Luffy's wiggling intensified and Ace felt his cheeks redden from his baby brother's compliments, fire dying away almost immediately, his evaporating anger unable to sustain them. As the flames fell away, Ace was able to get a better look at the man approaching, noting the scar on his face and red of his eyes. His brows were drawn down and his gaze zeroed in on Luffy with such a single-minded focus that Ace felt his own being had been overlooked. The man held himself with confidence and his mere presence was overwhelmingly large, just like their grandfather Garp. Because of that, Ace didn't need to see his crimson hair to know that this was the man that Luffy called father, none other than red-haired Shanks. They had known Shanks was waiting for them at Sabaody, but Ace didn't think the Emperor would be hanging out by the shore just to wait for Luffy. He expected to have to search, so to see him here so suddenly threw him off. The Emperor paused before him, red eyes widening as Ace finally met his stare with a glare. Shanks blinked and the look was gone, his brows furrowing for a moment before smoothing, his face falling into an easy smile. Oh, nice to meet you Ace, I'm Shanks. The man gave him a blinding smile and Ace hesitated momentarily before nodding towards him. The sound of crunching glass behind him caught his attention and he risked a glance back. Geez Ace, I'm here too. I can't help with Luffy if you don't let me. Sabo's voice trailed up to him and Ace nodded his head slightly, noting the soft burns on his clothes before grimacing. Sorry, he muttered before ridding the clearing of all his remaining flames. The Emperor stared at them for a moment, eyes roving over Luffy's form to check for injuries before letting a soft frown tug at his lips. Come here, Anchor. Shanks' voice brought Ace's attention back and he unconsciously tightened his grip around his baby brother, narrowing his eyes at the Emperor in warning. He squeezed Luffy a little too hard when he wouldn't stop squirming and a surprised squeak left him before he whined. Axie. No Luffy, wait. Ace cut him off, never letting his eyes stray away from Shanks and the other members of his crew that began to gather around. Most of them stayed a good distance away, clearly content to wait for their captain's orders, though others seemed overjoyed at the sight of Luffy squirming in his arms. In the distance he could see Whitebeard and he held back the sting of betrayal that he felt from seeing the man. Now wasn't the time. Sabo stepped up next to him, taking up the side that Luffy was on to have him squished between them, his blue eyes calm and smile gentle as he nodded to everyone. Good, Ace couldn't be diplomatic for shit, he'd sooner start a fight and run away with Luffy before trying to talk anything out. Greetings Shanks, I'm Sabo, Luffy's other brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sabo nodded his head and tilted his top hat forward in a friendly gesture. Shanks' mouth formed into a friendly grin, but something cold trailed up Ace's spine when the Emperor met his gaze. Sabo must have felt it too, because his brother stiffened ever so slightly, shifting a tad closer to them as his smile went tight. Oh Dad. Sabo is super smart. He taught me how to count and make words make sense. Luffy wiggled again and Ace roughly shoved him closer, growling a warning under his breath for him to be still. Despite Luffy's words, the tense air that had begun to form around them only grew, regardless of how relaxed the others looked. A man with silver hair and dark eyes sighed heavily and stepped forward, cigar in his mouth and sloshing booze in his hand as he gestured further inland. "Why don't we settle down by the bonfire? There's plenty to catch up on and we have extra food and water to share." The purple cloak that was draped over his shoulders fluttered in a stray breeze, bringing the smell of freshly cooked meat and alcohol. At the mention of food, Ace couldn't keep Luffy from wiggling away and he snarled as his baby brother skipped to where he thought the food was. In an instant, Luffy was gone and Ace felt panic well up in him until he saw the red-haired Emperor toss Luffy up on his shoulders, his hands gripping his small legs tightly as he sauntered away from them. Ace hadn't even been able to see the man move. He blinked and narrowed his eyes, stomping forward and completely ignoring the others, eyes totally focused on the Emperor who stole Luffy away from him. "Hey! Give him back, he's ours." "Ace!" Sabo's voice hissed from behind, but he didn't care, shoving off the hand that had been placed on his shoulder and reaching to grip at the black cloak the Emperor wore. Before he could, the Emperor turned, red eyes boring down at him and shadows deepening across his face. "Yours?" Even with Luffy on his shoulders he managed to look threatening as he glared down at him. Ace blinked and the look was gone, replaced by a weary smile and tired eyes, making him wonder if he had seen the look in the first place. "You don't mind, do you? It's been too long since I've seen my son, I hope you understand how worried I was about him." Shanks' voice was smooth and calm, charismatic, but Ace felt a warning liking at his skin. He tightened his fists, ready to argue but caught sight of Luffy's frown. He didn't want to fight his brother's father, not when Luffy clearly cared about the man, but Ace couldn't help but feel something was off. Luffy's small fingers threaded through crimson locks and his brother curled his upper body around Shanks' head, smiling and humming softly. A goofy smile lit the Emperor's face up and he cooed at the small boy, hands reaching up and rubbing at soft cheeks. Ace could practically see the stars in his eyes and he was so thrown off, he couldn't even respond. "Come on Ace, Sabo. Let's eat." Luffy kicked his feet and demanded Shanks give him meat, a demand the Emperor gave into with a laugh and nod, trotting away to a suspiciously familiar man with a pompadour. "Ace," Sabo's voice was low next to him and he turned to see his brother's worried blue eyes. He pursed his lips and nodded in silent agreement, happy to know he wasn't going mad if Sabo had felt that too. It wasn't dangerous per se, but it rankled his nerves in a way that was meant to be a deterrent and a warning, to stay away from what Shanks deemed his. It was possessive, like Ace had broken into the man's personal belongings and stolen something valuable right from under his nose. He paused briefly on his way to Thatch and realized that yes, that's exactly what Luffy was to the Emperor. Ace may have been hallucinating about the Emperor's glaring red eyes, but he knew he heard correctly when Shanks subtly challenged his claim on his baby brother. He frowned, silver eyes narrowing in annoyance. He wouldn't give up so easily and he'd be dead if Luffy was taken from them. XXX. Roger looked down at him, hand extended and a wide grin on his face, offering up a lifetime of adventure and freedom. The straw hat on Roger's head shielded him from the rays of sunlight that illuminated him from the back, but his silver eyes burned with his passion and will. Rayleigh blinked and the vision was gone. In its place was a teenager named Ace with a scowl on his face and annoyed silver eyes glaring at Shanks as he followed after the Emperor. Rayleigh swallowed and forced himself to move, feet dragging in the sand and hands clenching the fabric of his cloak. His chest felt tight and he tried to ignore how his heart was being squeezed, focusing instead on taking in large breaths of air to remain calm. The resemblance was uncanny, and Rayleigh knew the boy had to be Roger's son. As the minutes ticked by and his nerves calmed, Rayleigh wandered over, smile on his face and nodding his head in greeting. The two older boys had lost Shanks when the Emperor made a dash to the other side of the bonfire, chasing a giggling Luffy and demanding his son give him back his food. The blonde one, Sabo, was the first to take notice of his presence and he gave him a weary smile, smacking Ace on the back of his head and demanding his brother pay attention. Rayleigh chuckled at that, glad that the boys seemed to have a close relationship with one another. He sat down near the two, unoffended that they seemed closed off and tense at first. He decided to start easy, telling them about the island they were on and laughing when Ace complained loudly about the FING bubbles going off constantly. Eventually the boys eased, and hesitant smiles were given with their replies. As they spoke, he could see the care the boys had for one another, especially their youngest, Luffy. They were fiercely protective of him, and Rayleigh was shoved aside more than once when Luffy ran around to a place they couldn't see from their spot. It was during one of these instances that he managed to meet Shanks' gaze, a knowing look flickering across his face as his eyes drifted to the teenager seated by his side. Rayleigh swallowed and looked away, not quite ready to face the facts. Because while Ace may have been Roger's son, his near-spitting image, he wasn't Roger. His captain's very being brimmed with life and his will had been absolute. His son on the other hand, was guarded, and his presence while loud, was tamed and maybe even broken. Rayleigh wondered, if life had gone differently, would Ace have been more like his captain? They sat in silence and Rayleigh couldn't help but keep looking over, staring at the freckles on his cheeks and the soft curls in his black hair. Rouge would have found him adorable, and Rayleigh had the feeling that Ace would have always had flowers in his hair growing up. What? Ace snapped and Rayleigh let out a sheepish smile, meeting angry eyes and raising his hands in a placating gesture. Fire licked across Ace's shoulders and his brother smacked him while putting them out. "Ah, I'm sorry. You just remind me of someone is all." Rayleigh watched closely as Ace stiffened, how his shoulders tensed and his frown tightened. "I guess I would. It doesn't matter now though." Ace's eyes drifted to where Luffy sat and Rayleigh watched in surprise as Ace eased, posture relaxing. "It's in the past." It was clear for Rayleigh to see that not all of it was, but it looked like Ace had his own sort of problems to overcome, and he knew this was only the surface. He contemplated for a moment, figuring Ace knew what he was talking about, but Rayleigh couldn't help but ask. "You know then? About Captain?" The words came out forced, and not nearly as smooth as he hoped. Ace's attention snapped back to him and his eyes widened in surprise, hands reaching out automatically for support but only grasping at empty air. "Captain?" Rayleigh's mouth twisted into a tight smile and he nodded, looking away from Ace and towards the fire in the center of the gathering. "I was his first mate." Rayleigh didn't look away from the fire, watching as stray embers floated up and away with the air currents. When the silence between them stretched for too long he risked a glance back and saw Ace hunched over with his head in his hands, fingers digging into his hair. Sabo was next to him, trying to ease his fingers to relax to no avail. Rayleigh frowned and reached over, hesitating briefly before placing a heavy hand on his shoulder, kneading his fingers in hard and letting out a shaky breath. "If you ever want to know anything dash." Ace shook his hand off and straightened, taking a deep breath. "No, Luffy's told me enough. Thanks, though." Rayleigh blinked in surprise and he almost missed the proud look on Sabo's face as his mind raced elsewhere. There was no way for Luffy to have known about Roger, a man before his time, not unless. His mind wandered back to what Shanks told him, his beliefs, and his certainty in them. Not only that, but Rayleigh got to see firsthand how the sea had twisted away from the pair when Luffy landed in Shanks' arms, like she was giving them just enough space to breathe. He went to ask, but Ace turned away from him, making it clear that he was done with the conversation. Rayleigh leaned back on his log and took a swig of his drink, his eyes trailing over to Shanks. There he found the young boy draped over the Emperor's back. He was staring at Ace, a slight frown on his face as he observed his brother across the fire, like he could feel his brother's distress regardless of the distance between them. Dark eyes flicked over to him and caught his stare. The world suddenly narrowed to a single point and Rayleigh couldn't look away. His body reacted before his mind could make sense of anything, his breath catching in his throat as the sky closed in around him and squeezed the air out of his lungs. Through his tunneled vision all he could see was Luffy, through him, and into a yawning void that made his stomach drop in instinctual fear. His haki flashed in reflex and suddenly Shanks was there, gripping his shoulder harshly and fighting down his haki with his own. A distant part of his mind could register the shouts of surprise from the others as his power lashed out over their forms and clawed into the sand under them. "Easy Ray," Shanks murmured in his ear and Rayleigh took a breath, eyes widening as he steadied himself, partially wondering how Shanks had made it to him so fast without him even noticing. It had been a long, long time since Rayleigh had reacted in such a way to anything, and to do so over a child was unexpected. He swallowed and met Shanks' crimson eyes, catching the understanding in them and asking a silent question. Shanks gave his shoulder another squeeze, gesturing with his other hand to the others that everything was fine. "I told you before, it's hard to explain. Does it make a little more sense now?" Rayleigh thought back to their prior conversation when they were up in the trees, speaking of sea children and the plausibility of gods. His instincts were still reeling, and he clenched his hands in the fabric of his pants, forcing the trembling to stop. He didn't even know what had scared him, but the distinct sense of his mortality was at the forefront of his mind. Eventually, he nodded. Luffy peeked his head up over Shanks' shoulder, a smile on his face and eyes oblivious. "Are you okay, old guy?" Rayleigh stared into dark eyes but none of the feelings came back to him, only finding childish curiosity in the boy's gaze. He nodded again and felt Shanks' hand slip away from his shoulder even if his eyes watched him carefully. Instead of returning to their spot Shanks plopped himself down between Rayleigh and Ace, whining when Luffy immediately crawled into Ace's arms. "You had your FING turn." Ace snarled and deliberately tucked Luffy close between him and Sabo, ignoring how Luffy laughed and wiggled when he complained about being accidentally tickled. The laughter only intensified, and Ace's triumphant grin was the only warning Luffy got as the brothers went in on torturing the younger. Shanks sighed and sat back, complaining loudly before taking a long sip of his drink. Luffy was crying now, trying desperately to wiggle away, but his brothers were having none of it, clearly using him as a stress relief. "Yeah, get him!" Thatch shouted from across the fire, hands raised in support and drink sloshing everywhere. Marco complained loudly next to him, and Whitebeard's laugh rumbled throughout the beach. Rayleigh had noticed Whitebeard easing his crew away from the boys, more than likely aware that Shanks wouldn't take kindly to their reunion being interrupted so soon. Or, maybe it had to do with things he had yet to fully understand. Shanks grinned next to him and stood, raising his tanker, uncaring of the liquid dripping down his arm as he smiled wide and shouted, "To being reunited!" His crew cheered and Rayleigh grinned at the sight of his former cabin boy. The tension from the last couple days had completely drained away from Shanks' form, and the red-haired captain was now completely at ease. Rayleigh felt his heart lighten at the sight, and he brushed off the unease he felt to deal with it later. He shifted in his seat when the log under him jolted from the boy's antics, and he was unable to stop himself from joining in on the infectious laughter that seemed to reverberate through his soul. A soft, choked-off gasp caught his attention, and he turned in time with Shanks, eyes widening at the flicker of light that blinded him momentarily. It had been brief, but Rayleigh saw the burning white of irises that seared themselves into his memory. No one else seemed to have noticed, but the older boys had frozen in their torturous tickling, each with stilled hands hovering above their baby brother who was calming down from the session. "Shishishi. No fair. I thought I was going to pee my pants." Luffy raised a hand to his face and wiped away his tears, missing the looks exchanged between the brothers. "That's enough for now." Shanks' voice was low and nearly drowned out by the rambunctiousness of the others, but the boys heard and nodded their heads in agreement, any misgivings they had about the other vanishing into smoke. Luffy was jostled around until he ended up near the Emperor, a smile still on his face and seemingly none the wiser to what just occurred. XXX. Ben let himself sink into the chatter and noise that swelled around him, eager to let the past few days fade into obscurity. Luffy's laughter was easily discernible in the noise, and it eased the tension off his shoulders. He glanced at his captain, noting the genuine, goofy smile on his face as he watched his son tell him some story, hands flailing around and energy wild. Shanks was enraptured in Luffy's tales, nodding along and asking questions, but Ben noticed more than just his focus. He could see how firmly Shanks gripped Luffy, how his fingers brushed along squishy cheeks, and how gently he placed the straw hat back on Luffy's head, making sure it was angled just right. All of that would have only been worth a spare glance, if it also weren't for the way that his captain was leaving residues of his conqueror's haki everywhere he touched. It was subtle, just lingering stretches of his energy clinging to Luffy's clothes and seeping into his skin. But now it wouldn't matter if Luffy were to have the straw hat or not, his very being would soon be doused in the Emperor's haki. For now, only those that could use Conqueror's haki could tell, and with how Whitebeard and Rayleigh glanced at Shanks, they knew what he was doing. And when Shanks would meet their questioning gaze, he just doubled down, purposefully bringing his haki-coated fingers up and firmly planting them on top of Luffy's head, the boy oblivious and continuing on with his babbling. The message to the others was clear though, and if they had any qualms about how Shanks claimed what was his, they didn't say. It reminded Ben of their early days, when his captain had clung on tightly to his hat and snarled at anyone who dared touch it. Possessive and hunting like a beast when his space wasn't given or his treasure threatened. It made sense back then, his captain had lost everything he held dear in life, and that hat had been his only connection back to it. Ben knew this would happen, but he was slightly proud to say that Shanks had more restraint than he would have thought. Luffy was a person after all, free-spirited and unable to be contained, like the mother he hailed from. He was just glad that Shanks seemed to remember that, even if he reached out far too often to reclaim what everyone knew was his. Shanks' very will was settling itself over the boy, and it would soon be a reminder and warning for anyone to notice. Luffy wasn't to be messed with, least they wanted their head off their shoulders. And if Luffy could tell, he didn't say anything, simply melted into hugs and let himself be coddled by his doting father, seemingly unaware of Shanks' need of aggressive reassurance that he was there. Or, Ben mused, Luffy did know, and that was the reason he was so pliant every time Shanks snatched him up a few too many times. The only person who seemed incapable of reading the hints, or was just ignoring them, which was more likely, was Hawkeye's. He watched Luffy just as closely as Shanks did, but for a different reason Ben knew. If the man could be patient like Rayleigh, then his questions would be answered in time, but it didn't seem to be his strong point. Though Ben couldn't blame him, he remembered what it was like to come under the scrutiny of a god, and even a young one like Luffy had left him reeling. Rayleigh's reaction earlier had been expected, but thankfully his crewmates remained tight-lipped on what had happened. Only a few knew, but Ben was prepared to deal with the panic that knowledge would bring about later. Boy, Hawkeye's voice cut through the idle chatter everyone had fallen in. Several pairs of eyes turned to him, curious and weary all at the same time. Everyone on the Red Force knew why the swordsman had come along and stuck around, so Ben was curious as to how he'd get his answers. Though knowing how Luffy was, it wouldn't take very long for him to do something spectacular. Still, he wondered if the water bending to Luffy's will earlier wasn't enough, then what would be? Rayleigh had been somewhat convinced, Ben noticing the curiosity and wonder in dark eyes, remembering a time when he was also getting used to such a presence near them. Come here. Hawkeye's raised a hand and made a beckoning motion with his finger pointed in Luffy's general direction. General because he was still running around and rolling along the sand, terrorizing anyone that got within his vicinity with food. Luffy paused, laid out on his back with a stick of meat in his mouth as he tilted his head unnaturally far back to look at Hawkeye's. There was a moment of silence as the two stared at one another and Ben felt the familiar bristle of an overwhelming presence settle on the clearing for the briefest moments. It was one he was used to by now, whenever Luffy's mother imposed herself more onto this plane of existence and drew her attention to them. If Ben could describe the feeling, it would be as if he were an ant under an incoming boot, knowing his existence was so insignificant to the other that his life being snuffed out wouldn't be noticed. It passed and he let out an exhale, nearly choking on the smoke that was in his lungs and swiftly chugging down some booze to help ease the burn. When he managed to compose himself, it was to see Luffy standing in front of Mihawk, head tilted to the side and chewing the last bits of his food as he stared up at the man owlishly. It was clear that many others in the circle had felt it, their pale faces and wandering eyes a clear indicator. Ben chanced a glance at Rayleigh and noted his white-knuckled grip on the fabric of his coat, his brows drawn down into a harsh furrow and eyes trained solely on Luffy. His captain was slightly tense next to him, watching the scene with sharp eyes and seemingly ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Mihawk stayed still longer than Ben would have anticipated, gold-rimmed eyes slightly widened as he stared down at the boy. Ben smirked blatantly in his direction, ready to watch the show unfold as the swordsman tried to unravel a situation he couldn't possibly fathom. Mihawk didn't bother introducing himself, he just leaned forward in his seat, still managing to be taller than Luffy, and began his inspection with gentle prods. He stretched limbs and ran his hand though hair filled with sand, eyed how Luffy's devil fruit let him bend at odd angles and frowned when he found nothing extraordinary. Ben held back his chuckle at the giggles Luffy let out, clearly still ticklish and sensitive from the earlier attack. The older man let out a hum of disappointment before sitting back with his arms crossed, eyes narrowing in thought. Whom do you hail from? Mihawk's voice was bland, and Ben took a swing of his sake to hide his grin. What's a hail? Shanks burst into laughter next to Rayleigh and Ben fought to keep his drink from coming out his nose. Someone on this crew had to be dignified after all. Hawkeye's face was contorted in disgust and exasperation as he spoke to clarify. Who are your parents? Oh. Luffy grinned and used both hands to point. One was directed to Shanks and the other the sea. That's Dad and Mom. A gasp was heard, and Ben's eyes moved sharply over to the Whitebeard pirates, but he was unable to identify who had let out that response. Damn it, Luffy. Ace, the boy's older brother shouted from his spot near the fire, and the blonde one was cradling his head in his hands, shoulders slumped in defeat. Wait, I mean just Dad. Luffy dropped the hand that was pointing to the sea and beamed up an innocent smile towards Hawkeye's, expression bright. Shanks was howling in laughter, tilting too far back and falling off his log as he clutched at his stomach. Oh, Anchor. You're still perfect. His captain managed to get out between breaths and Luffy joined in with giggles even though Ben was sure he had no clue what Shanks was laughing about. How's that FING funny? That idiot is gonna get himself kidnapped. Hell, I can't even come up with a DMN lie for him. How do you even make a lie for a FINGC child? Stop FING laughing. Ace had rounded on the Emperor, fury lighting his hair up in fire and causing a haze of heat to waft out from him. Sabo sighed, shoulders falling even further as he stared ahead blankly. Why are my brothers so stupid? Ace turned to yell at his brother before pausing, finally catching onto his slip-up and grimacing, the fire dying away immediately. Don't worry so much. Shanks sat up and dusted himself off, grin still on his face despite his hardening eyes. I'd like to see anyone try to take Anchor from me. The clearing had gone silent at the apparent revelation and Ben scanned his eyes across the crown, trying to discern any possible threats. His gaze stopped at Marco, taking in his wide eyes and pale face. He noted it for later, knowing full well the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates was easygoing and hardly batted an eye at the most astounding of revelations. Luffy twisted his head around, eyes widening in hope. Does that mean I can be with Mom again, even with people here? His voice grew in excitement and he moved away from Mihawk, the sand he kicked up smacking the warlord in the face. Yes. No. Shanks and Ace spoke at the same time and Luffy paused, scratching his head in confusion before turning to Sabo. Sabo? The blonde brother blinked, and Ben saw his will visibly wilt away at the sight of his baby brother's pout, his dark eyes almost seeming to water as he pleaded his case. Luffy clasped his hands together in front of him and bounced up and down on the tips of his toes. Please, please, I'll listen and be good. But I miss Mom. Sabo no dash. Ace lurched forward, clearly seeing his brother's will melt. Okay dash, Sabo was cut off when Ace tackled his side, but it was too late. Luffy's eyes grew in delight and his beaming smile stretched across his face. Mom. Without missing a beat, Luffy sprinted forward, hoping over heads, and stretching his hands out towards the lapping waters that seemed to reach right back. Ben watched, amused as Luffy jumped in and splashed around, large waves crossing and cradling his body, keeping him afloat. Smaller streams of water reared up like tiny snakes, caressing black hair and seemingly stroking his cheeks. Luffy laughed, grabbing a wave with both his hands and somehow bringing it up like a blanket. He tucked the wave under his chin and let out a hum, feet kicking up but never coming out the water. Ace's heavy sigh made him tear his gaze away, and when he did, he saw the absolutely flabbergasted looks most of pirates in the vicinity held. Thatch in particular was spluttering, hands out in front of him and making wild gestures as he tried to sort through his jumbled thoughts. The only people who didn't bat an eye at Luffy's antics, besides his brothers, were a few of his crewmates. They had grown used to Luffy's oddness many years ago, and seeing it again was nothing new. After all, they knew full well that it was just the start of what a sea child was capable of. Still, despite Luffy's laughter and the crackling flame, the silence was loud. And while Ben could see the benefit of everyone knowing, it also put him on high alert. Oh, now that is quite interesting. Rayleigh's voice broke the trance everyone seemed to have fallen into. The older man leaned forward, hands clasped together as his eyes focused on Luffy. Yeah, whatever. Show's over, everyone stop FING staring at my baby brother. Ace yelled and a wall of flames rose across the shore, effectively blocking Luffy from view. His captain frowned and tilted his head, clearly still trying to see past the flames. He huffed and met Ben's gaze when it proved to be fruitless. I'm going to go stay with Anchor. Shanks stood and dusted himself off, once again easily parting the wall of fire with his haki. How does he keep doing that? Ace pulled at his black hair and growled under his breath, his anger at his blonde brother forgotten. It's called haki. Rayleigh stood and motioned for the boys to follow him. Come, I'm sure Shanks can take care of Luffy for the night. Why don't we go talk? This new technique should help you protect your brothers better. It was like Rayleigh knew exactly what to say to get Ace to shut up. The teen snapped his jaw shut, eyes flicking over to his baby brother briefly before narrowing in resolve. All right, we'll go. Ben watched them leave and shook his empty drink with a sigh. The bonfire was smaller now, most of the wood burned away and the rocks around it scorched black. The unnatural chill of the night began to cling closer, but he still had one more thing to do before he could rest. He moved his attention to the warlord who was still staring at Luffy, gold-ringed eyes wide. Ben couldn't hold in his laugh, and he didn't bother hiding the fact that it was at Mihawk's expense. Oh, how unfortunate for you, to see something you can't explain. Ben grinned around his cigarette as Mihawk scowled at him, hand clenching the cross necklace dangling around his neck. Do not test me, Beckman. Ben laughed louder before bracing his hands on his knees to stand. Tell me when you have a reason for that then. Ben pointed with his thumb back towards Luffy. I'll listen to any of your theories. He didn't give the warlord a chance to respond, simply turned and gestured for his crew to pack up. They would need to head out soon, otherwise the Marines may get overly ambitious. It was a good thing that there were too many of them together. After all, Sabaody was supposed to be a more subtropical island. And to an experienced crew like them, Akiji could only get so close without them noticing. Sabo jerked awake, nearly tipping back on the stool he was sitting on. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep at Shaki's bar, but now orange sunlight was streaming in through the windows, signifying the break of dawn. It took him a moment, but soon he realized what had woken him up so violently. His body moved before his brain caught up with the motion, too focused on his baby brother's terrified shrieking. The pounding of feet on wood sounded close by and he realized Ace was running next to him, a wild look of panic on his face, one Sabo was sure was reflected in his own features. They burst through the door to the outside, eyes scanning wildly as they followed their ears to their baby brother. Another voice was heard soon, and Sabo furrowed his brows when he recognized it belonged to the red-haired Emperor. Damn it, Luffy. Get wet. The Emperor sounded out of breath and Sabo slowly came to a stop along with Ace as they rounded along a large tree. Shanks had half his body hunched over an extremely large, wooden tub. His black cloak was lost somewhere, and his white shirt was sticking to his skin. His red hair was dripping water and his mouth was twisted into a snarl. In the tub was a very naked Luffy, his rubbery limbs extending impossibly wide to grip the opposing sides of the tub, trying to avoid the bubbles that seemed to overflow everywhere else. Also, Luffy was perfectly dry despite the fact that Sabo saw a few of his limbs splash in the water. Sabo sighed heavily and Ace cackled next to him, happy he no longer had to be the one to wrestle with their baby brother about taking baths. Shanks and Luffy both paused, faces snapping over to them and widening in surprise. Help me! Luffy shouted and wiggled, but Shanks leaned further onto him, gripping Luffy by the shoulders and slowly dunking him in. No! Shanks snarled out and cursed. Anchor! Get wet! A wicked smile stretched across Ace's face and his eyes darkened in mischief. Before Sabo could get a word out, to tell Ace that whatever he was planning was stupid, Ace lurched forward. He kicked his boots off halfway to his destination and Sabo dragged a hand along his face as he watched Ace jump on top of their baby brother, dunking them both into the water. Ace immediately sunk towards the bottom of the gigantic tub and Luffy was so surprised that when he went to grab for his older brother, he came back up with damp skin and drenched hair. Shanks on the other hand was spluttering, face and body covered in soap and tongue sticking out as he grimaced at the taste. The wave the splash made had thoroughly soaked him, and he squinted as bubbles began to leak into his eyes. Sabo moved forward and gestured for Luffy to hand over their drowsy brother. He was too tired for this much excitement in the morning and he didn't spare Ace from his annoyance, grabbing him by the hair and tugging him out. Ow wow! Damn it Sabo, that FING hurts. Ace's energy came back instantly and he turned to glare up at him, his expression faltering when their gazes met. Sabo wasn't sure what look he had on his face, but he thanked the gods it gave Ace the warning he couldn't say. Luffy's annoyed cry grabbed their attention and Sabo snorted when he saw Luffy sitting with a pout, his hair being dutifully scrubbed by the Emperor who sat at the edge of the tub. With how soaked the man was, he may as well have taken a bath too. Halu! Looks like someone will finally be able to put you in your place during bath time. Ace pointed and laughed despite now being absolutely filthy, covered in grass and mud as he sat up on the floor. Shanks hummed as he looked them over, hands still kneading through Luffy's hair despite their baby brother's protests. Why don't you boys clean yourselves up also? We will be heading out soon. Sabo blinked in surprise and shared a glance with Ace. Shanks saw their confusion and a grin stretched across his face. He nodded towards the direction of the docks and continued. We are heading into the new world, there's less marines there and the chances are lower for Luffy to be caught. Sabo gripped his chin and thought it over. Rayleigh had mentioned the new world last night when he was explaining hockey, but he said that it was incredibly dangerous for anyone who was unfamiliar with hockey to go. As far as he and Ace knew, Luffy didn't know about hockey either, so all three of them would be sitting ducks. Rayleigh mentioned the new world, but isn't it even more dangerous than the first part of the Grand Line? Sabo ignored Luffy's cheers for adventure in favor of focusing on the Emperor. The grin on Shanks' face grew wider, straining at the edges and dark delight lighting up his eyes. Oh, it's more dangerous all right. But that's just because it's where the emperors and their territories reside. So, you boys will be perfectly safe with me. Shanks' voice was smooth, without a care in the world, and it would have seemed more dangerous were he not wrestling with Luffy to get him into a fluffy towel. It's only dawn, Shanks continued, now standing with a swathed Luffy in his arms. We don't leave until noon, so we will have more time to rest. I just couldn't put anchor in my bed with all that seeking smell on him. Ace bristled next to him immediately and Sabo knew what was coming before his brother even opened his mouth. What do you mean your bed? Lou always sleeps with us. For once, Sabo could agree with Ace's quick temper. They had always slept together, from the cramped confines of their treehouse to the fishing ship they had stolen. Oh, it'll be extra warm with Ace and Sabo. Luffy grinned at them, clearly not seeing the problem with the situation. The smile on Shanks' face finally fell away and he furrowed his brows in thought before letting out a hefty sigh. Fine. Ben said I needed to share better anyways. The last part was grumbled, and Sabo could see Shanks clearly didn't agree. My bed is big enough for all of us, just don't kick me off you runts. Shanks turned away and headed towards the direction of the ship, leaving Sabo to deal with his stuttering brother. Did he, what? Ace bellowed out and Sabo grabbed his arm before he could trudge after them. Come on Ace, the sooner we clean up the sooner we can steal Lou back. He tugged at his brother's arm and once Ace calmed down enough, he began stripping off his clothes. I don't like it, Ace muttered as he placed his hat gently on a nearby rock, moving slowly to splash himself with water. His temper wilted instantly, and Sabo wondered if he should keep a bottle of water around just for whenever Ace got too heated. But, Ace hesitated and Sabo raised a brow, watching as his brother struggled to get the words out of his mouth. If what Ray said was true last night, then maybe Ace cut himself off and let out a heavy sigh, running a hand along his damp hair and scowling fiercely. If Shanks was that worried about Lou, then I'm willing to try, I guess. Sabo blinked, surprised, but ultimately smiled as he went through the motions of cleaning the grime and dirt off of himself. Last night when he and Ace had followed Rayleigh into the bar and sat under the dim lights, the older man had informed them of just what had been happening while they were out sailing the seas and being kidnapped. Shanks was one of the first to know of Luffy's bounty and had set sail as soon as his men made it onto his ship. He remembered the look in Rayleigh's eyes, how the scar across his right eye caught the light as he asked them what they would do for their little brother. They had responded as expected, and Rayleigh simply smiled and nodded, stating that they should understand Shanks' position if that were the case. Ace was more hesitant to believe that, but when gestured to look out the window, his brother had wilted. When Sabo had looked, he understood why. Because under the moonlight, surrounded by calm waters that should have been crashing and rolling, was Shanks, cradling Luffy and helping him rock in the waves as their baby brother tired himself out from his excitement. Even with he and Ace, the sea didn't tread around them differently nor cease executing her wild will. And Sabo had felt the sea rear her vicious maw before, presence suffocating and oppressive if anyone approached Luffy with ill intent. So, it was with those thoughts in mind that they had relented in their immediate opposition. However, they were not going to act differently around their baby brother just because another now claimed some of his time. "You're quiet," Ace muttered, staring at him with one eye closed as he rubbed the soap out of his hair. Sabo paused in his scrubbing and stared at the water, watching as his reflection came into view. The burned scar across his eye and down his chest drew his attention, and he wondered where he would be had it not been for Luffy. Just like Ace, Sabo owed Luffy a lot, but that had never been the reason why Sabo loved his baby brother. Luffy learned to make them love themselves, and it was a gift he couldn't ever repay. Because by learning to love themselves, they had learned to love others. "I'm just thinking about how Lou changed so much." Sabo met Ace's gaze and his brother frowned, glancing down at the still water to take in the face of his father. And for once in Ace's life, he didn't look at himself with the overbearing self-loathing that had haunted him since he was younger. Sabo thought back to those moments, when Ace hated the blood in his veins with more passion than anyone ought to. How there were days that if Sabo wasn't looking, he was sure Ace would have clawed at his skin and ripped his arms open just to get it out. He knew what it was like to hate his blood, but the extent to which Ace had scared him, made him feel that he had to watch his brother more carefully on certain days or reassure him that he wasn't a monster. Then they met Luffy who told them he loved them from the bottom of his heart. He loved them just how they were and nothing could ever change that. Ace was more terrified then, held Luffy closer and sometimes cried in his sleep from nightmares, ones where Luffy would leave him because their baby brother realized they were monsters. It never happened of course, and Sabo managed to convince Ace to tell Luffy to trust in his heart and uncanny instincts. Sabo remembered the bright smile that Luffy wore, remembered how he lunged towards Ace and hugged his stunned brother twice over. All his limbs wrapping around him and hanging on tight. Ace had told Luffy who his father was and all their baby brother did was grin. "Of course you are. I already knew. Mom loved Roger the most." And that had been a smack in the face to them both, each gaping at Luffy in surprise and bafflement. Because by then they knew who Luffy called mother and knew better than to challenge her words. So, to hear that she loved the king of the pirates, a man who was deemed a devil, was beyond astonishing. Ace had gotten mad like he always did when he didn't know how to react, but Luffy just smiled and pulled him along, telling him how happy he was to be told his secret. From then on, Luffy would tell Ace about who his father really was, slowly chipping away at the self-hatred and curing him with all the love their baby brother had to offer, which was a near infinite supply. The change in Ace was wonderful to see. Sabo felt he could breathe more easily, and he was sure he would never be able to express to Luffy just how grateful he was. Ace wasn't all better, but it was a giant step in the right direction. Of course he did. Ace's quiet voice cut through his thoughts and Sabo jerked in surprise, having lost himself in his mind. He glanced up at Ace and saw his brother was already dressed, waiting for him by the edge of the tub. "Now stop thinking about the obvious, we gotta go get a good spot in before that red bastard hogs Lou." Ace gave him a grin, hand reaching up to tilt his hat up with one finger. The rays of the dawn ignited his eyes and Sabo gave him a grin in return. "Right. XXX." He let out a breath, staring at the ship in silent contemplation. The branch he stood on towered above many trees and brought him towards furthest edge of the dome of leaves. Resin bubbles popped more consistently here, but the closer he was to the louder background noise the better. It hid any mistakes he made in his movements and covered the snapping of images. The capture snail in his hand had a good view of the red force, its sails were curled and a shiny coat of resin made it glow in the afternoon sun. There was activity on the deck, its members rushing to get things done in order to descend into the sea. His observation hockey prickled and a presence made itself known next to him, causing him stiffen in alarm. Very few could sneak up on him. Akiji cast his gaze over to the branch opposing him from behind and set his eyes on Dark King Rayleigh. The man was seated with his back against the trunk and arm resting across his drawn-up leg, his silver hair framing his face as he nodded in greeting. Kind of bright for spying, no? Rayleigh tilted his head and his round glasses reflected the rays of light peeking from above. Akiji sighed and shrugged, turning away from the older man and looking back down at the ship getting ready to descend. I'd rather be asleep, but orders are orders, I guess. And his were to observe, and if possible, take the child that was deemed a threat to the world government. That was easier said than done though, since there wasn't a single instant in which red-haired Shanks wasn't watching the boy. He frowned, remembering a young girl with scared blue eyes and an old friend who was set in his convictions. His lips twitched downward and Akiji forcefully smoothed his features. You don't seem so sure. Rayleigh leaned forward from his spot and crossed his legs under him, resting his cheek against his hand. Or is it that you don't want to face two emperors at once? Akiji rubbed at the back of his neck, his frown deepening. Yeah, I don't get paid enough for that. And you're here too. Akiji wouldn't let Rayleigh discount himself as just an old man. That would be a deadly trap to fall into and a dumb way to die. Rayleigh's answering grin was sharp as he adjusted his glasses, letting him see his dark eyes. I can guess why you're here, now the question is. He sat up straight and his lips thinned into a thin line. How did you know he was here? Rayleigh studied him, taking in the snail he had in his hand and the notepad that stuck out his pocket. He wasn't wrong, but Akiji wasn't told who their informant was, just that he needed to be here as fast as possible and stall them from heading underwater. Yeah, we knew. But to be honest with you, I'm not even sure how. Last we heard they got taken off Whitebeard's ship, then he ended up here. That's what he had been told, but Akiji wasn't dumb. He knew the name Monkey D, and he would bet his life that it was Garp who had taken him away. However, any speculation was worthless. Sengoku was tight-lipped and for good reason. Akainu was already frothing at the mouth, because to him, anyone who was in the same vicinity as pirates was guilty by association. And from what they heard, an emperor had claimed Luffy as son. It was a death sentence if Akiji ever saw one, and a part of him hoped that red-haired Shanks was as strong as he was feared. Oh, I see. There was a glint to Rayleigh's eye and underneath that, Akiji saw the fringes of anger unraveling. The elder man stood, clapping his hands to get rid of the dirt on his palms, legs shifting ever so slightly. Akiji stiffened abruptly and leaped back, chancing a glance down to the red force and considering his options. He opted to stall, knowing he would have to be in a better position to properly carry out his task. You know who it is? He spoke as he took a step back, glancing down at the nearby branch and wondering if he could stretch his power that far out. I do. But that's enough of that, you're decades too young to fool me, kiddo, let's get this started. Rayleigh moved before he even finished speaking, pushing himself off the branch and leaving a wake of air behind him. Electric blue hockey flashed and Akiji managed to bring an arm up just in time to block the kick headed for his head. Instead of fighting back, he shifted, letting himself slide down the side of the resin tree, reaching his palm out and willing his power to the surface. Ice grew over his feet, and he surfed his way down, the air around him chilling and causing dew to form on nearby branches before freezing over. Nearby resin bubbles met the frost of his power and dropped from the air before shattering like glass below. He glanced up, gritting his teeth when he saw Rayleigh rapidly approaching, jumping from branch to branch, each thick limb breaking and splintering from the force of his kicks. The sound of rushing water finally met his ears and he figured he was close enough to the sea now. Akiji twisted his feet, using the ice under him like a ramp as he launched himself out from the cover of the leaves. Shouts of surprise met his descent and before anyone could get a word in, he extended both hands out, fingers splayed wide apart as his muscles strained under the power of his devil fruit. A large crack was heard and the water around the red force solidified into ice, the ship ceasing any movement as he forced his power as deep as it would go. Ice stretched past the sea and went inland, coating the green grass white and solidifying it mid-breeze. He knew this would not hold them long, and he wasn't strong enough to face off everyone here, but for whatever reason, the Gorosei were desperate to end this boy's life, and he had a job to do. It was too bad that he just happened to be the closest. However, he knew Akainu was hot on his trail and would arrive shortly. All he had to do was stall and survive. XXX. Sengoku gripped the wood of his desk, teeth clenched as he squeezed his eyes shut. Of all the times Garp chose to disappear, this one was the worst. He let out a heavy breath, unmuting his den and kept his voice even as he spoke. The Gorosei have orders for you, Akainu. They'll be sent over to your ship's communication team. Keep me updated. He hung up and leaned back into his chair, staring up blankly at the ceiling. He blindly reached for his desk, snatching up the picture that Akiji sent him last night and let his head fall into his hands. The bounties hadn't done Garp's grandson justice. Because all Sengoku saw in the photo was a happy little boy swimming in dark waters, a carefree smile on his face as he splashed about. His chest tightened and he remembered amber eyes looking up at him, wide and round with hope for the future and a determination to help change it. He clenched his fist, remembering the dried blood that had stuck to them and marked him for life. The heavy weight of his son's limp body now a constant feel in his limbs. He let his eyes fall back onto the photo, past the child and the waters and onto red-haired Shanks. The man had his arms out, holding Luffy and letting him play, but his crimson eyes were fixed to look right at the camera, smile sharp and warning. Sengoku hadn't been able to do anything for Rosinante, and he hoped the same fate wouldn't befall the pirate who called Luffy son. Damn it, Garp, he covered his eyes with his palm, leaning heavily against his desk. Where are you? XXX. Wood groaned around him and Shanks narrowed his eyes, sitting up from the bed and placing Griffin at his side in a smooth, practiced motion. He had known Akiji had been watching them, and had been willing to let the man linger if he didn't impose himself on them. However, that no longer seemed to be the case. Even from under the deck and away from the inner ring of trees, Shanks had been able to feel Rayleigh's hockey flair. He rose to his feet, the boys behind him tripping and stumbling over themselves as the ship was jostled, but Shanks let himself sway with the motion easily. The candles in the room flickered out and a deep and sudden chill wafted through the room. His breath came out hot from his nose and he felt his face twist into a sharp frown. He glanced back, watching as Ace and Sabo gripped Luffy between them and looked around with wide eyes. This was the work of Akiji no doubt, and while Shanks was reluctant to have the boys anywhere near an admiral, Ace's fire would help to free the ship much faster than conventional means. An admiral is here. Akiji. His devil fruit is ice. Ace, are you up to help free the ship? Shanks wouldn't blame him if he said no, even if he was fairly confident in his ability to defend him while he worked. Ace glanced between Luffy and Sabo, biting his lip as his eyes hardened in determination. He nodded and Shanks gestured him forward, ready to head out. No, wait. I'll watch his back. Sabo stood from the bed, unfurling Luffy and tucking him back in the sheets despite his son's protests. Shanks made to argue but Sabo glared at him, blue eyes blazing in determination. We always fight together, we're used to each other's moves. It'll be better this way. A sharp tingle of hockey dashed across his skin and Shanks sighed in frustration. Fine, but Anchor, you stay here. He gave his son a warning look, forcing himself to harden his heart against Luffy's desperate eyes. But Dash. No, Lou, this is our adventure. Remember that. Ace cut his baby brother off and Shanks watched as Luffy instantly deflated, head bowing and straw hat covering his eyes. He was surprised, knowing Luffy was one to put up more of a fight, and wondered why he wasn't doing so. Beat them up good, Ace. Luffy didn't raise his head but Ace smiled at him anyways. Of course, Lou, who do you think I am? When Ace stood still a little too long, Sabo grabbed him by the arm and forced him away. You're not fighting, Shanks reminded them as he passed through the threshold of the door, his footsteps heavy on the wood that now lay still under him. Shanks chanced a glance back into the room before closing the door and forced himself to keep going, hating the way Luffy was desperately clinging to his hat. Yeah, we won't. Ace waved him off and Shanks sighed, quickly leading them towards the upper deck and taking in the situation. The air was colder outside, and his men were out on the ice, chipping away at it with tools or their hockey. Just like Shanks thought though, this ice was extra thick. There were already deep cuts along the sheet and still, no ice broke away. In the distance towards the grove of trees, Rayleigh was fighting with Akiji, fists of hockey easily breaking though ice walls and strong kicks breaking any ice that tried to hold him down. The power of their clashes made the wood of the old trees around them groan as they swayed, leaves and branches parting and twisting back from blows. Shanks glanced back at the boys taking in their raised arms and squinted eyes as they stared on with disbelief. Ben is taking care of the ship, find him and ask how he wants you to help. He turned, faintly hearing their shouts of agreement as he sprinted forward. The grass under his feet began to blur into a sea of green and his hockey flared around him, feet creating craters in the dirt as he dashed forward. He blew past Rayleigh, eyes focused on Akiji as he drew Griffin and struck upwards, a crest of unnamed energy liking off his sword and out into the air. Akiji shifted, eyes widening as he bent backwards to dodge, ice rapidly forming under his feet to get away from his next downward strike. Griffin slashed into the grass and stone easily, the ground rumbling before the wave of power caused it to heave out from under him. Shanks removed his sword, slowly turning to glare up at the admiral from within the crater he made. Akiji glanced between them, eyes shifting further to his ship and frown marring his face. Man, this is a pain. The admiral rubbed the back of his neck and let out a heaving sigh. Might be best to leave then. Shanks gestured away from his ship with a nod of his head and let a smirk tug at the corner of his lips. I agree with you, unfortunately others don't. Maybe when reinforcements get here I can relax more, but for now I gotta keep you all here. Akiji shifted his stance and Shanks narrowed his eyes, gaze roving over the destroyed field. Do you think you can? Rayleigh's tone was light and full of humor as he leaned forward, hands in his pockets and glasses shining. Akiji didn't answer and Shanks let a grin stretch across his face as he tilted his head back and laughed. In that case. He shifted his sword to his left hand, tip facing down as he pumped his haki into his arms, allowing it to flow into Griffin. Why don't you go find the other pests then, Ray? I'm sure they'll be happy to see a living legend. Rayleigh joined him in his laughter, humor dancing across his face and silver hair whipping from his straining power. Don't have too much fun without me. In the next instant he was gone, leaving only him and Akiji in the grove of ancient resin trees. Shanks bent his knees, grin stretching further across his face and eyes widening in wild vigor. Akiji stood in front of the trunk of a particularly thick resin tree, and if Shanks held back enough, not much would be destroyed further on. The dark-skinned admiral shifted, arms coming up in anticipation and haki lining his body at the critical points. Even Akiji knew his devil fruit wouldn't protect him from this. Shanks let his power free as he swung up, red haki dancing around him and striking at the ground, ripping it up and sending rocks into the air. Divine departure. XXX. They found Ben easily enough, and the man was quick to give them orders. Directing them to the larger cracks they managed to make in the ice and instructing Ace to concentrate his flames down them, to hopefully soften the ice up around the weak points and free the ship faster. The sharp points were already threatening to tear open the resin coating, so they were encouraged to be extra careful around those and to smoothen out any points that were too close. Ace was fast to get to work, fire igniting his arm as he sent blasts of heat down towards the holes made in the ice. Echoing cracks soon followed and the surrounding ice shifted under their feet. A large chunk twisted and groaned before being completely cut away, floating off into the distance as a massive glacier. Ace grinned at the resulting cheers and upped his fire, sending a punch out towards the glacier that was now freely floating nearby. Fire fist. The wave of heat blasted Sabo's hair back and he shielded his eyes as the fire made contact, spreading out and up into a wall of flames. Ace laughed and spun, running towards the next crack that was deemed ready. They kept up that pattern, occasionally ducking from the stray blast of power that blasted off from the inner part of the island, though the other members of the crew were helpful enough to give them a heads up when to duck. With he and Ace out on the ice, it was decided that a watchman would stay behind and give them warnings while the others prepared the ship to sail rather than descend. The ship was harder to steer underwater, and if they ran into sharp corners of ice it would spell disaster for the crew. After dodging a particularly harsh shockwave, he and Ace hopped over to the side of the ship that faced the shore, being careful to only hop on pieces of ice that seemed stable and only after Sabo deemed them safe for Ace. This time Ace had to crawl on his belly, cursing about the cold and setting his body on fire to fight against it. He stuck his whole arm down a narrow crack, blasting his fire inside and melting away the ice. The watchman behind them shouted and Sabo looked up abruptly, eyes widening when he saw Luffy hanging off the rails to watch them work. "Luffy!" he shouted, brows furrowing in anger. Ace jerked and twisted onto his back, fire dying abruptly from surprise. "Get back inside, Luffy!" Sabo shouted up at his brother and the watchman, Lucky Roo, jumped in surprise when Luffy shimmied up his body and placed himself on his shoulders. "I'm still on the ship. I'll be fine." His baby brother smiled down at him and Lucky heaved out a sigh, fishing into his pocket and pulling out a stick of meat. Luffy immediately took the bait and gobbled it down, sking on the bone and asking for more. "Don't worry, I got him." Lucky called down to him, wide grin on his face as he offered Luffy more meat. If Sabo ever needed more evidence that Luffy grew up with these pirates, he wouldn't need to look any further. Hesitantly he nodded, trusting in the man's strength and turned back to Ace, motioning for his brother to return to work. The ship was almost free, and soon they would be able to leave. Ace had a harsh frown on his lips but nodded, blasting out a jet of fire from his palms. Just as the ice began to crack, signifying the end of their task, Lucky cursed loudly and shouted a warning. "Duck!" Sabo hit the floor as fast as he could, gripping onto Ace's ankle and tugging him near him. A shockwave slammed into him and Sabo felt the air escape his lungs, his eyes widening as spit flew out his mouth. He slammed into the side of the ship, the piece of ice he was on toppling over dangerously. He opened his palms, splaying his fingers apart to try to get a grip despite the burning cold. Sabo heaved in a breath, vision clearing in time to see Ace's panicked eyes as his grip slipped off the glacier he landed on. "Ace!" Sabo shifted, ready to dive in after his brother but he tripped, feet unable to move and arms tingling with a sharp chill. He glanced down, alarmed to find ice crawling up his arms and holding down his legs. He snapped his head to the sky, watching Lucky deflect an attack from a tall man dressed in white. Dark eyes looked at him over Lucky's shoulder and Sabo felt his blood freeze in his veins at the feel of an overwhelmingly strong enemy. I know you can't beat Captain Akiji. What happened? Lucky shouted as he slammed his fist into the man's face, sending him flying into the ground. Akiji slowed his fall and landed on his feet, rubbing at his chin as he took them all in. Akainu is here. Sabo didn't know who that was, but with how Lucky clenched his fists and growled in anger, it was no one good. Axie! Luffy's panicked voice gripped his attention and Sabo watched, helpless as Luffy flung himself off the ship and straight to where their brother had fallen into the water. Luffy came up, hands wrapped around their brother, but something was wrong. Electricity filled the air and Sabo reeled back from it as far as he could, catching Lucky Roo push Akiji away from his brother and redirecting the ice that came out of his palms. Sabo's heart hammered in his chest, realizing that the water was the most dangerous place for them to be right now. Akiji was targeting Luffy, and Sabo didn't know how his brother would fare against ice. He shifted his attention back, ready to warn them, before his breath caught in his throat. Sabo watched, horrified as Luffy tugged at Ace's arms, trying desperately to keep him afloat. The waves were harsh, sloshing and curling, trying to drag them down further and further, away from the red force and away from where he was frozen to. He struggled harder, trying desperately to break the ice that held him as Luffy's pleas pierced his ears. His arms were wrapped around Ace's shoulders, feet desperately kicking, but Ace was too big for him to hold, too heavy with the sea demanding his life. And worst of all, Luffy didn't know how to swim. His movements were sloppy and barely held them afloat, but Sabo figured his mother was perfectly fine dragging Luffy down as well, knowing he wouldn't be able to drown. But, if Sabo looked closely, concentrated with his head and ignored his heart, he could see that the sea wasn't really twisting around in deliberate manipulation. No, it acted as normal water should, but for once in Luffy's life, the sea ignored his call. Mom, please don't. His baby brother's voice was distorted from where his mouth dipped underwater, but Sabo could hear the despair as clear as day. Tears were streaming down Luffy's face as Ace continued to sink. Luffy's hands were unable to keep him up because try as he might, his baby brother was just too small. Luffy cried harder, face twisted in pain, his struggles never ceasing even as his breath hitched and his voice broke from sobs. The water was splashing fiercely from his desperate, jerky movements and Sabo's heart pounded harder in his chest when they were both lost with the next wave, finally being dragged down. The last thing he heard was Luffy's heartbroken voice, cracking and screaming of betrayal, and now only bubbles of lost air were visible on the surface, and eventually even those ceased to exist. Luffy! Axie! Sabo jerked harder, trying to break away from the ice, trying to draw up that strange power that Rayleigh had told them about the night before. Nothing came to him, not even a hint of power that suggested that he was doing anything right. Sabo felt his eyes water and he screamed through his clenched teeth. He was going to watch his brother die in front of him. Footsteps came. Pounding from behind and Sabo turned just as Ben blew past him. A flash of red covered his vision and Sabo suddenly found himself free, the ice around his legs and wrists cracking under the force of Ben's precise strike. He didn't waste a second, jumping to his feet and following behind, hopping across the ice when it began to thin out and break. Ben dove in without hesitation and Sabo followed, ignoring how the cold water tried to take his breath away even as he kicked hard and fast. The streams of light that managed to break through the surface quickly faded, only leaving a murky view of the sea floor. And there on the bottom was Ace, eyes closed and mouth open, clearly unable to move. Ace was staring at Luffy, and Sabo saw a world of regret in his brother's eyes as their baby brother continued to sob, kicking off the floor with Ace in his arms only to fall back down onto the seabed and repeat the process. Ben reached them, grabbing at Ace's arm and urging Luffy to let go. He did so without hesitation and Sabo watched as the dark-haired man kicked up from the floor and practically fly to the surface. Luffy was left at the bottom, staring up at them as distorted light danced across his face. Sabo grabbed his brother, unwilling to leave him in the darkness of the sea just because he could breathe. He expected to be grabbed onto immediately, but Luffy only let himself be carried around limply, not denying the help, but he didn't latch onto Sabo like how he normally would either. Sabo breached the surface, coughing and taking in a large breath as he paddled his way over to the shore, avoiding the ice as much as possible. In the distance the sky turned red and a second later a shockwave of air blew into him, making him stumble as he crawled onto the grass and over to where Ace was coughing up water. Their brother was gasping for breath, black hair clinging to his face and eyes wide, desperately searching until they landed on him and Luffy. Ace's eyes focused and he gave them a weak smile, but Sabo couldn't unsee the fear he saw in his eyes. XXX. Luffy had told them before, that they would be safe in the sea. And when they were little Luffy always made them get in the water, get familiar with the flow of waves and how to crest over them. To let their bodies feel the cooling touch of the underwater currents and their power. He and Sabo knew how to swim, and when Ace was young, he thought that he floated a little easier than the rest. When he ate that devil fruit, it was out of desperation, a sharp need to make sure he could defend his brothers. He was barely able to help them even then, and afterwards he had been too distracted to think about the sea and what it entailed for him. A part of him didn't want to think about it, didn't want to consider the possibility that he would no longer be able to swim, that he would be hated for what he had done regardless of the reason. The unknown scared him, and being the focus of something beyond his senses was terrifying. So, when he had felt himself fall into the water, he let out a gasp, fear ripping its way up his throat as he clenched his eyes tight, trying to pretend that the cold water that enveloped him was just that. Ace couldn't lie to himself, he couldn't even breathe, and it wasn't because his head had been underwater. The reason why his breath was still tangled in his throat was because he felt it, felt the eyes of the being taking notice of him and dragging him down. It still watched him even as he lay on the crisp grass, coughing and spluttering and just trying to get his senses back. It was a pressure in his chest, like the water that was still in him refused to leave and tried to drag his essence out of him, to rip away what was never his. He should have known. No, he had known, but he had been foolishly hopeful. Ace hoped that by growing up in her waves, being the brother of her son, that he would be spared from her cruelty. But when his back had hit the ocean floor and his chest felt crushed under the pressure, he realized his mistake. All he could see then was Luffy, half transparent yet still managing to hold him, still trying to drag him back up towards the sunlight that broke through the waves. Someone pounded on his chest and he wheezed, water gushing out of his mouth and trickling a warm line down his chin. His vision focused and Ben's frown was the first thing he saw. That was a close one there, kid. Ben's voice sounded distorted but soon everything came into crisp clarity. He heard the cracking of the air as power split the sky above and the quiet sniffles of his baby brother along with Sabo's reprimanding voice. He shifted and he caught sight of Luffy's straw hat, the sunlight lighting it up and setting his figure ablaze. "Thanks guys," he gestured for help to sit up and Sabo gave him a watery smile before hoisting him up. Luffy bit his lip, eyes cast in darkness as he tilted his head down. The light caught a tear streaming down his chubby cheek and Ace felt his heart clench. He had known that if this were to ever happen, that Luffy would blame himself, and of all things, that was what made Ace the angriest at the goddess of the sea. "Luffy," he began, reaching out and placing his hand firmly on the straw hat. It was rough under his palm, frayed and loose threads stabbing into his skin. "I made a promise." Luffy looked up at him, shadows retreating from his face and his teary eyes coming into view. Orange light hugged the curves of his cheeks and shone off the tip of his nose, reminding Ace just how young Luffy still was. He set his shoulders and gave his brother a smile, grip slackening so he could grab Luffy by the back of his neck, bringing their foreheads together. Dark eyes widened as they stared up at him, the wet sheen on them making Ace's heart clench. "I won't die." He whistled low, hand reaching up to shield his eyes as he leaned forward, brows raising in surprise. The shades he wore did nothing to help against the splotches of light that flashed off the far-off island, each strike as harsh as lightning even from so far away. The land under his feet crumbled by the cliff, rocks raining down and falling to the sea below. Red dust rose into the air in the next moment, a shockwave ripping his white coat back and nearly off his shoulders. "Oh my," Kizaru straightened, dusting off the red dirt from his shoulders. "It sure seems like they're having quite the fun time down there." He glanced away and towards the distant city of Mary Geos, humming in thought and wondering if he should report to the fleet. "Admiral. If their onslaught continued any longer, the dragons might start to complain about the noise, and they wouldn't want that." He reached into his pocket, tapping his finger against the transponder snail for a moment as he extended his senses outward. The real fun hadn't even begun since Akainu had only just arrived, and he was sure the Magma Logia user would be completely fine burning the island into ash to capture or kill the boy. Kizaru shifted and brought the snail to his face, decision made. "Ah, Sengoku." Kizaru cut himself off as the sky cracked apart in the distance, clouds shattering like glass form his point of view. "Oh, it looked like Whitebeard did get involved after all. Seems like the island might sink if you don't tell them to stop. Whitebeard also seems to have joined in, even though we were pretty sure he wouldn't. I wonder what happened." Kizaru trained his haki in the general direction that the clouds had split and rubbed his chin, realizing it was where Akainu landed. The snail that reflected Fleet Admiral's face contorted, lips peeling back and eyebrows scrunching. "This wasn't my order. I'll inform the Gorosei, just stay on this line and I'll let you know." Kizaru nodded and set the snail up on his shoulder, holding it steady when another strong gust of wind breezed by. Even from the distance, he could see the beginnings of the smoke that billowed into the air and expanded out, covering the sky and painting it black. The transponder snail crackled, and Sengoku's voice filtered through, tired and frustrated. They want the island intact, your job will be to make sure it stays so. If an opportunity arises, see if you can grab the boy while everyone is distracted. Sengoku paused, the snail's face twitching with an unnamed emotion. And if you do, bring him directly to me. The call ended before Kizaru could respond, and he took the snail off his shoulder, staring at it for a moment before sighing and putting it back in his pocket. Sengoku was never one to break protocol, and he couldn't help but wonder at the sudden divergence. He let out another hum, tilting his head as he stared ahead at the smoking island. Either way he had to go now, otherwise the place would be reduced to rubble and molten rock. Maybe he'd let Akainu know he broke his last record. XXX. The sand shifted under his feet, the grains falling away and making him readjust his balance, hands stretched out to help him stay upright. Thatch glanced over at Marco, frown on his face as he nervously looked in the direction where the Emperor and Admiral clashed. Hey Pops. He tilted his head further back so Marco wouldn't be in the way, staring past his brother and up towards his captain. Why aren't we helping them? Another shockwave blew sand, and it scattered up, getting into every nook and cranny that it could find, including his hair. He held in a sigh, far too nervous about the safety of the boys to be concerned over his looks. Marco gave him a sideways glance, but Thatch could tell he was just as curious as him. He could guess at a few reasons why they weren't helping the red-haired pirates, but it seemed wrong not to do so when children were involved. An admiral is no problem for that brat, he will be fine. Assistance from us is not necessary. Whitebeard's voice rose and fell in volume as he fought to speak over the onslaught of crackling air, hand gripping his naginata tightly. Thatch deflated, following along when Marco gestured for his help to get the dinghies back into the water so they could row out to the Moby. A sudden flash of heat seared up his back and Thatch yelped, spinning around and raising his hands in time to block razor-sharp sand from cutting into his eyes. Though he was slow with his armament, so a few shards of hardened sand managed to dig into him during his defense. He heard Marco curse next to him and he turned, trying to squint past the blazing heat that was suffocating him. We gotta move now, Yua. Marco wasted no time in grabbing him, tugging him back towards a different part of the shore. When Thatch managed to open his eyes fully and focus, he saw magma bubbling up from the area he had just been standing on. No wonder he had seemed unbearably hot. A swell of surprise surged through him as realization cut through his thoughts. Only one person was able to create lava in such a way, and they were supposed to be far, far away from here. A boom in the air made him tense, and he gripped Marco back with both of his hands as Whitebeard cracked the sky apart. Usually Thatch had more time to get away from his pops before he used his devil fruit, everyone knowing how dangerous it could be if they weren't careful, but it seemed to have been used in a desperate time of need. Thatch threw himself to the ground, scrambling away from the lava that was frozen midair and cracking apart right above his and Marco's heads. You dare? Whitebeard bellowed out, fist flying out to shatter the lava into pieces and flinging it far away from them. Akainu's body began to form from the bubbling lava on the ground, and if Thatch looked hard, he could see some wear and tear on the man already, but from who? When the Admiral rose to his full height he scowled at them, tilting his head back with a sneer. You're not my priority, and any collateral is considered acceptable. Thatch would have been offended, but this was Akainu they were talking about, it was to be expected. His father figure, however, was having none of it. Thatch could see how his muscles strained as his grip on his spear tightened, knees bending and haki flaring. The pressure in the air shifted, and lightning began to crackle in the distance, striking at trees and incinerating any nearby resin bubbles. Ah, sorry there, Whitebeard. I didn't mean to toss him in your direction. Rayleigh's voice came from behind them, and his pops relaxed slightly as he glanced back over his shoulder. Thatch called a silent bullshit, but he didn't actually dare say that to the Dark King. Rayleigh came into view past black smoke, hands in his pockets and grin on his face. His glasses reflected the bubbling lava as he came closer and his silver hair cradled his face as he tilted his head forward in greeting. Shanks is a little busy with Akiji, figured I'd take this young one here for a ride out this way. Wouldn't want any of this nasty smoke near our boys. Thatch swallowed, feeling the crackling anger that was building in the air from the older man, and reminding him just why he had been the second-hand man of the Pirate King. Even at his age, Rayleigh wasn't to be trifled with, especially when he found something, or someone to protect. Whitebeard laughed next to him, rising to his full height and glancing down at Rayleigh with a knowing gaze. Grandson already, huh? Very well then, I suppose that's a larger grievance. But don't let him come near my crew again. The Dark King laughed as he lunged forward, a haki-covered foot aiming for Akainu, who had stood and lunged a fist back to strike. The clash of haki nearly cut through Thatch and he gritted his teeth as he struggled to back away, the whipping wind stinging his face and heat searing his skin. His pop stepped in front of him, bearing the brunt of the clash for him, and Thatch breathed a little easier when he was able to stand and stagger away, Marco helping him get further out to the shore. Well, after how I saw my boy treat him last night, how can I not have a grandson now? Rayleigh's voice became distant as he struggled towards the dinghies, but Thatch felt a shiver run up his spine at the obvious claim. He swallowed and risked a glance over his shoulder even as his hands worked to shove the small boat back out into the water. He saw the full view of Rayleigh's side profile, but his eyes were hidden by the glare of his glasses. And though he had spoken with cheer in his voice just a moment ago, Thatch could only focus on the hard lines and downturned lips of the Dark King. XXX. His breath came out in a puff, the cold chill in the air filling his lungs and burning his nose as he breathed. Shanks twisted, right leg kicking up and shoving Akiji away with a hockey-covered foot. The Admiral grunted before he was flung back, the kick in his stomach sending him spiraling into a resin tree. Shanks didn't hesitate to follow after him, bunching up his legs and slinging forward, Griffin pointed straight out to impale. He was able to make out the whites of Akiji's eyes as they widened, the Admiral's body moving on reflex to twist away from the strike. His sword sunk into the tree like butter, the wood cratering and blasting away from the impact. Shanks sighed and fueled hockey into his sword, allowing the wood to splinter away so he could pull it out easily. "You're not trying very hard, Admiral." He looked towards where Akiji was crouched away from the impact, hand clutching his stomach as he grimaced in pain. I thought I did a better job of hiding that." Akiji shifted and straightened, readying himself to fight once more. Shanks narrowed his eyes, the hand around his sword turning white as his grip tightened. "Maybe you should think about who you're facing. Do you really want the ire of an emperor?" Shanks turned fully to face the man, leaving the impact crater on the large tree behind as he took slow steps towards the Admiral. He flexed his hockey out, searching for the presence of Luffy and his brothers and letting out a slow breath when he found them safe. "There's nothing to think about. I was given orders, and I'm following them." Shanks could see through the facade, could see the crack in the man's resolve even as the Marine dusted off his white uniform and lunged. Shanks ground his teeth, reaching out with a hockey-covered hand to grab him by the throat before skipping back abruptly. Ice spikes shot from the ground where he had just been standing and they spread outwards, ripping holes through the ground as they followed Shanks backwards. The sand under his feet grew harder and he realized that it was more packed due to the water. Shanks glanced back, eyes taking in his ship and the cracked and melted ice it had been freed from. He narrowed his eyes, anger flaring as he realized the Admiral had herded him back towards his ship, towards where Luffy was hiding. He turned back to glare at Akiji, red eyes blazing as he let his hockey blast out in a warning wave. "You better think really carefully about what you're doing there, Akiji." Shanks gripped his sword tighter, fighting to keep calm and his breaths even. It was difficult to do, however, when he felt Luffy's presence so close. Shanks stilled, eyes widening in surprise as he realized his son's presence was no longer muffled by layers of wood and closed doors. "You're distracted," Akiji's voice sounded to his left and Shanks twisted back just in time to avoid a swipe of his ice-covered hand, the sharp, makeshift blade slicing a few of his crimson locks off. He retaliated immediately, slashing down with his sword and gritting his teeth in anger as Akiji continued to speak. "You hardly looked at your ship, at your crew. Does that little boy sitting there mean so much to you?" Shanks' heart stopped even as he skidded away, eyes widening as he followed Akiji's gaze to the left. He had been able to pick up Luffy's presence more clearly, less muted than he was supposed to, but he hoped that Luffy would have listened to him. His stupid son, who was supposed to be in the belly of the ship, was on Lucky's shoulders, watching his brothers slide around on the ice as they tried to finish freeing the ship. Shanks turned away from the sight, twisted grin pulling at his lips and brows drawing down in anger. He could feel the veins on his forehead pulse, his blood pressure rising from worry. "My crew can take care of themselves," Shanks paused, shifting his stance and getting ready to strike. "But don't you ever lay your filthy fing eyes on my son." Akiji's eyebrows rose into his hairline and Shanks didn't give the man a second to contemplate a single thought as he threw himself back into the fray, hacking away at ice the Logia user made, each strike cleaving the frozen water clean. They danced around each other for a while, Shanks unwilling to make his attacks too overbearing or else he'd risk harming the young ones with the shockwaves of their power. Worst of all, it seemed like they hadn't noticed that the fight had gotten closer to the ship, seemingly distracted by something happening on the ice. Shanks snarled, eyes shifting away from Akiji for a second, calculating Luffy's position and steering the Admiral away from them with a series of slashes, each hockey-covered swipe falling off his blade and flying swiftly towards Akiji. Shanks clenched his jaw and followed after the retreating man, readying his sword for another attack when a blast of heat made the skin on his back nearly burn. On instinct, Shanks coated his body in hockey and rolled, missing the stream of lava that blasted and fizzled where he just stood. The sand crackled and blackened, turning into glass at the far edges while the center boiled and smoked. Akainu emerged from a cloud of blackened smoke, body half lava and dripping on his surroundings. A sneer was on his face as he looked down at him, and Shanks glanced between the two admirals, mind racing as he tried to calculate the best move to keep them occupied. However, it seemed that this encounter was pre-planned because Akiji nodded to Akainu and shifted, glancing over his shoulder back at him. "Hope you said bye." Rage swelled in Shanks' belly and he lunged towards the ice user, snarl on his face and crimson eyes glowing as his conqueror's haki lashed out in a precise strike. His observation haki pinged and his instincts rallied, pressuring him to stop and twist away as a wall of lava cracked the ground in front of him. He was forced to watch as Akiji gave him a final nod and head directly for the ship, hands stretched out for his signature move. F-. Shanks couldn't help the curse that he let out, turning his blazing eyes on Akainu and dashing forward, aiming for his throat. He didn't have time to spare here, and he knew Rayleigh wouldn't have let Akainu through unless the old man had no choice, but this situation was clearly going from bad to worse. The admiral shifted his head to the side, only allowing his cheek to be sliced before bending forward and brining his smoking fist up in a punch. Shanks let the momentum of his lunge pull him and he twisted to the side, covering his knee in haki and deflecting the blow that would have tried to punch a hole through his gut. Ash and smoke still climbed its way towards his face, and he narrowed his eyes against the stinging air, using his free hand to grab Akainu by the collar and haul him over his shoulder, sending him flying back towards where the tree groves began. Shanks panted, chest heaving as he jumped away from the smoke that curled around his body and into his lungs. A cough raked through his chest and he scowled in annoyance. That was the only bad part about fighting the magma logia. He didn't have any defense for the smoke the man made with the surroundings. Shanks took a step away from where he had sent Akainu and turned back in time to see Lucky holding off Akiji in the distance. Relief flooded his chest knowing that the boys would be protected from the Ice Admiral by his crew. He looked back towards the ice, eyes scanning the floating glaciers. His breath quickened, eyes widening as he realized he didn't see any of the boys on the frozen wasteland. Just as he was about to use his haki to find them, Akainu emerged once more and he was forced to pay attention. Resin trees that stood for centuries began to boil, their bark withering and curling, blackening and bowing as they fell into the river of magma that began to form. The smell of burned resin penetrated his nose, and Shanks readied his sword as he approached, trying to ignore the sounds of yelling from behind him. Lucky was there, Ben was there, he would have to believe in them. XXX. Rayleigh sighed and let out a chuckle through his panting breaths. He winced as he clutched at his side and accepted the offered hand with another. "You sure don't hold back," he commented as he stood, eyeing the warlord with a raised brow. Mihawk shifted, golden-rimmed eyes moving away from him in a bored fashion. "Don't flatter me, you let yourself be struck down." Mihawk sheathed his sword, the gold metal glimmering under the sunlight. Just a bit. I'm not as young as I used to be, you know? Akainu is no pushover either, but unfortunately my stamina isn't what it used to be." Rayleigh dusted off his pants and kicked his sandals back on, glancing in the direction Akainu had gone. His footsteps were visible in the burning magma, each step long and deliberate. Ben and Shanks should be able to handle those too, my job was just to make sure they had enough time to free the ship. If Ben had to fight Akainu early, that wouldn't have happened. Mihawk didn't speak for a long moment, just stared at him and then towards the trail of magma. "It is better this way. Red Hair knows what to expect with the admirals and his vice-captain is formidable. And this way," golden-rimmed eyes trained on him, and if Rayleigh were any other man he would have cowered. "I can keep my warlord position by obeying his order." Rayleigh nodded in agreement, turning his back to Mihawk to follow after the admiral. He would rest a bit, and if he was needed, he would step in, but a quick detour to check on Shaki would also be in order. "And now? What will you do?" Mihawk tilted his head back, sunlight shining against his pale face as his frown deepened. "I will leave. I have questions I need answered and I won't mind them here." Rayleigh nodded and gestured out towards the Moby D dash, taking note of the crew members that were scrambling away from the warzone Sabaody was turning into. Whitebeard may have been an emperor and his commanders strong, but there were still those that weren't prepared for such a large clash, and the elder man knew this. It wasn't his fight. "You'll go with Whitebeard then?" Mihawk nodded, golden-rimmed eyes taking another look at the wound he inflicted. "Correct. Now stop pestering me, you have your own things to do." Rayleigh laughed and nodded, unsurprised when the warlord disappeared with the breeze. He hauled himself up and let his grin fall into a soft smile, muttering under his breath. "And you say Shanks isn't your friend?" XXX. Ace helped to haul Lucky up, Sabo on the other side as they dragged the large man across the sand. He scked in a breath, lungs burning from the abuse so soon after being freed from the depths of the ocean. Lucky coughed, blood dribbling down his mouth, hand clutching at an ice spike in his side that he didn't manage to dodge in time. Sorry, he muttered, breath straining. He caught me by surprise. Luffy patted the man's head, careful not to disturb the bandana that was still neatly wrapped around it. It's okay, we'll get you some meat and you'll be all better. Ace held back a grin as Lucky chuckled and nodded along, shifting as much as he could when they reached a safe enough distance away to set him up against a small resin tree. I want you boys to get to the ship, Ben can handle Akiji just fine. Lucky scowled, rolling his eyes even as he winced. He's gonna give me shit for this. Sabo laughed next to the man and grabbed for Luffy, but his baby brother squirmed away and instead reached up for Ace, hands expended out to be picked up. Ace gave Sabo an apologetic look, ready to crack a joke, but stilled when he saw the look in his brother's eye. Sabo wasn't upset or jealous, but the worry in his gaze made Ace swallow hard. He glanced back down at Luffy, biting his lip and picking his baby brother up in an easy motion, making sure he clung to his back well before tying his rubbery legs into a knot around his waist. He turned back to Lucky, taking in the melting spear of ice in his belly and frowning at the leaking blood. You sure you'll be okay? Lucky grinned up at him, waving a hand. I'll be fine, kid, I've had worse. You should go back to the ship. Lucy's dark eyes rose past Ace's shoulder and to Luffy who was snuggled against his neck. Especially you, Anchor. I can feel Captain having a heart attack from here. Lucky nodded his head to the right, and when Ace looked past Ben and Akiji clashing, he could see magma and red hockey flaring in the distance. He recognized the feel of the hockey, the power similar to what coated Luffy in a thick layer. Ace scowled at the reminder of the Emperor's claim and grunted in acknowledgement. Fine, we'll go. Don't die, old man. He turned his back to Lucky's laughter and Ace winced as Sabo smacked him on his head. You're as rude as ever, his blonde brother hissed, stepping up ahead to lead the path back to the Red Force, picking up the pace to a light jog. Shishishi, Lucky is super strong. He'll be just fine. Luffy's voice was full of cheer, but something about it felt off to Ace. It almost sounded like when they had first met, how Luffy would be all smiles and joy but underneath he had been so sad. He chanced a glance to Sabo and his brother met his eyes, blue irises brimming with worry. Later, Sabo mouthed at him, and Ace gave a subtle nod, hands clutching tighter at Luffy's legs as they reached the shore once more. Ace glanced across the broken ice, gauging the distance from the ship to the shore and coming to the decision that he couldn't possibly jump on the glaciers without drowning again. Ace, you can do that thing again, where you used your fire to shoot off the boat after Lu? Sabo gestured to his feet and Ace scratched the back of his head, blush dusting his cheeks. Actually, I don't know how I did that. Sabo's unimpressed look had him blushing harder and he shoved his head to the side, squishing his face into Luffy's cheek. I was mad, okay. Luffy's laughter puffed air in his face and Ace just shoved himself closer, enjoying the delighted giggles Luffy gave out when his hair tickled his face. Oh my, how sweet. Ace jerked at the unfamiliar voice, heart racing and sweat gathering in his palms as a strong wave of hockey wafted over them. He spun, eyes widening as he saw a man dressed in yellow, white coat billowing out behind him. Shades covered his eyes and a lazy smirk was on his face as he tilted his head back, studying them. Ace shifted, moving to stand behind Sabo who had drawn his pipe up, gripped tight around the iron bar. Ace, Sabo was staring ahead, eyes glued to the coat the man wore. His gaze shifted down, taking in the golden cuffed sleeves and the intricate details on the shoulder cuffs. Ace, run. Ace froze, hands held out in front of him and heart hammering. He didn't know who this man was, didn't know how he managed to slip past their guard. His breath caught, throat going dry. In the distance he saw Lucky, no longer against the tree but on his knees, blood dripping down his mouth and hand clutching at his belly. His glasses had slipped off his eyes and Ace was able to make out the terror on his face as he screamed at them, words lost in the wind. Ace, go! I can't leave you. He gritted his teeth, shifting his stance and setting his body ablaze, so thankful that Luffy didn't get burned. However, that didn't seem to be the right call because the man's eyebrows rose to his hairline, taking in how his baby brother was still calm despite being engulfed in flames. Oh, what a surprise, I wonder what else you can do. The man's body faded into golden light before their eyes and Ace didn't have a chance to even speak before he felt a kick to his back. He stumbled, twisting with a snarl before freezing, realizing that Luffy's weight was suddenly absent from his back. Sabo's shout of rage pulled his panic to the surface and his breath caught when he saw their little brother squirming in the man's arms, legs kicking and arms trying to punch at the yellow-clad man. Ha ha ha, so feisty. Ace's gut clenched, panic cutting his breath short and making his heart stutter. His flames dimmed, withering away and fizzling out, brain freezing as he could only stare ahead. Luffy, call her! Sabo shouted and moved forward, yelling as he lowered his pipe in a desperate swing. It swung through the man's body and Sabo cried out in frustration. Ace, move! Ace! Sabo's angry shouts spurred him forward and his anger surfaced harshly, fire blazing in an uncontrolled torrent as he lunged forward. Sabo jerked out of the way and brought up a blazing hissed, heat pooling in his belly as he screamed through his clenched teeth. Fire fist! A wall of fire erupted from his knuckles and he concentrated on the hottest flame he could muster, sending them right towards Luffy, hoping that the man would let go of his baby brother. Just as his spirits flared when it seemed it would work, it died away, his flames parted easily by a blinding light. Ace was shoved aside by Sabo when it continued outwards and towards him. His brother hissed, passing his burned skin as he shoved them aside, eyes turning back to Luffy, who was twisting around and trying to punch the man, only for his rubbery attacks to go through. Luffy! Sabo's voice was desperate as he stumbled to his feet. Call her! Ace met Luffy's eyes, seeing the tears gathered even as his baby brother kicked and jerked. She heard Ace. He swallowed, throat closing. The man hummed in amusement and tossed Luffy over his shoulder, turning away from them and bunching his legs, readying himself to leap away. Ace was going to watch his baby brother get taken, and it was his fault he wouldn't call his mother. Fire first! He sent out another searing wave and chased after his wall of fire, making sure Luffy kept his gaze on him. Call her, Luffy! His baby brother's eyes widened, straw hat sliding off his head and mouth wobbling. Do it, Luffy! Ace called again, shoving himself forward to cling at the man's arms, Sabo on the other side and gripping at Luffy before being smacked away. Luffy stuttered, watching Sabo hit the ground with a heavy thud, blood dripping down his nose. Ace's heart clenched, anger burning when Sabo didn't get up. Luffy cried, bawling as he reached an extended hand towards Sabo. Help! The man winced at the volume and pulled Luffy away from his shoulder, grimacing before stilling abruptly. The man's eyes widened, glancing around at the sky and ocean before turning his attention back to Luffy. It hit Ace then, a change in the air, a violent roar of energy shifting and splitting the sky apart. His breath caught, watching as the sea rose, tossing ships around like they were toys in a child's bath. Lightning struck close, incinerating sand and causing spiderwebs of cracked grass to line all along the beach. Ace lunged again, but Luffy shook his head, warning him away. Take Sabo! Take him or you'll drown! Luffy's voice broke at the end, and as terrible as it felt to turn his back on his baby brother, Ace listened for once in his life. He listened because he felt the presence of a god reeling, where before he had only been a passing bystander under her nose, now Ace truly felt what it was to have her ire. He grabbed at Sabo, ignoring the man's taunts and turning away from Luffy, giving him one last glance. His baby brother's lips were still wobbling, but no more tears came from his eyes. Instead, they burned white as they stared back at him. Ace forced himself away, chest heaving as he carried Sabo on his back, feeling the pressure around him closing in, the devil fruit in his soul scorching in anger. He drew further away from the beach, dodging stray ice spikes as he approached where Ben fought. Kid! Ben looked at him in surprise, a hockey-covered hand diverting Akiji's fist away from his face. Run! Ace heaved, eyes wide and desperate. He glanced over his shoulder and only saw a wall of blue approaching, the roaring of the waves beginning to echo around as the water rushed in from all sides. Ben followed his gaze and both he and the other man froze, staring at the tsunami that threatened them. Ice Age! Ben crashed into Ace just as the man sent freezing air towards the water, the ice forming thick and solid, groaning and creaking under the weight of the water behind it. They stood still for a moment, Ben smacking him on the head before taking Sabo from his arms. He was about to speak, but the ice cracked, and the dark-skinned man's eyes widened in surprise. Ace heard Ben's sharp inhale as he finally understood what was happening, no doubt feeling the wrath of a mother protecting her child. Akiji! We'll finish this later. Ben called, and the man, Akiji, nodded stiffly before launching himself upwards on a wave of ice, speeding away from the incoming water that his strongest attack couldn't stop. Ben hauled Ace to his feet pounding against the floor as they ran with all their might. What happened? Ben called, purposefully eyeing Ace and no doubt noticing the lack of Luffy. Lou called for backup. A yellow guy came. Ben looked at him sharply, gray eyes widening in surprise before his attention was drawn elsewhere. Ben! Over here! Ace looked over his shoulder and nearly tripped. The red force was on top of the approaching tsunami, the occupants being tossed around on the deck. Yasopp was the one who had called, gripping the mast of the ship with one arm while slinging a rope to them with another. Ace's feet were jerked from under him and he felt himself get hauled up and tossed on Ben's other shoulder. Hang on! The water engulfed Ben's legs just as he grabbed at the rope, grunting as he was jerked and pulled up towards the ship. Ace held his breath, watching as the water rushed in where they had just been, engulfing the land and tearing up the ground with its violence. He was tossed onto the deck, water spraying over the rails and his stomach lurching as the ship rocked heavily on the ocean. What the F is happening? Ace ignored the cries of the crew and grabbed Sabo, clutching him close and settling themselves against the wall. Steam hissed from all around the ship and Ace coughed, shielding his blonde brother away from the heat that erupted around them. Is that a Kainu? Lucky's voice sounded a ways off, and Ace let out a sigh of relief knowing that the man was safe. Just as he sat up and turned to peek over the rail, a wave of Conqueror's haki shimmered over the entire ship, the anger distinctly reminding him of the Red Emperor. Ace blinked past the wave of dizziness, fighting to stay awake as he abandoned the idea to sit up. He turned, back leaning heavily against the wood. The ship was suddenly silent, only the lurching of his stomach reminding Ace that he hadn't fallen asleep or was in a dream. The slow slap of sandals across the deck caught his attention, and he raised his gaze high enough to be met with a terrifying sight. Shanks stood before him, hand still tight around his sword, blood dripping down his head and crimson hair clinging to the side of his face. His nose was scrunched up, a snarl on his lips and eyes blazing with fury. Where is Luffy?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video.